We're live. Painkiller Already, episode 315 with our guest, Steve Hofstetter. Kyle?
Yeah, several sponsors tonight. Squarespace, SeeSo, NatureBox, it appears, and a brand new one, SmartyPants Vitamins. So we'll talk about each of those more later on in the show. There are links down in the description below if you want to check them out now. But yeah, let's just slide right into this 300. How many episodes is it now?
315. It's an established podcast.
Altogether,
a lot of numbers. All right.
Steve, how are you? I was watching your stuff before the show started.
I'm good, just scrolling through Facebook comments, feeling bad about the world, just how you spend the day.
Yeah.
Things are good. I'm enjoying I posted a thing today about how 2016 doesn't suck, you suck. Not you guys specifically.
Right. No, my feelings
People
weren't
blaming
hurt.
their problems on a calendar is ridiculous. And it's fun to see people freak out about that. It's great.
I actually read.
Is it really that bad of a year?
I read that entire post that you put up just as I was looking around and everything, and you're totally right about it. At this point, it's obnoxious that because current year or 2016, it's so crazy, right? Like, look at me. I'm kind of virtue signaling, showing that I'm not happy with the goings on around me, but also I'm super clever and funny. Like, it's annoying as shit. It's so dead.
As a comic, the thing that bothers me the most in the world is unoriginal opinion. And people just parroting things as if they're clever when they're the opposite of clever. It's like anyone who ever uses the word cuck as an insult. Like, the first 3 or 4 people, good for you. And then after that, you are such a moron. You're just repeating what someone else said. You have no original thought. And so that's part of what bothers me about the whole, it's 2016, it's so bad. It's like, you know what? Your January is going to suck too. Buckle up.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's going to change. I thought about that today. It was like, oh, can't wait till 2016 is over. And it's like, what magical ability do you think that calendars have to like make all that you think is wrong with the world right now right? Like, Carrie Fisher's coming back. Like that's not happening. She like all those things that you think made 2016 a terrible, terrible year. They're just part of the world. And I didn't think it was that bad anyway, right? Like we've had, there have been scarier, worse years. I felt like for maybe global stability or like job security. Like 2008, there were a lot of people afraid of the United States' economy was about to just really tumble. And then 2001, we're all in fear for our lives. I remember like people in my local hometown, they might fly a plane into the elementary school. They might do it. They might. And it's like, no, they might not. No. Well, I mean, maybe, but probably not.
It'd be a very dedicated terrorist corps if they start taking out primary schools.
Yeah, they're going to take out the agricultural barn. It'll be a huge loss.
Where did you grow up?
Northeast Georgia.
Yeah. The idea that the terrorists even know what that is
no.
stunning.
No. They came here once.
I love the people who are saying like, well, 2016 is the worst year ever. I'd be like, well, that's because you were 15 in the last time there was a really bad year, which was a couple of years ago. Like, you don't remember what the other stuff was. The idea of like, there was a year where Martin Luther King and Kennedy were shot in the same year. One of those things is worse than most of what we've dealt with. And both of those things happen. And not only that, but people who are just like, oh, well, but Trump got elected, and so everything's going to suck. Be like, yeah, you know when it's going to suck? Next year.
That's what it's even worse about the year thing is you can see the writing on the wall already. When Betty White dies early in 2017, it's gonna be
take that back, you son of a bitch.
Well, I didn't. I jinxed it then. She'll live forever. And when it's the next beloved celebrity dies, it'll be. I can already see the stupid fucking low effort web comic of like 2016 saying goodbye, and then like 2017 punching him in the stomach and being like, "Oh man, out of the frying pan into the fire." Am I right? It's like,
the only celebrity deaths
T-shirt right now.
The only celebrity deaths I care about at all are the ones that affect like properties that I'm in the middle of watching. Like Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is about to come out, and they're about to wrap up that whole Marvel Infinity Stone business. If I were to lose a cast member now, I'd be devastated. But 5 years from now, Robert Downey Jr. can do what he wants. He can go back on the coke. He can have a fiery car crash, whatever.
Yeah, if anything, that would help like a reunion tour.
All realistic
Yeah,
possibilities.
we need a new Iron Man. The old one crashed and burned.
I'll be honest. I was a big Tribe Called Quest fan. I was upset when Fife died. When I was 20 years old, I worked for Bowie. I actually knew him. I was upset when he died. He was a great boss and a super nice dude. But at the same time, you know when I was really upset? In 2014, when my dad died.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
That's when I actually knew. And you know what? And look, I don't want to tell people how to grieve. And if they get really upset because they have this special connection to Alan Thicke, okay. If they're a huge Growing Pains fan and now they're experiencing some growing pains of their own because of his passing,
they really like those hearing aid commercials.
But to blame it on the we can curse here, right?
Oh yeah, we're experts at it.
So blame it on the fucking calendar, you dumb. Okay, sorry. I was gonna carried away with
no racial slurs though. I saw you going there.
Oh
no.
My God!
I was gonna say cracker.
It comes after dumb.
It's mostly white people that have been doing this. But the just the idea of like someone posted on the comment on that thing that I wrote today about how like you don't think 2016 was the worst year when a Nazi came to power, and I was like, how about in the 30s when real actual Nazis
came to power?
Not someone who may or may not be a metaphorical Nazi.
He didn't come to power quite yet, you know.
It really kind of trivializes what the Nazis were doing when you're so willing to be like, hey, that person's like a Nazi, and it's like really like who are they rounding up and summarily executing? Like like now Trump's like, all right, now every Muslim has to wear a gold patch with the moon and star sewn in. Like none of this is happening. Like you're really lessening the past.
In fairness, the whole every person of this culture has to register thing does smack a little bit of like not Nazi, but at least a fan of them. Be like, I'm not one of you, but I enjoy your work kind of thing.
Like someone who appreciates it.
Exactly. Like, someone who has, for instance, complimented many foreign dictators who are mass murderers and been like, I like their style, though. They're good, they get things done. It does smack a little bit of it, but at the same time, like, put this in perspective. Like, 1968 was a horrible year, but you don't want to go that far back. Exactly what you're saying. 2001, when 9/11 happened, or 2005 with Katrina, or 2007, 2008 when the economy collapsed. I remember having the conversation with a buddy of mine about like a real genuine conversation, and we're both very educated people, and having the conversation of like, if we do go back into a Great Depression, what will we do as comedians? Like, what do you think the role of the comic will be? Like, not a fantasy, like, oh, this happens. It was like literally, let's make plans. Like, that was what 2008 was.
And breadline shows.
What?
Yeah, you go to the breadline with your tight five. You put on a show out there. That's what you do.
It's actually not too far from what we came up with. What we came up with was that right now, like, you go to a comedy club and the comic gets about $2 a head for everybody who like pay, and the club gets the rest. So they're like, well, what we would do is we'd put a hat down in a park and we'd charge $2 and we'd still get $2 a head. We would be completely unaffected by depression.
Brilliant.
It would just be not as glamorous of a scene.
You know what? Look, we'd probably get laid a little less, but otherwise it'd be about the same.
Or a lot more. You just have to lower the bar.
Yeah, but I mean, the price of contraception.
I thought 2016 was very entertaining. I thought that we had lots of cool stuff on the news to watch. It was, what's the word? It's not entertaining as much as dramatic. It was dramatic. It was a dramatic year. Lots of stuff was happening. Changes were taking effect. Like big global powers were moving around, and they still are. And then the Brexit thing and Trump, like it's been almost revolutionary. Seems too far to go, but it's been a mildly revolutionary year.
It's like if this were a TV show, this is like a whole penultimate season. It's a really cool thing to witness.
Presidential elections for the last 8 years have been whoever can pander to the Rust Belt more. They completely determine our leadership at this point.
Do you think 2017 is going to be like the final season of a show where the creators have left and they're not showrunners anymore, and then just someone who was like a fan of the show starts writing it, and just everything goes to complete shit?
Oh, like that 80s show?
Yeah.
Oh, God, that would be awful.
Will 2017 be a spinoff? No, it's my favorite part of the whole, like, 2016 was terrible is when people lump in Harambe as part of that. And just the idea of like, look, no one wanted that gorilla to die. But at the same time, when people genuinely try to mourn, that's when I go, you know what, mourn however you want, but shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
because
that wasn't even one of those smart gorillas.
No, it couldn't do sign language. It couldn't. You know what?
They had a
Harambe,
dumb fucking gorilla that died.
No one is willing to say this. I'll put myself out there. Harambe had no marketable skills as a gorilla.
No, apparently he was a half-decent babysitter.
No, before he died, he wasn't on top 5 U.S. gorillas by popularity. I'm not sure if that's true. You can probably look it up. I don't know if they rank them, but
never heard of him before.
And you know what? If that gorilla killed little Travis or whatever his name was, I guarantee people wouldn't be saying 2016 sucked because little Travis never made it back to preschool.
Wasn't it awful the way that Harambe peeled Travis like a banana while we all looked on? Like,
I want to know the people who are so upset about it. Like, it's not just, hey, when's the last time you went to the Cincinnati Zoo? When's the last time you went to any zoo? Like, when's the last time you visited
I went to a zoo 3 years ago, but like in my life, it's been like 4 trips, and 3 of them were in fucking school, like where I went on a yellow bus. So yeah, it's not often. I don't go because it's animal prison, and I feel sorry for them.
I went to a petting zoo.
I feel genuinely sorry for those animals.
I went to a petting zoo 10 years ago, and my whole family got fleas from a fucking camel. Yeah.
I want every story to end that way. In every story could just be like, yeah, and then on election day, the lines were a little bit long, and then my whole family got fleas.
Every one of us got fleas.
What do you think gave you the fleas? Was it a?
It was a camel. I'm almost sure of it. You could see the camel was really suffering, and he was one of our favorites. So we gave the camel like a lot of attention, and
he's real itchy, kids. Get around. I don't know why he loves it. Yeah, get in there. Come close.
I know you have, but if you feed a camel, he has like fingers for lips, and he kind of like reaches out and takes the food from you in a way that you might not have expected. So we spent a lot of time just like pumping quarters into that little camel feed machine, and
I thought you were saying pumping quarters into the camel.
No, he had no receptacle for that. That we saw. And but the little food dispenser thing, we were just pumping quarters into that, feeding the camel, and he gave us all fleas. Dick.
You should have known when he was like, "Hey, this is Itchy the camel."
Right.
Scratchy, awesome. Have fun.
Yeah.
I really bonded with that camel in Texas that time. We were buddies. I think its name was Sushi.
Didn't he bite your head?
It nibbled. It was kind of a friendly thing where it's like munching on my hair and like just like putting its head on my shoulder and like really being personal like a big dog or something like that. It was really cool. And by the end of the day, I was asking like, so how much is a camel, right? He's like, oh, I got that one for my birthday, $8,000. Can you believe it? And it's like, yeah, $8,000, huh? And then what does it eat? Like $50 a day. Oh, okay, no, I don't need that. No.
That I can't imagine something you would regret more than a big camel purchase. Imagine waking up day 3 to whatever god awful noise that thing shrieks in the morning.
What if you bought Phantom Menace on DVD? Or no, even more. What if you bought Phantom Menace on Blu-ray? That's probably regret that a great deal.
Buy it on
HD DVD.
HD DVD.
Right. That's the one.
I was gonna go put my HD DVD player on my plasma screen.
Yeah, I was really fascinated by that camel. Like just going to that ranch and everything and seeing all those exotic animals. I still have this idea in my head of like really, really, really wanting to get some sort of an exotic pet or animal of some kind, whether it's some sort of field grazing thing that I could put on my dad's place and they could just coexist with his cattle. Like maybe a llama, I don't fucking know, or an alpaca, or a kangaroo. They had a kangaroo that was fucking cool, or maybe something like the possum or the raccoon. They could live in the house, like skitter around.
Like I know this is my first episode with you guys. Are those guns behind you?
Yeah.
Okay, I just think it's amazing that you're like, I just would love to just love an exotic animal. I would really enjoy taking care of it. I think it would be really sweet. Then you have like a bunch of artillery behind you.
That's to protect the animals from those who hurt them.
From the bad animals.
Those guns are closer than you think. Kyle, can you touch that gun with your hand? Right? Is it just me, or did it look like it was 15 feet away?
I didn't even see that one. I was referring to the ones behind him on the other side.
There's guns. Those are just in case this one doesn't work.
He's got a gun in front of him as well, just in case of through the wall assault.
Yeah, you never. They bore through the walls sometimes.
Those goddamn banditos.
Those bad animals. Where do you live now?
Georgia.
Still Georgia. Okay, just making sure. I'm glad you're armed to the teeth.
I can hit you from here though. It doesn't matter.
Where are you, Steve? Are you in California?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
I'm getting that vibe about you.
Yeah. The progressive nature and the me thinking that 4 assault weapons in one room is weird.
We prefer death
there's
machines.
A lot more than 4.
Sorry, 4 that happen to be on camera, not even purposefully.
Yes.
Yeah. I keep my guns off screen, but mainly because of like an inferiority complex that they're not as cool as Kyle's guns.
Yes,
Like, I'm not going to bring on one of my guns and be like, hey, look at this. This is a really cool handgun I just got. And Kyle will be like, oh, yeah, that's great. Is that like the 2008 edition? I've got 6 of the new ones. I didn't even open the last 3 fucking, right? And it's like, oh, well, I'm a loser.
But here's the thing, though. Kyle, how many hands do you have?
2, but I've got really long toes, so I've trained myself to fire a handgun with my right foot at this point. So
okay, so 3 guns make sense for you then.
4 with time.
well, you see, each one does a different thing. Like this is a long-range suitcase gun, so I can take this one apart and it fits right into a suitcase. It folds all up, and it's got a suppressor. That Wasser 10 AK-47 style thing there. It's my slide fire one. It's not fully automatic. It's to sort of demonstrate the stock. I think that's a 300 Blackout M4 carbine. That's my silencer gun. That one's real quiet at nighttime when we're shooting coyotes. And then that one's like my battle rifle. It's got a 50-round 308 magazine and probably some kind of optic on there.
50-round 308.
That is a lot of 308 ammo.
It's so
I'm a
much
weirdo. Like, I'm a weirdo. I spend my money on, like, cars and women.
Well, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I should be spending all of it on 8,000 guns. Like,
Well, how many cars do you have?
Cars and women are both depreciating assets. Just saying.
It's no, you know what? That's true, and that's why you rent cars. But no, I guess mainly I spend my money on travel. I didn't realize that. I guess if you spend your money on guns, you can then take someone else's money to spend on travel.
See, that's what's eventually going to happen when the whole world comes apart and we've got that whole like anarchy in the streets.
Then you can steal their useless money.
Everybody else is stockpiling water and food. You really want guns and ammo so you can take the water and food. But
You're showing up to Costco with like a wheelbarrow Weimar Republic style amount of money that you stole from random people.
Yeah,
for the
remember
apocalypse.
during the Great Recession when Steve was talking with his friends about what he and his fellow comics would do? I was genuinely wondering if guns would play a bigger role in my life. Like, will I need one for a Subway? Not that I take Subways. Will people take guns grocery shopping? Will people like?
I thought you meant like Subway sandwiches.
No, I meant the underground trains at the
like,
time. But
I thought you meant like, would I need one to get a sandwich? And I was like, that probably.
I didn't know. Like, I really wonder. I'm reading like what happened in Argentina decades before when they had their big recession and how bigger role guns play in their life. I was wondering. It turned out the economy rebounded and stocks did really well.
Yeah, it turns out
it's
get really, really bad for people to shoot you over a foot-long turkey.
I don't think so. I think it takes like 2 days where like the power's turned off, you can't get food and water, you can't take a shower. Like 2 days of people being dirty and hungry, and somebody's gonna pull out a gun and start taking things. And like a week in, and it's Walking Dead time.
Yeah, they say
I wouldn't disagree with that because of how like I have very little faith in humanity and people as a whole.
Look at Katrina. Look, every time we have a disaster where like the systems of government and the things that keep people in check are just no longer there, or they've crumbled and collapsed, or they've lost respect, it really turns into anarchy quickly.
It depends on the
That's
neighborhood.
true, yeah.
It really does, because it happened in Houston or somewhere in Texas too, and nothing happened. And 9/11 hit New York. It was chaos. They like held hands and sang and shit.
Yeah,
but there
I
wasn't
was
like
there.
looting or anything.
I mean that's true, but at the same time, I think that I think it depends on when it is and how quickly the message gets out. Like with 9/11, we were given an enemy very quickly, and when you're given an enemy, you unite. When your enemy could be each other, that's pretty different. Like
when the power goes out and the fight isn't Al Qaeda or oil or global interest, it's bread and clean water, or more realistically, like 50 gallons of diesel fuel and like that big bag of canned goods, you know.
Yeah, when your enemy becomes a podcaster with 4,000 guns, I mean it's a different world.
Yeah, that's why you want that guy as an ally.
That's
Yeah.
what, yes,
Fictional
exactly.
world.
Absolutely, I'm very glad I'm a guest on this show.
Yes, we're gonna
I'll
rendezvous
remember
at
you
Kyle's house.
when I'm governor of when I'm warlord of Georgia. I'll remember your name.
When Kyle is the chieftain of northern Georgia, and you have to pay homage to pass through his turf, like Mad Max style. Your guy on the fucking bungee cords playing guitar, or what, harmonica, since it's Georgia.
3 women or a barrel of fuel.
3 women or a barrel of. You really devalued women even more in this society.
Fuel is so valuable now. Fuel is so valuable now.
Yeah, maybe that's complimenting women because of how valuable fuel is.
There you
That's
go.
true. You can't trade any men for fuel in this apocalyptic world.
Not a
Men,
one.
like the unwanted men will have their limbs hacked off and sold on a meat cart somewhere.
We hadn't really defined the exchange ratio until just now, unless you did. I mean,
Well,
Yeah, there
that's
would be.
what it costs to pass through, to pass over the bridge that we control here in North Georgia.
Maybe
Yeah,
you can trade men
women-
at LGBT chieftaindom, but not in all the other ones, because nobody's going to be paying for men.
I don't think anybody's ever going to pay for men again. That's probably
Men are free, as it turns out.
They just if they get food and water on that side.
I just thought I'll have Woody on my team as Nightwing. He'll be circling the skies, radioing down to me, letting me know where the enemies are. It'll be great.
they're gonna shoot my ass right out of the sky. Slow
Shoot you down
moving,
so
25 miles an hour. It's so easy. I can shoot me. And I'm just an average shot.
For your benefit, Woody has this contraption with a big fan on his back where he and takes off into the air behind a parachute. And,
Really?
Yeah, he flies. He's like an amateur airman. It's like it weighs like 45 pounds, so you don't need a pilot's license or anything. He just takes to the sky.
Yeah.
You just run real fast, catch air, and then fly away.
So yeah,
How high can you go with that?
The highest I've been is like 3,000 feet. A guy I know just went 15,000.
3,000 feet with that thing?
Oh yeah. One of these days I'm gonna just decide to go higher and I don't know.
We'll never see him again.
I've never been 10,000 feet. I'm gonna go see what that looks like.
Yeah.
And one of these days, PKA will show up as in memorandum.
Yeah, we'll play video from Woody, and we'll just play somewhere over the rainbow over the video of him going higher and higher until the
that
camera.
big fat Hawaiian guy, kind of superimposed over it. Jim.
I was trying to think of his name, and I just kept thinking of Eni Kamoz, the guy who did "Here Come the Hot Stepper." I was like, that's not.
Yeah, it's like Israel Kamawaka Waki Mahia. It's like it's a super long last name.
But less hot steppering.
Yes.
Yeah, I need something to do with my guns. I've been looking into. There's this company that makes this whole I don't know. It's a system made to hold guns, like the slots, and it's not pegboard because that's lame. That doesn't work well. But it's this
French
hard
cleats.
plastic stuff that's made to fit specific types of firearms and everything. It's just ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk.
Doesn't IKEA sell that?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, they do. Yeah.
Isn't that a
combat?
flaw?
They should. That would be good, but no, not quite. I need somewhere to put them though. I got nowhere to put them right now. I've got my vault's full, and I've got another vault that I can bring.
What you call a vault is different, and I think you're right.
Okay,
People call
safe.
them vaults, but it's a
I'm
large
calling it
safe.
a safe. Yeah, it's a cabinet safe. I think someone referred to it. I don't know. Maybe it becomes a vault.
You need
after
a vault,
I,
just
stuck it to the ground.
The room you're in, 1/4-inch steel on every wall, with a big thick door, blast-proof perhaps, like a magazine for explosives. That's.
So my post-apocalyptic skill, I don't have the weapons, and I can't. I don't have a weird jetpacky thing, but I can build stuff.
Like what?
So I could build you a cabinet for your guns in order to pass through safely when I need to go through northern Georgia, Warlord.
Do you do a lot of woodworking?
I do a decent amount. I built the table I'm sitting at right now,
Awesome.
and just yesterday I built my dog's getting older, so he can't jump up on the bed anymore. So I built like a little cubby thing that he can use as a step.
I built that for a friend.
What?
I do some woodworking too, and I had a friend actually come over with the exact same problem set. He had a dog. I think actually his dog wasn't old, but he got a new bed that was ridiculously tall, like like rib cage high. And we built in like a couple of steps. In the end, the thing weighed like 60 pounds. You could drive a car on it. Like I totally overdid it. But
I was hoping that, because when you were like, I built that for a friend, it'd be like, oh, your friend couldn't get into his bed?
No, he was fine, but his dog was small and his bed was big. And
it's I think it's a pretty common problem. And I also I had this like giant bookcase, and I'm a pretty minimalist when it comes to my stuff. Mm-hmm. And so, like, I don't like to keep things I don't use regularly. So, like, when I read a book, I get rid of it, because putting it back on the shelf to never read again is kind of pointless. So I had this big bookshelf, and it's like, look at this, I'm literate. I'd be like, yeah, we get that from a couple books. You don't need all of them. And so, so what I did is the only books I keep are the ones that like have personal significance to me, like something that I contributed to, or like someone autographed to me, or something like that. And so, like, I made, like, a little mini bookshelf, like a really small one, so that it doesn't take up an enormous, unnecessary amount of space in my room. So my point, what I'm saying is, I'm going to live through the apocalypse based on woodwork alone.
Yes, a Jewish carpenter in tough times. That'll work.
Where have we heard this before?
Yeah. I'm sure you'll be able to bring together some people around you and
at least
get
12.
something going.
Yeah.
Wow, he could be his own
a dozen or so.
Yeah, a dozen or so.
Yeah.
A dozen.
So what, like, if your actual... making the cabinets is great once you get settled in to your post-apocalyptic abode. Like, what could you see yourself, in the moment? You're in trouble, trying to survive. Like, what can you fashion, you think, pretty quick?
You whittle something?
Do I still have my miter saw? Because
Sure.
I can make a couple of spears pretty quickly.
That's what we'll need if we don't have Kyle there with his guns.
Spears are a close second.
He brought spears to a gunfight.
You want a spear just in case.
Do you know how to make ammo?
Yeah.
You know how to make your own ammo?
Yeah, it's not hard.
Oh, never mind then. There goes my point. I was like, well, because you'll run out of bullets, and I was like, I'm so smart with my spears, and you're like, no, I can totally make ammo.
Yeah.
Well, you still probably want a spear for a rainy day.
But how about the whole package, Kyle? Like, could you make gunpowder? Could you make primers?
Yeah, I know a guy who's I was with that. My chemist buddy in Texas was just showing me. He was talking about this very scenario. He's like, those old boys always talk about, oh, if they take this away, then we won't be able to do that. They take that away, I won't be able to do this. He's like, and that is gun cotton. He's like, he's like making nitrocellulose or something like that. He's like, and now we just gunpowder. All right, there we go. Now we got our gunpowder. Now we can make bullets. He just, so with a little chemistry, you could actually make gunpowder from scratch. But that wouldn't be necessary because I got a bunch of gunpowder saved up, and I don't know how many primers for AR-15s and.
Speak for yourself. It took me
lots of
2
brass.
years to pass chemistry.
Yeah, and you really gotta hope.
Guy.
Apparently, Kyle, you really gotta hope that your Texas buddy lives, because.
Yes. Oh, he'll live. He's scarier than me. He will be warlord of Dallas.
He'll be one of the major warlords.
4 women and a goat.
Wow, we've really devalued women. Oh, or was it an end?
And a goat.
Oh, okay.
No, he just
they don't
sets the
need
price
oil
of
in
gas.
Dallas. They've got plenty. Yeah.
They
just want 4 women and a goat.
I heard or a goat in my head, and I was like, well, now we know the exchange rate of women to goats.
No, that's like in future talk. That's like ice cream sundae with a cherry on top. 4 women and a goat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you don't need the cherry, but like you want the cherry.
You want that goat.
Yeah, the goat is like a good faith thing. Like
you make the goat watch.
You make the women.
This went to a place I was not expecting.
What do you think we're gonna do with the goat?
I thought you were gonna eat the goat.
I mean, after we're done with it.
Oh, jeez.
You gotta tenderize it a little bit first.
What did I
really
sign up
fucked up
for?
version of Native Americans not letting anything go to the waste. Oh, this is perfectly good goat, asshole.
Every part of the goat.
And there's no Twitter for people to judge me on.
We fuck every part of the goat.
I think social media will survive the apocalypse. I think there'll be some sort of form of righteous indignation. There's got to be somewhere for people to pretend to be offended by things.
It's just people screaming in the streets. Then you need a town crier to voice your opinion at that point.
That people post their replies to on index cards.
Well, I think the same people, like the people who get so upset and offended and scream their opinions on Twitter, if they just yell out into the street, that's about the same number of followers that they have.
Yeah, or at least the followers that are listening.
Yeah. The I even have a joke about this happening to me once, that like someone wrote that they didn't like one of my videos, and I looked them up on, like, they was on their Twitter, and I clicked onto their Twitter to see who they were, and they had 1 follower. And so I just wrote back and I said, you didn't need to tweet that. You could have just told someone.
Anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone at all. As you're ordering at Subway.
I've got this sudden urge to like dress up as an egg and heckle you in real life.
Oh my God, like an actual egg?
Like a Twitter noob. Yeah,
that'd be great. I love that. But you have to dress up as an egg with a fluorescent background.
A blue one, right? Perfect.
Yeah. Oh my God. The amount of people who are outraged by things that they hadn't heard of until just then is amazing. Like, I want to sit these people down and just be like, so what is it about this that upsets you so much? Like, what is it that bothers you about the thing that you just misspelt?
What's a good example of this? Just kind of in general, all the
I have
butt
one.
I mean,
hurtiness.
so many, Harambe was definitely one. But like, okay,
Here.
the people who are outraged that Obama didn't go to Nancy Reagan's funeral. And they were like, this is un-American. And it's like, do you know that no sitting president has ever gone to a first lady's funeral in history once? Ever? But he should have gone. It's like, you stupid piece of shit.
Yeah.
So it's like stuff like that, where like they get upset about something that they know nothing about.
Just because it already kind of fit in. Or they're like, well, I already didn't like Obama, so that seems like something he'd do. I bet, George Bush was loving it at fucking Eisenhower's ex-wife's death or whatever. Like, no, probably not.
George Bush loved to go to women's funerals.
Yeah,
Like,
he
well,
was
that
the
sounds
belle
bad.
of the ball,
Yeah. That didn't sound like you wanted it to sound. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff like that, and it's not just political. It's people getting upset. Like, the thing that I try to remember. So I'm a big sports fan, and every year, in the NCAA tournament, the 16 seeds and the number 1 seeds. So every year, and this is millions of people, and 1% to 2% pick the 16 seed to win. Now, the 16 seed has never won, ever, in the history of ever. It's never happened. Yet, every year, 1 million people, independently of each other, without consulting each other, all go, I think it'll happen. And that's, like, when I think about that, and I know it's trivial, but when you think about that, and you just go, yeah, people are fucking dumb.
Yeah, I think the Blues could win the Stanley Cup every year. But lo and behold, I'm just fucking dumb. I don't.
Because it's never happened.
Because it never happened.
But look, 1 million people aren't picking, Hampton University or whatever it is. And sorry, I'm moving now. I got to feed my dog. But like, they're not picking them because they're fans of the team. Like, St. Louis has actual fans. Like, there are people who live in St. Louis. I've heard.
There are.
Yeah.
I'm one. Yeah.
Yeah. I've actually spent a great deal of time in St. Louis.
But
anyway,
that's Google Fiber, right?
What?
That's
No, KC has Google Fiber.
my mistake.
So you spend time in St. Louis, Steve?
Yeah. I've been to St. Louis a bunch. I've done a bunch of shows there. A very good friend of mine is a professor at WashU. So I've been there, just to kind of visit and hang out sometimes. But anyway, point being that like that kind of stuff I get. It's, look, I'm a Mets fan. I know they're not going to win most years, but at the same time, that hope is fun. But the idea that someone will bet money on it is that to me is like, okay, there are people who are dumb.
Yeah, I've never bet on sports before. I don't, because if I bet on, I would always want to bet against the Blues winning as some kind of weird fuck you universe. Please, take my money, just let them win, kind of thing.
So you believe that the universe hates you?
I don't know. It's just I'm a Blues fan.
There's a bit of evidence.
There is supporting evidence thus far.
Just so long being good enough to be relevant and never enough to bring it home.
When's the last time they won the cup?
Never.
Oh no, I knew that. I just wanted to make sure you said it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm never. I have been sitting, because being from St. Louis, you have a ton of friends from Chicago. I went to Mizzou, and so they were all there, and we'd watch hockey games. And so much I'd want to talk shit if like a regular season game, the Blues were whooping ass like 8-2 or something, but I never would. Because I'm like, no, you just can't, because this little fleeting joy will turn to ashes in your mouth, and they will score 9 goals in the last 3 minutes of this game. You'll get in a car accident on the way home, or whatever happens. Like, I never talk shit until they win a cup. When they win a cup, I'll talk shit.
I've seen this in action. I saw this in action while Trump was winning, right? Trump is currently carrying like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and something else, Ohio. And Taylor's like, I don't know. I bet he still finds. I don't get things I want, and therefore Trump will lose. That's how it went down that night.
I was like, God damn it, Hillary's gonna win. She's gonna be the president. And then the whole time it's like, no. Like I even bought into like, she'll win, like for sure. She's got it. Like no way. But anyway, about the hockey thing, I was looking at when you worked with the Kings, right? It was them that you worked with specifically.
I did a little stuff for the Kings, but I actually did more with the Rangers. So the Rangers are my favorite team, and I got to do I was the quote unquote celebrity blogger for the Rangers when Alicia Cuthbert was a celebrity blogger for the Kings, and so I spent my blog just trying to get Alicia Cuthbert's attention. Like all I did, I just kept posting. Like every time I mentioned the Kings in it, I would write "Hi Alicia" in parentheses. And like then at the time she was dating Avery and he got traded to the Rangers mid-season.
Sean Avery?
And so I was like, oh, well, perfect. I'm going to just write about this. And now she's got to read this. It's about the Rangers, it's about the Avery trade. This is who she's sleeping with right now. And nope, still didn't get her attention. She did not write "Hi Steve" in her blog at all.
That's got to be disappointing. When that story came in, you're like, she has to respond now.
Yeah.
My ace in the
I got this. I did not have.
That'd be really cool. So what, did you get like inside passes to go to games on ice level or anything? And
well,
cool
for that,
perks?
it was more of it was supposed to be the perspective of a fan. So like I didn't want to have any behind the scenes stuff, but like what's really cool is now, so once basically the second I got a TV show, I started abusing that power to go to sporting events in crazy ways.
As you do.
So for baseball, I've thrown out 21 ceremonial first pitches. And for hockey and basketball, so I'm a Knicks and Rangers fan. And MSG actually has a really great like kind of celebrity outreach program where they invite people to games. And so I do probably 2 Ranger games and 2 Knicks games a year where you get to go as a guest to the Garden, and that's an experience like nothing else. That's one of those things that you there's no way to pay for it. Like you can't awesome. Pay, like you can't buy it. You just have to get invited, and it's amazing to be a part of. And as someone who grew up like a poor ass motherfucker in New York, it's kind of fun to like be sitting in the row in front of the guys who paid $2,000 for their seats. Like that's kind of enjoy that.
Yeah, that's awesome. It'd be really cool to work with the hockey world some. I know baseball is like your first love.
Absolutely.
Really, right?
Yeah. I'm a huge baseball fan. I mean, I like other sports as well, but baseball is my thing.
Kyle loves baseball.
Yeah, what's actually true is that no one else on the show has ever played baseball or watched a baseball game before for more than an hour, and I
played t-ball.
And so somehow I become the resident baseball expert. It's just like I haven't watched a full game in 2 years. Like I like baseball, I guess, but I can name the teams. But like I don't love baseball or anything. I like it more than most sports. I just don't like sports in general that much, I guess.
I love the idea that the qualification for being a big baseball fan is knowing what teams are.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how low the bar is set here. That's what I'm trying to get across here. Somehow I become the resident baseball.
To be fair, you do have way more experience than us playing baseball, so you understand the sport better. I would definitely.
Yeah, I know the rules too. I'm a real expert.
A real, yeah. I wish I liked baseball as a sport because the cards would be really comforting most of the time in that way. But God, I started with hockey growing up. That's what I played. And so it's hard to go back to baseball.
So I knew that last night.
Different pacing.
I knew that last night the Flyers, which I suppose would be Woody's team, and the Blues, Taylor's team, were going to be playing each other for what I think was the first time of the year.
Turns out game didn't happen.
It happened at 8 p.m. I don't know where Woody was, but it came on, and I gotta be completely honest here. NBC S or whatever I'm watching it on, instead of commercials, they play this piano tune. Like, it put me to sleep about 5 minutes into the first period, and I woke up just as the third period was about to start. But it didn't seem like I missed too much, because the third period seemed like the good part of the game, right? Like the Blues it seemed like the Flyers quickly tied it up like 3-3, and then the Blues went on a run there and scored like 3 goals or something, right?
Yeah, the Blues scored 4 in the third period. It was 2-2 going into the third, and then Blues scored 4. Fabry, 20-year-old Robbie Fabry, got a hat trick, which is really neat. Really makes you evaluate where your life is when you look at a guy and be like, I'm older than him, and if I passed him in public, I'd look at him and be like, haha, look at that guy's stupid haircut. What a boob. And it's like, no, he's making a lot of money. I feel he's 20. Can't even drink yet. He's got $1 million to spend on it.
I'm only like a Bartolo Colon retirement away from being older than every baseball player.
That's
like
crazy.
I'm 37. Well, I'm 37, and so I'd guess there are probably 10 or 15 guys in the majors right now older than me. Not a single one on my favorite team. It's a little bit weird. And it's one of these things that like I've gotten, a chance through work. I've gotten a chance to kind of get to know a couple of the players, and like I forget sometimes, because to me, like standing next to these guys, I'm like, oh, this guy is a man. This is what an actual man looks like. I am a boy. I am a child. And then I'm like, he is 15 years younger than me.
Yeah.
He is a baby.
Yeah, I was learning to drive.
He's a man baby.
When his parents were fucking,
If I remember right,
up to him.
I am 1 day younger than Eric Lindros. So throughout my 20s and such, I would compare like how our careers and lives were going.
That's healthy.
It was never good.
Oh, I got a promotion at Cisco. All-time leading points defenseman. Shit.
Really should have. You picked the wrong person to compare yourself. You want to set the bar a little lower. There, you want to pick that hair lip kid in gym class. Like compare your life. You get those two trajectories going mapped out.
Woody, you got drafted in the 6th round that year. Compare it to that guy.
I would just be like, all right. I got a bonus at work, and all right, he's a multimillionaire, and he sits in clubs and just points at girls he wants to fuck, and then does. But he has concussions, and I can remember yesterday, so I've got that going on.
Yeah, but your yesterday was not something
not
you want to remember.
memorable. Yeah.
It's like,
you tell that to him, he's like, who'd want to remember your yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I can remember standing in line at the post office,
right?
Customer service for my Chase debit card, and whatever the fuck you're doing. Yeah.
I found gas 3 cents lower than normal to fill my Chevy Cavalier station wagon. That was a highlight.
Good day.
You're younger than Jágr, aren't you? Jágr will be 40.
Yes, yeah, it would be. He was in high school, or I was in high school when he was.
Everyone younger than Jágr?
Yeah, both people on his line are younger than him. In that, like, he was in the NHL before they were born.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's a side-by-side comparison between Austin Matthews, the guy who scored 4 goals in his first game, and Jágr, like those comedy ones. And it was this guy, like, achievements, 1997, born. And Jágr, it was 2 Stanley Cups, 270 goals, 6-time All-Star. It's like old enough to be your dad's older mentor. Like that. Out of control. I don't want to see him retire. That's going to be sad.
There was an amazing thing. It was one of the most impressive and also sad things I've seen, where Jágr posted on his Instagram this picture of, it was basically like him working out. It was like 5 a.m. Mm-hmm. And it said something like, don't have a family, don't have anywhere else to be, like, this is why I'm able to do this. And it was both like very impressive that like he's got the motivation that can do that, and also like, oh, he seems a little sad.
I read that exact post, and maybe it was that same post or another interview where he was saying, they're like, what do you want to do life after hockey? And he was like, honestly, I want the time between my retirement and my death to be the shortest part of my life. like compared to his growing up and his career.
Well, it
like,
will be, I think. He's like 47 now, right?
44. But yeah, if he keeps playing by default, that might actually happen.
Yeah,
you know,
unless he lives to 90 something. Like, yeah,
it
he's
is-
got
it's a-
fewer years left than.
You heard it here first. Jaromír Jágr has asked someone to mercifully kill him.
I hope. But yeah, it is sad to see like a guy who has everything also doesn't really have that much, and you know that he does think about stuff like, oh, maybe I would have liked having his son so I could watch him be in the NHL, as seems to happen with all athletes. They just come in some chick and then there's another athlete, and that's the way it goes.
That is
That's the recipe, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
That
that's
is.
it.
It's athlete cum plus woman equals another athlete. No, but here's the thing about being Jaromír Jágr. If he really wanted to, he could just find some like 17-year-old like up and coming hockey player and just be like, I would like to adopt you. And like no one would stop him. His parents would just be like, all right, here you go. Here's Jimmy. You got him.
Yeah. I'm really sorry, Mom and Dad. Thanks for putting me through school, but I'm Jimmy Jágr now.
Yeah.
You know, don't ever speak to me or my dad again. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if Jágr came up to me and offered to adopt me, I'd have to write a really, sad email to my parents.
That's what Liv Tyler did, you know.
Really?
What?
Yeah. So Liv Tyler was raised by like a stepdad or something like that. A man she thought was her father, and then like when she was a teenager or something, kind of midlife, as it were, she found out that Steven Tyler is her fucking dad, fucking Aerosmith. So she was like, "Fuck that other guy. He's not. Fucking Steven Tyler's my daddy." And she like completely like cut that guy off as part of her life, and now she's an elf princess.
It's a pretty good trade-off.
I think
you
so.
said,
That's why I don't shit on that decision. It's like, she traded up.
If you
Yeah.
get an
And
opportunity
we all
to choose
got
your parents,
fleas.
be ruthless about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
She got
get
herself a
some
new dad.
Rich and famous parents hook you up nice.
I think she did a favor. If she really cut him off, I think she did a favor to that guy, because if she was going to try to split time between them, how is he going to compete?
Yeah.
Let's be realistic. Just be like,
Who do you want to spend weekends with more, Steven Tyler or like regular dad who's like a fucking like baker or something?
Yeah. Be like, regular dad, Steven Tyler cuts the crust off the grilled cheese and also gives me a limo.
Yeah. Regular dad takes you to play laser tag, and you have to wait in too long of a line.
that's a
because
good
your
dad.
dad isn't Steven Tyler and can't demand. And Steven Tyler would never take you, laser tagging. And, she's sitting there playing, trying to pretend that she's having fun. But that resentment's building. You're not Steven Tyler, you fuck. You don't have any money. Useless. See, she probably thought of him, you cuck. She probably thought the first one to think of that. She
That was the
posted
one.
That was the one, the inception of that ridiculous
It's
joke.
Liv Tyler's insult.
Liv Tyler. You know what? Fuck you. I'm going to go live with Aerosmith guy and get a job at Lord of the Rings.
I'm looking forward to, by the way, finding out what the next cuck is. Because it's like every couple years, the go-to insult changes.
Mm-hmm.
You know where cuck came from, right?
Cuckold.
You know where the origin of that insult?
It was like something about like a Louis C.K. bit, right?
I don't think so.
I didn't know that.
No, is Barry Sanders? What the fuck is his name? The president.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Thank you. Yeah. So Bernie Sanders wrote something in college that, if you squint at it just right, could be considered cuckold porn, and they started calling Bernie Sanders a cuck all the time, and then it just spread into calling any liberal a cuck.
What did he write about?
All right, I'll
I think it came. All right, I'm looking this up. I'm looking up origin of cuck.
When you look at Google Trends, like a year from now, the cuck surge is going to be one of those like neat ones, like a culture wave. Like, oh, see, that's what people got really upset online.
It was
lashed
the Zoe Quinn thing.
And what is that?
It was this whole thing with God, how do you pronounce his name? Johny or whatever. I'm trying to remember this. It was like a Gamergate thing.
Oh, okay.
And so he talked about and then it came, and then there was the Louis C.K. thing where it was like a 4chan thing. Because some people thought he was promoting being anti-white.
That Louis C.K. was promoting that?
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like him, like vehemently anti-white.
Yeah, it's just one of these things. Like, I don't know if you guys have alt-right viewers or listeners. If you do, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that assholes enjoy you. Like, alt-right people are fucking terrifying. Like, the idea, like, look, be conservative. That's fine. I'm not conservative, but I respect some people who are, and that's fine. But the idea of people who, like, go to conventions and do the Heil Hitler salute and then think that they can lead a normal life and be a regular person. Like, fuck off, you asshole. You're an idiot.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Are you talking about, there's that one guy who like speaks at colleges and stuff, the guy who was doing the fucking... No, not Milo. Milo's not that bad. I haven't seen him do a Hitler salute, and he is Jewish.
He hasn't done the Hitler salute,
and gay.
But his crowd does them.
I haven't seen that, but I've specifically seen that one guy on stage, hail Donald Trump, hail our glory, and it was just like way over the top. It was way, way, way too much. It's like, first of all, that salute, like, get away from that. Like, at least do like some sort of Vulcan thing so we know it's not exactly the same. Like update it, like put a peace sign out there.
Hail Spock.
Anything is better than
is Jewish, so that definitely gets you far away from it.
I've been Googling.
Trump,
there's a lot of evidence to support what I said. Like, Bernie Sanders apparently wrote an essay in 1972 as a college student that could be described as cuck porn.
How did he wait? This is an assignment, or he just on a whim?
I don't know. He was in school at the time.
I went to this Know Your Meme thing, and that's where the origin was, or that's where it said.
One of you could be looking at fake news.
Right, that's what I worry about, because the sites I look at are like Jezebel.com. I've never heard of that. And then there's answers.yahoo.com. That's just regular people.
Yeah.
But this is
just regular people. They couldn't possibly know the etymology of cuck.
No, but this is before anyone gave a shit about Bernie Sanders. Like, this was like the Zoe Quinn thing was 2014.
When did cuck start?
Right?
In my 2014? I don't know.
I was sure I was right until just now. Like,
no, you know what? It might be, but either way, my point is, however it started, it was creative when it started, and then it just became a thing. Like, okay, because you go back 10 years ago, and the go-to insult was faggot. Like, that is what dumb people would use to insult someone, and it was such a shitty insult, because, like, okay, either you're calling someone who's gay, and then who cares? Or you're calling someone who's not gay, and then what does that matter? It'd be like just calling someone short as an insult. It's like, well, if they are, they know they are. And if they aren't, then what the fuck's the point of saying that? Like, it's a characteristic you can't change about yourself, so who the fuck cares? It'd be like if someone came over to me and was like, you fucking dumb blonde asshole. Like, wait, what? This is more confusing than mean. And and it was that for a while. And, and now it's the same thing. It's like the same people use cuck as the insult. And so I'm just curious what's gonna come next.
I think that a big part of using cuck as an insult, though, is to let all the other people in the crowd know what team you're on, right? Like if you call somebody, just by me calling, yeah, you fucking cuck, he would think that. Then, like, anyone around me who might have similar feelings immediately knows what team I'm on. Like immediately we can kind of like coalesce together and turn towards those people over there that we don't like.
I mean, you could just wear a jersey that says "ignorant prick," and then they would. I find it to be a
disadvantage, right? Because if you call me a cuck, then really you're saying a lot more about you than you are me, right?
Absolutely.
That's what you've done. You've just said,
especially when you misspell it.
How could you misspell it? It's phonetic.
Come on, you're on YouTube. How can you misspell anything?
That is one word that like, if I had to if there's a challenge, like, name a word that all the internet has to try and spell, and if it's over 99%, you get $1 million. I think if it had to be at least 4 letters, I think cuck or fuck. Cuck if it can't be a curse word, because I think everybody's seen that enough.
Well, that's an abbreviation, but if they try to spell cuckold, they often misspell it. The internet's full of misspellings, though. Like people are fucking stupid.
Yeah,
there are a lot of like borderline illiterate people out there. We're always
my favorite thing is I have a video. I have a video where in the video I talk about it being negative 60 degrees, and someone like yells out, "Was that in Celsius?" And so at the end of the video, one of the things I say is that, like, negative 60 in Fahrenheit translates to negative 51 in Celsius. And there, every couple of weeks, an argument will sprout up in the comments about what negative 60 in Fahrenheit is in Celsius. And it's like, you're writing this on a computer. You're writing this on a machine that has the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Like,
but it's not about the answer. It's about that other guy doesn't know the right temperature. And everybody's going to see me as, oh, look at, Goose Lover 69. When I need a temperature question answered, he'll be the guy. Like,
but first of all, Goose Lover 69 knows a great deal about temperature because you have to know exactly what temperature it is in order to love the goose correctly. But aside from that, I'm more talking about the people who get it wrong and who not only get it wrong, but who are like passionate about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it really matters to them. It matters to them so much, except bothering to look it up. You don't even have to go to a fucking translator. You could just in Google. Google will just tell you.
Yeah, it's
Google will tell you. You can put math equations into Google and it'll just tell you anything you want to know. Like there has been no excuse for like piddling ignorance for like a decade now, and yet you see it on a daily basis. Like
sometimes
really
it gets overkill though. Where you're trying to have any conversation and the person like stops every time. If I were talking to Steve, I'd be like, yeah, I think the top scorer and goals in 2012 was Ovechkin. And you're like, really? I thought that's the year that Crosby cropped up and beat him. And then instead of like going with the conversation, the other person totally gets disconnected. And then 3 minutes later, they go, yeah, I was right, actually. Yeah, I was right. That's the year Crosby came back. It's like,
we did the math.
I do that all the time on this show.
Oh, that bothers me. The info hunt, and you watch their eyes just go straight to their research as you're trying.
I like to know. I like that the internet is in everyone's pockets, and you can no longer be full of shit. That's the scoop.
Yeah, I like knowing stuff. And so my older sister and I are very similar in one way, in that we both need to be right all the time. But in the ways we go about it, the way I need to be right all the time is when I think I might be wrong, I'll check on shit. And I'll research and I'll try to learn. And the way she needs to be right all the time is she surrounds herself with other people with the same dumbass, ignorant opinion who tell her that she's right. And I very much prefer the first one. I get what you're saying about like you don't want, what Taylor's saying about like, oh, I don't want people to get disconnected. But at the same time, like you can know shit and it's not bad to know shit.
No, it's good. It's just like I'm more talking about the minutia of conversation ruining tidbits of information. Not like, Obama actually executed 30 people on a whim last January. Don't look that up. We're moving along. And it's like, then you need to like go in there and look. But if it's just some, middling little detail that
actually it turned out it was 29. So get your shit straight next time before you start going on a tear.
Yeah, but you know what? 29. I mean, January is a long month. So is 29 that many?
It's 31 days. Yeah, that's less than one per day.
Less than one a day. Look, 29 in February would be obscene.
We were talking about Celsius and Fahrenheit.
Agreed.
Our fan base had a debate for must be 6 or 9 months on which was better, Celsius or Fahrenheit. And embarrassingly, I took a side strongly.
You know what? I could get behind an argument like that, though.
Yeah, what team are you on?
I think I would be on Team Celsius, just because I mean the metric system tends to make more sense with the idea of the things being round, easier to remember. Like, why is 32 freezing? What the fuck is that?
I think it's because they were just making those numbers up as they went along.
You are wrong. I will tell you why.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm on board with the metric system or Kelvin. They're roughly the same, just shifted. If you're a scientist, right? And you need to convert like calories into water into grams or whatever. But if you're using temperature like everyone I know does, measuring the weather outside,
your food.
Or food. Humans pretty much run 0 to 100. 0 is really cold, 100 is really hot, and that's the spectrum that we live in, 0 to 100. On the other hand, what is the spectrum of Celsius that we live in? Like negative 10 to 42 or something? That's the arbitrary number if you're measuring weather.
Yeah.
As someone who lives in LA, actually humans run between about 50 and 80. So
they sound really high in Celsius.
Yeah. No. I understand what you're saying, and that is a solid argument for it. But I just think, oh my God, there's a dog behind you. I just think that I like the idea of the round numbers of things being very simple that way. Of the 12 inches in a foot is fucking dumb. Like that kind of shit where you have to remember all that, and like how many cups are in a quart and a quart in a gallon, and and you spend so much of your brain power trying to remember all that it would be so much easier to just do it by divisible by 10. It would just make a lot more sense.
Oh, it definitely, for measuring things, it's objectively a better way to do it. Like, no doubt.
So when it comes to weather outside, and I get that. Body temperature, we live in a range of about 5 degrees. But so you're saying, so outdoors it's basically 0 to 100 Fahrenheit is livable? Is what you're saying?
Well, of course you can live outside those, but yeah, that's pretty much the temperatures at which humans exist. 0 to 100 is the scale. That's outdoor temperatures.
Cooking?
Well,
what about cooking
counted
humans?
For cooking. Oh.
It's a cookbook. No, just the I don't know. I'm a fan of the round number thing, and I know that some people are going to be like, "Well, you're un-American." It's like, well, look, I get that we can be different, but like when the rest of the world has agreed to one system, and we're just like, "Nuh-uh, we like ours better." Why?
There are a couple of dictator-run island nations who still use the empirical system. I'll have you know.
Yes.
What do we got? Like Guyana? Like who else uses it?
Yeah, something like that.
Metric people.
That made me think of the Philippines. Have you followed the president of the Philippines, that Duerte guy?
No.
All right, so this guy is he has this war on drugs, okay, and he's a very outspoken politician. He goes in front of he does lots of media, and he publicly admitted a while back that while he was the mayor of a city there in the Philippines before he became president, that he personally killed a handful of drug dealers. He gunned them down in the street, just fucking judged them like he's Carl Urban, and just blew them away in the streets. And then the other day, while speaking, like this is like yesterday, the day before, he said something to the nature of, maybe I'll take him up in the helicopter and just push him out on the way to Manila. I've done it before. Why shouldn't I do it again? He's like publicly admitted to like 2 or 3 murders in the last couple of weeks at the UN. They're calling for him to be investigated. Meanwhile, he's got this. When he said war on drugs, this wasn't Nancy Reagan talking. He fucking meant that shit. They're dragging people out in the streets, clubbing them, killing them, thousands of deaths. Like a million. It's like 1 million individuals who have been part of this war on drugs in one way or another, whether they've been arrested or displaced or attacked in some way. He's serious about it.
He's not on the legalize it train.
Yeah. No.
Well, I think that's the, like, if you're in a country, and look, I don't know how things are on the streets there. I've never been, but like, you tend to allow for certain things when your life is much worse. Like, part of the reason why we're able to debate how many genders you can choose from on Facebook is because shit's going very well here overall. Like, that's why we have time to focus on stuff like that now. Where, like, I was talking about, I was complaining about the TSA and how much of our freedoms are infringed when we fly, and et cetera, et cetera. And I was talking to someone who's Israeli, and they were just like, well, I mean, you have to, otherwise, you get blown up. And I was like, well, not really, not here. And she's like, yeah, but here. I was like, okay, all right, I'll stop complaining about this stuff to you. Like, I get you're going through some shit over there.
Yeah, their TSA is much scarier, I would imagine. I doubt it's Shaniqua in a pair of pants one size too small trying to waddle over there and get her hands down on your waistband.
Although, I got to say this. So when I flew to Israel, I was very impressed by the El Al security. Because, like, instead of the standard, like, did anyone else pack your bags for you? Or, like, questions that are so fucking dumb. Like, they were like, so you're going over to Israel? And I was like, yes. And he goes, are you Jewish? And I said, yes. And he goes, where did you have your bar mitzvah? Like, that's a really fucking specific question. And, like, that's something that if someone's trying to fool the system, like, they'd have to be really smart enough to just be like, Beth Shalom El. Like, just naming.
At the bar mitzvah store. I am a Jew, you know.
Great price on it.
I swear to Allah.
I'm sensitive, you know? Just really need to be there by 3.
May Allah strike me dead here if I am not a Jew. Not here.
I think that I think that security could be improved a great deal. The problem that I have with ours is not that it infringes on our rights as much, is that it infringes on our rights for no fucking purpose. Mm-hmm. Like it's an Easter egg hunt where I can't tell you how many times when I fly. I mean, I fly all the time. You know, I fly several times a week. I know their rules better than they do, and I can't tell you how often they'll be like, bag check, and I just go, it's business cards. They're like, what? I was like, the block that you see that you don't know what it is in that X-ray, that's business cards, because I fly and I travel for business. And they give me this look like, we know our thing, and then they take it out and they look at it, they open it, it's business cards, and then they just silently put it back. And don't it's just every fucking time.
Then they have to make up a story well, there was a business card bomber come through, you know, 2 weeks ago.
I want to shut them down quick. I had a girl who was flying in to see me, and she had a whole bunch of sex toys in her bag. And they're trying to go through a bag, and they're like, what's in here? And she's like, butt plugs. And then they're just like this look of disgust came over Shaniqua's face.
I had the opposite problem. Kyle took me on a vacation. Kyle, where did we go in Arkansas? Can you say the name?
Tier 1 group training ground. They train special forces troops there. They also Maxim produced a show there called Maximum Warrior. So they've got an obstacle course, and it's a massive facility. Lots of real deal military stuff happens there.
That's so weird because I'd imagine the real estate in Arkansas is so pricey. How would they have room for all that?
So I had this thing in LA. They call me up. They're like, what, do you want to swing by here and go to this thing? Yeah, sure. So I fly back to Arkansas and we go on this weekend of bomb making and shit, right?
Jesus.
So then for the next year, I have bomb residue all over my luggage. It's like this misty powder where they're pouring things, making, and so I traveled with all this video equipment, which would make them open it. They'd swipe it for bomb residue. Yeah. There'd be bomb residue on it, all sorts of explosive shit. They're testing, and I'm like, yeah, that's because, I had this awesome weekend making bombs.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Alarm. And I just started budging it into my travel time.
I had a TSA guy once try to sell me drugs.
Really? How'd that go?
Where
were the prices okay?
I didn't get that far. He's swabbing down everything, and I was like, "What are you looking for?" At that point, I was just like, "What is this?" And he goes, "Because something set off the sensor." And he's
gotta make sure you're a Jew. Yeah.
What? Yeah. He goes, "Do you have any drugs?" And I go, "No, I don't." And he's like, and I was like, "What could have set this off?" And he goes, could be, antibiotics, or could be pills, or, whatever you might need. Not whatever you have, whatever you need. And just kind of gives me a look, and I was like, I'm good, thanks. Can I just have my bag back, please?
So he was propositioning you in a around the back way.
Well, I mean,
you're there's $140 in the pocket there. Maybe there's a little meth there when I check next time.
Yeah.
I asked if you had any drugs because it appears that you're fresh out.
Yeah. You can't sell drugs as a TSA agent with a sign.
Yeah.
No.
Or you can't do it like a scalper does, where you walk by and just real quietly be like, I got 2. Anybody need 2? I got 2. You have to be creative about it. I applaud him.
Yeah, that's really ballsy. But you can't imagine that guy's actually on the lookout for anyone nefarious, as if he's busy hiding his own drug dealings.
The problem that I have with the TSA, aside from the fact that 10% of them have been arrested for theft, no exaggeration, 10%.
Have you ever had
how many are guilty of theft?
Stolen?
I wonder.
I actually had. 9%. So when I was in college, well, they don't arrest them for theft unless they fucking know.
Yeah. I just mean the ones that didn't get caught. But carry on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the others, that's the terrifying thing. But so when I was in college, my fraternity brothers got me this really nice fraternity pin as a going away present. And So I had it, and I was going to my fraternity's convention, and so I bring it with me. And, like, that's the only time I ever wear it, like, at the convention. And so I went there, and it's in this pin box that's buried in this other thing. And so I get back from the convention, and the pin box has been, like, the cushion that you put it in has been, like, turned upside down and put back in the pin box. Ooh, so, like, this didn't fall out. Like, someone took this out, didn't know how to put it back together. And, I mean, the thing's only worth about $80, but it means a lot to me, sentiment. Like, it was a really nice gift. And so, like, I call up the airports I flew through, and I told them, and I was like, hey, someone stole jewelry out of my bag. And I was like, you know, can you check the cameras? And they're like, well, you know, you'd be surprised at how few areas there are cameras here. I'm like, I am very surprised.
This is an airport.
I want to work on that.
And they didn't seem to be concerned at all. And finally, I just go, hey, man, I know you don't care if I get my stuff back, but do you think that this guy's retiring off an $80 pin? Like, you have a thief working for you. You don't care to find him? And, like, they just didn't see it as priority at all.
Yeah, that's like, if you ever lose something in an airport.
I had belts stolen, which is, like, I guess probably a similar price. Like, and it sounds stupid, right? I had 2 belts in my bag for this, like, 10-day business trip. Like, and it was like, those are the only 2 belts that I have brought with me, of course. I don't have an extra. So I get there to where I'm going.
One for you and one for the hooker.
Yeah, it's not one to beat her with and one to wear. There you go. And they took my wearing belt and my whipping belt. I had nothing. My hands were bruised from beating her all week. It was terrible. But they clearly went in the bag, took those, because they were like, I don't know. I'm not like an obsessive packer, but I like put the belts together and like kind of cinched it together and put it in a certain spot, and like I knew it was there. And like the socks were inside of the O that the belt created. Like I know they were there. You went in, unzipped, and like we're like, oh, that's kind of nice right there. You think that looked good on me? Yeah. You're 34, aren't you? Yep, sure. Yeah, all right. Let me get this old piece of shit off. And like, there's some dude wearing my goddamn belt right now at the Atlanta airport. Like,
they should have at least
looking for wearing your pin. Yeah. He's wearing your pin, wearing my belt, just stealing drugs.
Trying to sell drugs.
Well, so what I got so sidetracked. But the thing that I hate about the TSA so much is that when they clearly do violate their rules or make a mistake or whatever it is, they will not admit it. They will not apologize. Asking to speak to a supervisor, all the supervisor ever does is be like, well, this is a hard job, and you should know this is a really hard job. Be like, well, yeah, but it's also difficult to get my.
What would you say the hardest part of being a TSA officer? Would you say it's all the stealing that you have going on? Would you say all the complaints that brings to your doorstep? All of the thieves you employ. Those are the big.
That's a very difficult part of the job.
Yeah. I think TSA are absolute scumbags. They don't keep us safe in any way. They've never caught a terrorist. They may have kept some terrorists from going and even trying. I suppose that's a possibility. That's feasible for me to believe, I guess. But they've never caught one. And they're never going to catch one.
And the culmination of the bit is that the reason they treat us like such shit is so that even the terrorists are like, fuck this, I'm not flying. These guys
I don't need that kind of disrespect. No.
Fuck these guys.
I'll tell you, when we commit that bombing, we are not flying Delta. You know?
I don't know who said it. It was a different comedian, but they were like, after the shoe bomber came, now suddenly everyone has to take their shoes off to pass through TSA.
Yeah, that guy.
He's like, just once, I hope there'd be some terrorist act that requires, like, for security reasons, for us to get upgraded to first class. You know, and that's their response to it. Everyone gets.
That's awesome. Jay Black has a great bit about blowing up a plane by putting a bomb inside of a crying baby. Like, can't we just have one?
Sorry, babies can't fly anymore. All your holidays are saved. You know,
you gotta check that baby, man. Come here, put it in there.
I also love.
It'll be returned to you at your gate. You know.
Yeah. It took them like a month before they stopped letting people fly with the Galaxy when it was exploding, and where they would just be like, "Everybody shut theirs off, right? Everybody agreed you shut theirs off." I was
Promise.
Like, I couldn't bring water on this motherfucker. You're letting people bring stuff that explodes and hoping that they shut them off.
Dude, the thing about that is like that was crazy that those phones were doing that, and some of you guys have probably also seen like vape pens. You know, they've got a big similar kind of battery on them that's much more powerful, and those sometimes go off kind of like a flare in your pocket, burning really hot and going crazy. But any phone, and I mean any phone that has one of those LiPro batteries that you can just, if you peck this thing hard enough with a hammer or a sharp thing, then the cells get crushed together and it starts sort of like this chain reaction begins where it's heating up and it's gonna burst into flames. And that's like every single cell phone if you hit it hard enough.
Do not tell people that.
How hard would you have to
YouTube? Hit? This isn't like top secret.
No, I'm saying don't tell security that. I want my phone. I need my phone.
Yeah.
Be bored. You just had to pierce it, you know, no harder than you hit a nail for sure.
Yeah.
Samsung's got to be fucking hurting after all this at this point. Like,
and that SeeSo video that I guess turned out to be a movie that they're shooting.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. I'm such an idiot. Oh, I bought that hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I think that's like just leaked footage from a movie that they're shooting.
Cool.
And like it's not even a Samsung that it happened, but everybody just assumed, and I was like, oh man. Johnny Samsung or whoever it is that owns that company is he's probably having a really bad day.
I have no dog in the Android iPhone fight, but even I do no research into the new phones. I just kind of get whatever one comes out when I need one, and I think I'm just gonna get an iPhone because none of those have blown up, have they? Dude. I could just get an old version with the headphone jack that doesn't explode.
I was driving home yesterday, right? So I'm on a motorcycle, and I have a Bluetooth helmet, so it's like pinging because these text messages are coming. And at first, I'm like, oh, it's Jackie, but whatever. I'm on a motorcycle. You can't, like, texting and drive is bad enough. Texting and riding a motorcycle is ridiculous, so I just ignore it. It goes off again and again. After like 3 times, I'm like, damn, this woman is so freaking persistent. Like, get it. I can't, check your text messages right now. And it goes on and on and on. About 12 messages in, I'm like, it's probably the group chat with PKA. And sure enough, I get all the way home. There's 14 unread messages, all from like Kyle and Chiz, like going back and forth and stuff. And just to piss off everyone in the conversation, I start liking all of their messages. Because if you don't have the current iOS, it repeats the whole message. If you like a picture, I'm told it's particularly effective. It's my favorite thing to do with an iPhone right now.
It's so obnoxious.
Oh, yeah.
It's so obnoxious.
As someone with a Samsung S4 right now, which is like 3 generations ago, because all it does is you'll say, Kyle will say, yeah, I'm down to play Call of Duty later tonight. And then another message will come that says, liked. Yeah, I'll play Call of Duty later tonight. Woody, liked, no, I can't play till later. Chiz. And just, it's
Woody
just,
likes an image. You get a text message notifying you that he's liked an image, or that he's liked an image, or that he's liked an image.
No,
I'm watching my phone go over there, and I can see the battery going like 29, 28, 27, and I'm just like, I'm trying to find a way. I'm so pissed off. I'm like, how do I get out of this fucking group? Can I ignore this somehow?
That's how I felt when I was riding the motorcycle. Like you guys just chatting back and forth.
What you guys are missing, though, the key to not having your phone go off too much, there's a setting where you can just not have friends.
Oh. So just forego socialization entirely.
Don't have friends. And then, it's amazing how quiet my phone is sometimes.
That's a path that you've had success with?
Yeah. You just have to not give your phone number to people ever.
Steve, do you watch the UFC?
Just say no.
What?
You said you like sports. Do you watch the UFC much?
I don't. I was I got into boxing right toward the end when people still liked boxing.
Uh-huh.
And then the UFC came, and it's just it's not a thing that's grabbed me. Although I had such a scary weekend. I was performing in Vegas the week of a big Conor McGregor fight in I think it was August. Mm-hmm. And I was performing at the MGM, which is right across from where the fight was. And so after he wins, there's thousands of people going through the MGM, just walking around with Irish flags and singing Irish songs really loudly and yelling at me that I'm not singing with them because I look. And so I had to just kind of smile and cheer and pretend to be and just fuck out of here, because it's a whole bunch of really drunk people mad that I'm not singing songs I've never heard of before.
They're like, fall in, bro, and sing the words. I want to hear them. No,
Yeah,
you
I don't
sing.
know how to-
You sing good.
Dude,
Yeah.
for a bunch of drunk Irish fight fans, they don't cause much trouble. They're just, I mean, it was like people are remarking on it. Like, dude, they're just really happy, sort of friendly, laughing at everything, there to enjoy themselves. As a group, I swear people got more violent watching that Stallone film Over the Top about arm wrestling than Irish fans do about McGregor.
When is
So
the last
funny
time like
because they think he's Irish, and then they see the hair and immediately
Yeah.
like, fall in, bro. Don't get you here.
I
Don't
thought
you
he was Irish at first. It was funny.
Everybody does.
It's like a Jehovah's Witness. He's like, have you heard the good news? like they're all just so pumped about Conor winning.
But dude, so
Let me
there's
slip
Oh, go
slip
ahead.
an ad read in here. About time. Let me tell everyone about Squarespace. We just want everyone to remember this episode of Painkiller Ready is being brought to you by Squarespace. When you use their service, your sites will look professionally designed regardless of your skill level. There's no coding required. They use intuitive and easy-to-use tools. Squarespace has state-of-the-art technology powering your site to ensure security and stability. They're trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. So start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use our offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace, build it beautiful. So whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today and go to squarespace.com/PKA. It's here. And let me tell everyone a little bit about, the new one. Let me slip him in there. SmartyPants vitamins. SmartyPants makes the galaxy's best tasting gummy vitamins for adults and kids, combining omega-3, DHA, EPA fish oil, vitamin D3 and B12, as well as methylfolate. It's very important you get your methylfolate every day, guys.
I'm not
And to put
sure
it
if I've had enough methylfolate, to be honest
If
with
you,
you.
you know what I've heard, if you
Don't
think you
have
need
one,
some
Michael.
methylfolate, sorry.
Let's face it, beer doesn't have many vitamins. And to put it politely, that's why SmartyPants masterminded a gummy vitamin made for men, packed with 15 essential nutrients, including CoQ10, a high-potency B12, zinc, omega-3 fish oil, and lycopene. Yes, lycopene, another essential. They're soft and delicious on the outside, and a stealth ninja on the inside. Available almost everywhere, including Amazon Prime, Target, and Whole Foods. But if you're looking to start your year off right with more nutrients and less beer, here's a little tip for you. From January 6th through 8th, Whole Foods is offering some serious discounts on SmartyPants. So get out, and get yourself set up for full ninja awesomeness in 2017. SmartyPants vitamins, how smart guys do healthy. That's their ad read.
Ever
All
since
right.
I've been
Well, I'm
living with
excited to get my-
CoQ10, the ladies have been telling me CuQ10.
Oh, that's a terrible joke. All right.
Oh man,
Oh, do
Whereas
better.
you just lost the sponsor.
I bet we get they write in. Actually, when you said CoQ10, that's not the vitamin that's in there. Can you correct that next time?
I think CoQ10 is right.
Oh yeah, that was the right one. CQO, whatever you said. But
CU.
I can't wait for my
CuQ10.
smart my smart way to stay healthy to show up. I'm gonna try it out. The only time you remember to take vitamins is if they're gummy.
I've been looking
Right?
at no joke. You can't see it, but in the overlay, there's a picture, and they look like Sour Patch Kids almost. They look delicious. As far as I can tell, it's like frosted sugar coating gummy vitamins. It looks
No.
great.
They're coated in the methylfolate. Okay, that's the coating.
I'm just
Good
going by the picture. I don't know. But they look great. They really do.
Yeah.
Well, check them out.
All right. The big fights this week. So there's an especially big fight on Friday, which for people watching this is yesterday, and I'm pretty
It's
psyched
Ronda
about it.
Rousey it's Ronda Rousey coming back after a year off of not fighting after she got her mouth busted up
There's
over
a real
year ago.
mystery, dude. The hype for this fight is sucking me in a way that I didn't expect it to. So Ronda Rousey is not hyping it, and never in history has anyone ever been removed from their media obligations. They always have to go there.
Excused is the right word, don't you
Thank
think?
you. Yeah.
Excused from her media
Excused.
obligations.
And they also did her opponent too, to keep things fair. But so the head.
or her opponent doesn't speak any fucking English. So she.
You know what? Since I've been railing against her English, I've heard more interviews from her. It's a little better than I thought it was, but
I've heard 3 interviews and I was not impressed. And in the teaser, she's like, Ronda had her time. Now is my time. And like that's one of her like badass soundbite, right? And then they come back at the very end of the teaser, and she's like, "No one take this belt from me." And it's like, come on! Like. Meanwhile, you get Conor McGregor like, "You'll do if I get nothing. You'll do if I get nothing." Like launching water bottles at the crowd. Like
Monster.
that guy can fucking pump a fight up and then put on a show. Meanwhile,
How many takes do you think it took to get that?
37.
Which is like Ronda time.
In the build-up to Eddie Alvarez versus Conor McGregor, they're at the press conference arguing with themselves. Dana White slides over and removes all the cans of Monster Energy away from Conor McGregor so he can't throw them. It was great.
So do you guys know MMA Roasted?
No, I haven't heard of that.
So MMA Roasted is a really big Twitter account where actually all the fighters follow it and they interact with it and stuff. And it's my old roommate that runs it, a comedian named Adam Hunter. And it is amazing how just seeing how much people get into it, because it's a space that there aren't a ton of comics occupying that space right now. And so it's basically him and Joe Rogan are pretty much the people who do it. But that has a huge following, and I don't know much about it. He's like, "Yeah, you should write for this." I was like, "I don't know what I would write. I'm just not knowledgeable enough about the sport."
Is he the same guy that flew back from Australia with Rogan and said things about Cyborg and does a lot of the jokes for people on the Comedy Central specials?
No. So it's just it's a separate thing. I think Adam's been on Rogan's podcast, but I think you're thinking of someone else.
Ari
Shaffir?
Could be. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Well, anyway, Kyle, did you place your bet? That's where I'm headed with all this.
I've been trying to get my money on there, and I don't know how. My bank isn't supported, and I go through two of my credit cards, and neither of those were. And I've got a third credit card somewhere that I just don't keep in my wallet because it's got a larger limit on it. I just whatever. And I've been looking for it, and I can't find my goddamn credit card. So now I'm like, oh shit, does somebody have my good credit card? Fucking going to town. So now I'm more worried about identity theft than I am placing a bet on Amanda Nunes. But realistically, yeah, I haven't placed it yet. I'm trying to. I spent maybe an hour trying to the night before last, and then maybe 30 minutes last night, and haven't been able to. Do you know where the place to do it is? Because I just found, I can't remember, maybe Bodog or something like that. I don't remember the exact site I was on, but
I've heard of that. Dude, Neil Magny is the sure thing. Now, my last couple sure things, I forget what they were. Oh,
a bet. I didn't
Alvarez
catch.
losing.
Is he a fighter?
Alvarez beating Conor was one, and I just knew would happen, and Hillary beating Trump was the other that I just knew would happen. So I'm kind of on a cold streak, but I'm going to turn this franchise around with Neil Magny. That guy is going to beat Johnny Hendricks like a
Are you going to go 10,000 like you were going to do on Hillary?
No, I'm not. I'm going to keep my money in my pocket. But I am so this is the most sure thing I've seen since Hillary beating Trump.
Yeah, man.
Now, I once had a dream where I woke up and I realized I had a dream. I was the Chargers. It was the Chargers beat the Cardinals in the Super Bowl. And I was okay, that's a weird dream. But I was you know what? Let me bet on each. And this is before the NFL season started. So I was let me bet on each one of them to win the Super Bowl and see what happens. And you know what happened? I think the Chargers went 6-8, and they were the better, or 6-10, and they were the better of the two teams that year. So didn't work out so good. Bad dream, real bad.
Not
dream.
a prophetic dream at all. I think I don't have a dream supporting my opinion, but more just kind of looking at the two sums that are coming together Friday night with Ronda Rousey and Nunes, however the fuck you pronounce her silly name. I feel bad for Nunes because, for those who don't know, she's the first gay champion ever of any fighting sport, man or woman, openly gay at least. She wears the rainbow mouth guard and everything. But she's getting no press for this. And, the promos are even touting her opponent, the challenger, as the most dangerous woman in the world is back. And then they play kind of a Wonder Woman almost rip-off riff, and Ronda's standing there on a salt, on salt flats, with lightning bolts going off around her. Meanwhile, we watched a blonde girl whose fighter name is The Preacher's Daughter make her cry a year ago. What are we talking about? Any one of us here could fucking sucker punch Ronda and she'd have the same reaction. Like the most dangerous woman in the world. Like, no, she's the most dangerous woman in almost every room she ever walks in. But Friday night, she's going to go fight somebody who's really fucking tough too. And I hope she loses. I want her to lose so bad because it'll end her career. It'll end Ronda's career right there. That's it.
This goes like great with something that I was reading about you, Steve, with the Babe Ruth thing, going the conversation of like, how well would Babe Ruth do in today's, like I've talked about this before with MMA, like the reason Ronda got smashed so embarrassingly in whatever fight that was is because we're watching the inception of a new sport. Like she's the best of the best in this barely out of its infancy sport, but all it takes is for some other person to be a little better, come in and beat the shit out of them because that bar is still so low, because it's such a new sport. And then, 20 years from now, the best female MMA fighter in 20 years, it wouldn't even be a contest. She would brutalize Ronda Rousey.
I've watched all of Ronda's previous fights this week. I think all of them. Almost all of them are either on like Fight Pass or on YouTube for free. And man, she beat up on some opponents who really didn't seem like they knew what they were doing and didn't seem to be able to defend themselves on the ground. And didn't seem to have a plan for avoiding the judo. It seemed like the first person she fought who had who had anti-judo training was Holly Holm, and then she loses. I think Nunes hits harder than Ronda. If Nunes can keep Ronda from putting her on the ground, if they get in the clinch and she tuckers Ronda out, while at the same time not losing all of her own energy, I think she wins. I think she can knock Ronda out. She has legitimate knockout power at bantamweight, which probably no one else does. And I think she could knock Ronda out. She could definitely do that. I don't think she gets armbarred in the first round like we watched all those like Pilates instructors and girls who were trying to lose some weight and all that bullshit.
Accountants. Yeah,
you're watching a bronze medal Olympian run in there and fucking torque somebody's arm out of its socket who was
a certified public accountant who got into MMA to lose weight, and now she's getting her ass kicked by Ronda.
It's not surprising she couldn't defend against that. But now she's fighting against a BJJ black belt in Amanda Nunes, someone who hits hard, someone who's incredibly motivated. I have this. Maybe it's racist even to think this, but I think that because I think she's Portuguese, maybe.
Brazilian, so she speaks Portuguese.
Okay, I can't see her having the same sort of like, oh, I'm the champion. I better start looking for Expendables 4 movie deals. That's what I'm focused on. I just imagine her like trying to get more reps in or try to improve her boxing every day, trying to hit harder, trying to be faster, trying to like learn a new martial art or something. I can't see her getting lazy and slow. I can see her beating up Ronda though, and the odds are in the bettor's favor in this one. I think odds are I think that Ronda wins though. I mean that's the more likely outcome. But in my opinion, what's going to happen is that Nunes is going to win. It's going to be shocking.
Ronda
and Joe Rogan's face is going to melt like on Raiders of the Lost Ark when all the Nazis' faces melted with the claymation. It's going to be great.
I'm excited about the card. There's a bunch of fights on there. One guy,
a couple guys didn't make weight.
Yeah.
The fights go on. The opponents get 20 and 30% of their purses respectively. So. That's all good, but
yeah, it's 20%, and the guy who made weight has the option to decline the fight, but
they both stepped up.
Yeah, in this case, they both decided to fight.
Yeah,
so, yeah. The choice.
Would the guy still get paid if he was like, "No, I'm not going to fight you," because otherwise, it's kind of forcing him to do it anyway.
Typically, what happens is this is the choice they have to make. Like, let's say you and I are fighting, you didn't make weight. I get 20% of your purse, and otherwise the fight is the same. If we don't fight, I get my show money. So I might get like 45 grand to show and another 45 grand if I win. Well, the opportunity to win is gone. So I just get my show money. And then my next fight is rescheduled usually pretty quickly, like, 8 weeks later. So I get my, the amount I would get if I lost, and then another fight very soon. And of course they have to do a whole nother training camp. So sometimes they go the other way.
They took 30% of one of the guys' purses. It was 20 from one and 30 from the other. Yeah, I don't know why. I did notice that one of the guys was off weight by like 4.5 pounds, I think. So maybe that was punitive damages. They're like, you didn't even try. So I don't know how that goes. I want to ask you this, buddy, because you mentioned the 45 to show, 45 to win, or whatever. What would it take to get? All right, first of all, I'm sure you know. What weight class would you fight in if I gave you a 12-week train? You get it.
Sorry.
We give you a 12-week training camp, and Worst tasted music ever.
Unprofessional.
Let's say we give.
Hey, I like
Woody,
T-Swift.
we're gonna give you a 16-week training camp to get into like Woody Prime, and you have no other obligations. We're even gonna send a film crew to document this thing. 100% focus. What weight class do you fight in, and what show money do you need to actually step into the octagon against like a legitimate fighter? Like, we're not talking about some guy who's, oh yeah, this is Jimmy Page. He fought 6 years ago. He's coming back in. Let's see if he's got any ring rust.
And you
like,
can't
you're
get
fighting
Celebrity
like
versus Junior
TJ
Accountant.
Dillashaw or something.
Right.
Like,
So I currently weigh 207. I guess if you gave me 16 weeks and a lot of energy and such, I could make the 185, maybe.
oh, come on, you're gonna cut weight too now.
Or you know what you
well,
could do?
it's harder
This-
to cut weight when it's in fat than it is in muscle. So that would probably be my situation. Real muscular, thin guys have an easier time draining the water than chubby guys. Just why Johnny
4
Hendricks.
months now.
Maybe-
You got 4 months.
4 months.
Maybe you could. You're going into it just trying not to die in men's MMA. Maybe you transition as into a woman real quick in those 4 months.
That's the
Go
ticket.
in and just run, roughshod over the entire, Martina Woodworth, running roughshod over the competition. They're like, you can't fight here, Matt. Why not? Because you still have chest hair. You still have chest hair in your penis. We can see it in your shorts.
We can see
Did
it
you
in your
say chest
bikini.
hair on your penis?
No, chest hair and a penis.
Oh,
Things that they would
okay.
see and say you shouldn't be able to fight women with your man shoulders and your man hands, like those
I was like,
punches that
that's-
only men can throw because your body just pivots that way.
I've
Like
kind of
that-
had
That's
female
a
hips
super
though.
impressive
Like I might
amount
fool.
of chest hair. If it goes all the way down to your penis, or a super impressively big penis if it goes all the way up to your chest hair.
Either way, either one would be a problem for endeavoring into female MMA.
I don't think I could make
This, like,
170. And
What-
so- it would
I
have-
think you could make 172. But
don't
the
think
question
so.
really is, we know you're gonna get roughed up, right? Like that's the plan. That's what any of us think. If we're going against a professional fighter, if we were talking about football or baseball or even hockey, in you guys' cases, if we were talking about putting you in there with like a Crosby or somebody, you'd be like, well, the plan is not to die.
I've
The
rolled
plan
with
is not
Joe
to be
before.
humiliated.
It's remarkable if anything I want to happen actually happens.
There you go. How much money does it take? And we're talking show money, right? Like this is that guaranteed money that you step in there, and as long as you don't like mid-round hop the side of the ring and like crawl out and run away literally in disgrace, like you get your 45 grand. How much does it take?
I definitely do it for 30.
Woo!
30
Yeah.
grand?
I get in, it would be
0%.
That's what I wanted to hear from Woody. I knew
How
Woody
little-
wasn't going to be like, 185,000 because that would
no.
that would do this and that. Woody's like, well, this is kind of an opportunity if you look at it. So
What is it
30
called when
grand?
the players
How
go
little
to
do you
like
have going for you right now that 30 grand is worth?
Your life potentially.
he's got
Yeah.
some experience though. He's got a bit of jiu-jitsu training. He's got
it
some
would
boxing.
not get me far
No,
in the
it wouldn't.
UFC.
but what I'm saying is, like, Steve, I don't know how many times you've been punched in the face, but Woody's been punched more, I bet. Like he's
Probably.
gotten a little bit more used to it than the
This
average
won't
person.
impact my win-loss percentage, right? I've got plenty of sparring. It'll be a loss, but it'll be the same percent.
He knows how to his eyes and ears so he doesn't lose anything important.
Is
you
it
know?
called Dream Camp? What is it called when you go and play with the Yankees?
Fantasy camp.
Fantasy Camp. This would be like Fantasy Camp with more blood, right? Like I think this would be really cool. I would
This
definitely.
is not a sport that you'd want to have fantasy camp in, though, because you're like, think about it. Like 30 grand, you go in there, yeah. So what? It's a competition, but that guy, one bad punch and you fall on your head wrong. It's like, oh well, yeah, that 30 grand's
dude.
great. It's gonna pay for my,
I would
mush up my
spend my
food for the rest of my
16
life.
weeks of training camp launching a charm offensive against my opponent to really get on his good side, right? Like,
I love you letters like hearts and stuff.
right,
like
it
little
doesn't
fun
matter
facts.
if he's 15 years younger than me. I'd still call him like Mr. Lozon, right? You know, the
You know
whole
what
way
I would
through.
do? I would be like,
Sir.
I would publicly in front of everyone be like, yeah, well, I'm gonna go down in the first. I'm gonna go down in the first. Bet money on me down in the first. You know,
I pick a really painless way to lose.
Like, got a lot of respect in that.
Then they'd dance around you and force me to hit them, and they're like iron, Soviet jaw of whatever monster they put in there with me.
I just go in there and like, there's no way Robbie Lawler could land a rear naked choke on me, which is like a really nice way to lose. It doesn't hurt. You just tap. You're finished. Like, I don't know.
I would not fight an up-and-coming 13-year-old MMA fighter.
Dude, so I fought but I sparred with and rolled with this 16-year-old at Lozon's thing. Now, I think he might be pro now because I saw him on Facebook, like, winning his fight. But that kid was clearly... He was not giving 100% to own me. Like, I could tell he was being kind, and I
was
still
he throwing leg
appreciate
kicks?
Oh, no, but fucking Adam...
I tell you what, leg kicks are the least cool thing to do to anyone who is not on the same level as you.
Yeah.
It's just not... Because there's a level that people get to with, like, martial arts, I guess, let's just say, where their kicks go up, like, 3 levels at once. It's like they really ranked up. And it's just otherworldly. I can't kick anywhere near that hard. I can't fold the heavy bag. I think Woody can. Some of those, I've seen women who can, and I've seen men who kick it so hard that there is a concussive boom.
Yeah.
Like, and you're just like, what if that was my rib cage? God,
right.
Like, fucking tuck your elbows. God damn.
Yeah, like I can fold it, but I know guys who do what you're talking about. Like there was a Muay Thai guy at Joe's gym, and that guy, every time people are kicking the heavy bag, it's whatever, and then he kicks it, and it's a spectacle. Everyone is just like, I don't know how much more this bag can take.
What does folding the heavy bag mean?
Well, when you normally when you kick a heavy bag, it just kind of swings a little bit, but if you kick it hard, it just bends and folds on his shin.
It does that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a no.
Oh my God.
You have to kick it very hard.
You're talking about like a full body kick, like rotating your hips and full swing, and like there are guys who spend hours practicing this kick every day, all day, and being accurate with it. And then in a fight, they're directing it like right at a certain muscle group on your knee, right at a joint, and for round after round, they'll just punish you with it. And it's got to be the most excruciating part of mixed martial arts, other than the mat being sandpaper that you're rolling around on.
I was at Joe's gym and I'm kicking bags and I'm trying to show off a little bit, and whatever.
You're giving 100% so that they think that you, and so that they think that there's
so that they think that's your 70%.
Yes, and they're thinking that like this. But all right, let me give 1,000%, and they'll think this is my daily workout. Like you're like that guy in Gattaca who's like pretending like he's not breathing at all, but really he's just all fucking out, giving it all he's got. He gets to the locker room just like.
So I'm there. I'm kicking bags with everything I have, and one of his bags, I kick it, and I'm like injured now. Like I can and I'm like, what the fuck is that bag? And they're like, yeah, that one's got a hard spot. A hard spot? A hard spot in a heavy bag? In like the kicking, like what the fuck? And they're all like,
shit out of that so much it's developing scar tissue.
Yeah,
but the rags inside of it needed to be like loosened or fluffed or something. They were packed hard. It was like cement. I really did limp for days. I felt like they should wrap caution tape around this heavy bag, like not so people knew not to hit it. It was ridiculous.
Woody, you know what else has hard spots? People.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's true. That skull, you want to be prepared for that skull kick.
Yeah.
But you're probably going to be on the receiving end of it in your fight. But I have a question for Steve that's about, like, I've wondered this because I know you're, like, if you guys don't know anything about Steve, YouTube him and you'll find him destroying hecklers. And something I've wondered, because a lot of comedians pride themselves on the heckler thing, and obviously you're very skilled at it, and so you must kind of like it when they pop up because it's an opportunity to riff or whatever. Do you ever watch clips of comedians who are supposedly really good with hecklers and suspect that their plants are set up or that it's just because I've watched certain videos where people in the comments will say, oh, this looks really set up, and I don't know if maybe as an inside guy you can tell.
No, absolutely not. The idea of that happening maybe 5 times in history.
Really?
Like
I don't know any cases.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, and I'm saying outside of Andy Kaufman, obviously, But like, comics aren't the idea. I mean, there's so much that goes into that. First of all, the idea, I don't like when it happens. You know, I have material that I want to do, and I'd much rather do that. I happen to be good at it, but that doesn't mean I enjoy it. I like the victory of it, but while it's happening, you know, you don't know how it's going to go. And there are times, I mean, there are clips I don't post where it gets violent and awkward. You know, like you can't, I mean, it's just literally someone who's out of control and has to be dragged out of a room. I'm like, that's not a good clip to watch.
Is it
I mean,
an
I guess.
easy win, though? Like,
what?
I've been in positions where, like, I'm the guy with the mic, right? And, like, all I have to say is, like, that's not what your mom thinks or whatever, and the crowd goes wild.
But that's the thing. The win is not besting them. The win is besting them while keeping it light. Like, the win is being able to get back to material.
Okay.
Like, is letting the show not get out of control. And, you know, okay, so in terms of addressing the fake heckler thing, because there are some people, every time I have a clip go viral, there will be someone on it be like, it's fake, and he pays actors, and I'm like, okay, walk me through the logistics of this. Come on, smart guy. Let's go through this. First thing, these clips happen all over the world. So if I'm hiring actors, where am I getting them from? What am I paying them? How are there not casting notices everywhere? Why is there no proof of this anywhere? Why have none of the people come forward? If I have these clips happen at colleges with students, did I plant the student there? Did I convince someone to go to this school for 3 years so that one day I could have 5 minutes of fun at their expense?
Long con. Yeah. Is that what you said?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a very long, very
$150,000
expensive
con. Yeah. The idea of, like, what about their families? Are they in on it? Are they all actors also? And are we all good enough actors to never break? Like, when someone sees someone doing something good and immediately assumes it's fake, it's because they're not good at it. And so they can't fathom a world where someone else can be. But, like, I'm not as good with hecklers as Jimmy Carr. I think Jimmy Carr is the absolute best in the world at this. But, you know, I'm top 5. And so if you watch the guy who's known for being very good with hecklers being good with a heckler, wouldn't you just be like, oh, well, he's good at that? The same way that, like, I watch LeBron dunk and I go, how the fuck? You know, like, how the fuck can a human being do that? But you go, oh, well, a lot of human beings can actually do that. In fact, LeBron isn't even the best dunker in the NBA. So it's people who, it's the thing I'm best at in the world. And for people to just assume it's not real because I'm good at it is so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like with a lot of conspiracy theories, you get to the point where there's like a threshold of there's too many people involved and not enough payout to where it's like, all right, so is there just one section at all of Steve's shows where all of his, this little conclave of idiot sheep followers sit there with their scripts on note cards until, you know, after you order the second drink, I'm going to wink at you. And that's when you know the insult's coming. Be ready. Like that would be more effort than it's worth.
Is the club in on it? Like,
it'd have to be, you know?
Right. The club would have to be in on it. And also, if I do this, am I so good at disguising it? Am I so brilliant that I do it every 10 or 15 shows just so no one will be on to me? Like,
and it doesn't seem like it'd be a fun job to be like, yeah, I want to be the guy that stands up, and then everybody looks at me for the next 40 minutes thinking, what a fool, what a foolish idiot you turned out to be, guy in the red shirt or whatever.
If that were true, it would have been exposed by now in this era of social media. We saw that happen when Hillary Clinton starts putting out those fake pictures of her on the trail or at the grocery store. It quickly, the internet quickly... The internet quickly finds out that no, that lady that she keeps miraculously being photographed with at random as part of some like PR firm that works with them. Like they're all posed pictures. It's, you know that like 5 adults sat in a boardroom and were like, what if she was on a trail? You know, that shows that she's out and about. You know, she's physically active. That's something we're trying to push now.
And the same thing, and it's not just one side either, because you also saw that with, you know, when Trump had the paid people behind him. Because you know how that came out? One of them talked. Because that's how people are. Like, that's how...
Why did he pay people to go behind him?
What?
Why would he pay, or what people did he pay to go behind? I'm curious about that because his rallies were gigantic.
They didn't cover that on Fox.
It was earlier on, and it was to get diversity.
Oh, so he was like, he went to like a stock photo and was like, all right, we need a curly-headed black woman. We need this Eastern Asian gentleman. Let's get an Indian too. Let's try and, big swaths over the whole continent.
Let's have them all hold hands.
He was very focused on race relations throughout the election, so that does make sense. He was reaching out heavily to the black and brown communities.
It was for the ability to be like, see, I got one, right? I got one.
He's got a few, to be fair. He's got a couple.
I know.
Got Omarosa back there with him.
That's what politics is. But anyway, the idea of why hasn't and I get in the beginning, absolutely. But I'm at 62 million views now. If there was someone that I hired, wouldn't someone have come forward?
Probably, but it would have been on Twitter or something. There would have been someone would have put it together and they'd have been like, aha! Here he is exposed, everyone. Look, it's the same heckler in 3 clubs across the country. They're all saying the same thing.
Well, I've discovered that anyone who has the argument of I don't have to put it together for you, you can just look yourself, means I got shit. I got nothing.
Yeah, when people say something like, I don't have to educate you, it's like, then what's the point of this conversation? If the second I'm like, can you prove that? Can you give me something to go off of? Throw me a link, maybe? It's like, no, actually, fuck you. I didn't get that far in my own research, and I'm not going to further my research for you now.
I had someone accuse me, and the link that they put as proof was of someone else accusing me.
Ah, that does it. Yeah. Hearsay.
Now you're caught in a vortex. So
yeah, exactly. And just the idea, look, let's say it's true. Holy fuck, I'd be a good actor. I don't know if you guys have seen any of the acting I have done. I'm not very good. Kind of wooden. I've been in 2 movies, and I was a 6 at best. So the idea that I'm able to have this viral empire of everything that it takes acting, and that I've also written 6 hours of material to disguise this.
Yeah.
I've got 6 albums. I'm about to record my 7th. And none of them have any crowd work at all. I guess no. There's one where I do a Q&A at the end because I do ad lib sometimes, but it's not there's no heckler stuff.
Yeah, I didn't think that they were set up or fake or anything. I've watched your clips several times in the past. I always thought it was very funny. I hate hecklers. I haven't been to a ton of comedy clubs, but one of my the most memorable experience was taking my then girlfriend at the time to a comedy club. May have been New Year's even, so almost a perfect anniversary here. But I remember being in line outside the comedy club, and there was this obnoxiously drunk blonde woman who was about 37 years old, and she was just falling all over the place and being incredibly loud and obnoxious, so that anyone within 10 spaces of her in line was clearly hearing every belligerent thing she said, and she just thought she was so funny. She kept and I looked at my girlfriend and I went, that cunt is gonna be a problem. Those were my words. And sure enough, we get in there, and the comic was, I think his last name's Blue or something. Josh Blue, the disabled guy, the guy who's in the Special Olympics. Very funny guy, and he has to be shut up, this isn't about you. What are you doing? And she's like, it's just like that. He's like, what are you filling in my punchlines? What are you doing? What are you doing? And by the end, he has to stop the whole show, and everybody's just the woman ends up being taken out of the place, and she was crying. She cried like she was the victim. And I just wish I wanted someone to start booting her in the ass. Remember when Bart Simpson got in trouble in Australia that time, and his punishment was a booting? Yeah. They were going to put on that enormous boot and kick it in the ass. And of course, it was a ripoff of the American teens in Thailand spray painting cars and getting caned at the time.
Singapore.
But that's what Singapore. Thank you. But that's exactly what she needed. She needed a booting out that door. She needed to get kicked so hard in her fat ass.
There was once where some guy was interrupting me a bunch, and I just, I brush it off pretty quickly. The first thing I said, and I've done this a couple times, where someone will mumble something, and I'll be like, I know what you said, but it was probably stupid. And then I go back into my act, and then he says something again, And I'm just like, I just turn around, I go, hey, buddy, no one wants this. Like, whatever you think you're doing right now is the wrong thing to do. And like, it happens a couple times. Finally, he shuts up. And so then after the show, he comes over and he goes, hey, man, I didn't mean anything by it. My friend's a comic, and, and he's told me that, like, that's like a good thing to do. And I just look at him and I go, your friend's a shit comic. And he was like, what? I go, your friend is a shitty, talentless comic. And he's like, how do you know? I was like, look, I don't know who your friend is, but if someone tells someone, I was like, comics know that that's not true. So your friend, as you're describing him as a comic, is someone who's done comedy a couple of times and his material was garbage. So then he needed someone like you to try to bail him out. But professionals don't need you. That's why we're able to do shows when you're not there. And like, I had someone come up to me afterward once that was just like, oh, did you see what we did up there? And I just look at her and I go, no, there's no we. That's what I did. Yeah. Like you threw something at my race car while I was driving around. Like, you jumped in front of my car. I ran over you and still won the race. That doesn't make you a hero. That means you got run over.
But for them, they were part of the story, and that's all they really want, I think. Yeah. Right?
It's such crap, but it's the same way that, like, the people one of my recent clips was I talk about the whole idea of, like, people posting shitty things on someone's video, being like, I didn't like this, and how that makes you such a dick. And at the end, and I was performing with Jay Black, who I mentioned earlier. He's a buddy of mine. And someone yells out that they like Jay Black better. And so I was like, oh, that's great. He's actually a very close friend of mine, and it's wonderful that you like him, and I think he's hilarious. But he's going to be very disappointed to find out that he's big on the asshole demographic. Like, to find out that, like, dickheads really enjoy him. That, like, his biggest fan in the room is a total fucking prick. And I just, like, went off on that for a while. And the reason why, it's like every time someone is an absolute dick or completely racist or horribly sexist or homophobic in their comments about how they don't like me, I'm just like, good. I'm so glad you don't find me funny. Like, I'm so glad that someone who's such a shitty, horrible human being doesn't enjoy me. Because what would that say about me?
I've never done
it. Well, we cast a wide net to all of those dejected from Steve, all you reprehensible people. Come. You're welcome. It's our fault.
I've never done it. I've never been that heckler. I've been to, I don't know, not many comedy shows, 2, 3.
Yeah.
But
why would you be, though?
Well, I don't want to be a dick. This is why I behave. But I tell you, there is a part of me that almost appreciates the idiot in the crowd. Feels like he did do a role. His role, of course, was getting his ass kicked. But, like, there's a twisted part of me that sees their point and feels like comics, who all seem to be unanimously in agreement, hate it more than it's called for.
Well, think about it this way. Does that person have a point during a play?
No.
Or a magic show? I see it! He tucked it under the bottom! Hey! Show us the bottom now! Show us the bottom of the deck! He's not a wizard! Hey! Let's get the fuck out of here, guys! Come on, let's go! It's exactly like that.
You make a good point.
There's timing, right? Like he talked about being able to do this thing with or without an audience. That's because there's, like, this comedic timing. There's this, it's almost like music. There's this ba-da-da-dun-da,
Yeah.
And if he comes in right as you're going ba-da-da-da, you're like, well, the da-da is going to have no effect now. Like, they forgot what the joke was even about. You cunt. You just made me unfunny.
Imagine if, like, during a baseball game, someone from the crowd just decided to stand in front of the pitcher. And just thought that was okay. Be like, he's going to have to pitch around me. Yeah. Isn't that going to make this game different?
One hell of a breaking ball.
Certainly will be unique. Yeah.
Comedy is theater. Just like a play is. Comedy is theater. And we all come in there, and yes, do we have the ability to ad-lib and move around and bob and weave more than the average play? Absolutely. But at the same time, I'm coming in to work on specific jokes. And so when I go do a show, I have an hour of what I want to present. And sometimes the way the material is working or a new idea I have or whatever might change that. But at the same time, like, one crowd member doesn't get to decide to change it. Because if that's the right thing to do, then how come all 200 people aren't doing it? And imagine what a shit show it would be if all 200 people were doing it.
It's definitely a bad thing. I understand what Woody's saying in that Like if you're someone like me who would go see a comedy show and not interrupt and just sit there and watch it, I'm enjoying watching the comedian because it's funny. And then if some asshole stands up, it just kind of, as another third-party viewer, it just becomes a different comedy scene you're watching. Where you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, now obviously the guy with the mic's going to roast this guy and it'll be funny. And then he'll go back to doing funny things. But for the person in the audience, it's almost like, oh, I really hope he lays into him. I hope he really fucking, digs that knife in. And,
but at the same time, most of the time, hecklers are not standing up and saying something where it's a direct. It's literally someone who just won't shut up the whole fucking show. And who just, like, on everything, they just have a, like, there was one woman in Vegas, and I haven't put the clip up yet. I think I'm going to put it up next week. But there was one woman in Vegas who just wouldn't shut up through the show. She just and so I do this joke early on. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I said something about I was like, yeah, there are slot machines at the airport here. And she just goes, terrible ones. And I'm like, yeah, so, and I'm trying to get back into the joke. And she's just like, they suck. And I'm like, yeah, I get that everyone has an opinion on everything I say. Yeah. But imagine if we just all said that, and that's the problem with most hecklers are the people who, the person at the next table is just like, shut up, I want to listen to this person. I want to hear the act on stage, and I can't because your incessant blabber won't fucking stop.
And in for every one person that pops up that's really good, where you can post a clip of it, for every one of those guys, there's got to be 100 just murmuring and clinking the ice around and just being generally unpleasant to the point where they're not even giving you a line to work off of. They're just being disruptive.
In my mind's eye, the heckler that I was, I don't want to say rooting for, but enjoying, he had a clever thing to say. He had a punchline that was almost as good as yours. He had, found a moment of hypocrisy in your routine or something like that, gets the performer to really, I don't know, show his wit and,
Oh yeah, I mean, that would be great if an amateur was just as funny as someone who's been doing it 15 years, but that is very, very rare. And that's the ego that it takes someone where just be like, I'm just as funny. It'd be like, this isn't just about being funny. There's a science to this.
It's easier to add to than it is to create, though, right?
Yes.
If you were doing your routine and I just had to come up with 6 snarky seconds in the next hour, maybe I could.
Well, I had one, and I was so mad that I was not recording the show. This was when I had a flip camera, and so I could only tape one of the 2 shows on a Friday or Saturday. Mm-hmm. And I'd recorded the early one. And there was this one woman who wouldn't shut up the whole fucking show. She just kept going on and on and on. And so, I dealt with her a little bit, and I went back to the show. And then at the end, I haven't done my closer yet. And I say something about, thanking people for coming. And I'm about to set up the closer. And, and I say, hey, I really appreciate, you guys all being here. I enjoy what I do. And she goes, that's because it's easy. And that fucking pissed me off. So I was like, okay. You think this is easy? And now you never invite the heckler up to the stage. But I was like, this will be a fun bet because I still have my closer left. Uh-huh. And this is a woman who's been drunk the whole night. So I go, how about you come up here, you do 5 minutes, then I'll do 5 minutes, and we'll see how easy it is. So she starts to get up, and I go, no, let's put money on it. I got $100 says this isn't easy. And I happen to be paid the night before in $100 bills. So I take out a $100 bill, which is awesome as an intimidation factor. Because it wasn't like, let me count all these 5s. It was just like, all right,
let's pay $97.
Change the bet.
Exactly. Do you take Groupon?
Can I Venmo you this?
Yeah. So I take it out and I do the whole kind of crisp the money thing, and so she starts getting up, and I go, no, put your money on the table. I was like, I want to show that you're serious about this. Put your money on the table. So then she stops, and she goes, well, it's been really hard at work lately, and, I don't know if I want to gamble that kind of money. And so then I go, okay, so if I understand you correctly, not only are you not good enough at my job to make $100, you're not good enough at your job to make $100. And it was just it was one of those things where I was like, fuck, if I had that on camera, that would have been a use.
That's a good one. That's really good.
It was just, I mean, it was just someone being, and that's the thing. So much of heckling comes from ego. And so a lot of the response from it, it's a psychological thing. And if you really look at my clips and break them down, you'll see that a lot of it is I'm just trying to undermine what they're doing. I'm not swinging back at them. What I'm doing is they're swinging at me. I'm stepping aside and shoving them to the ground. Like that's the difference. And that's why I think
people at that show found that. I bet the people who went to that show, the one with the female heckler who couldn't do either job well, I bet they thought that the ending there, where you put her down, was one of the best parts of the night.
Oh, I'm sure they did, but that doesn't mean I should be forced to do it.
I hear you. Yeah. I just and
I like the part of the football game where they
behave.
tackle the streaker.
There's just a piece of me. There's just a piece of me that appreciates the art of knocking down hecklers and I guess that you don't want to, but it's fun.
And
for me.
And here's the thing, like ever since I've gotten popular for this, like a lot of people will be like, oh, do you get heckled more because people know you're the heckler guy? And which is a valid question, but it hasn't happened one time. There hasn't been one time where someone has come at me because of this. Like whenever they do, it's because they're drunk and stupid and egotistical and they don't know any better. Many, many times someone has said to me after a show, oh, I wish it would have happened. Or someone has said, oh, I'm so glad I got to see it happen live. But no one sees, like, if you see, like, let's say you see a video of a marksman on YouTube and he can shoot something from, I don't know, you're the gun guy. How far away is impressive?
1,500 yards.
Okay, so he can shoot something from 1,600 yards. So it's even more impressive. You don't say, oh, man, I wish he'd shoot me in the face. Say, oh, I wish I could see him shoot something. And that's the big difference.
Yeah, what's like going with the heckler thing, because I know you've got so many tales of it.
Yeah.
Is there one kind of example that jumps out in your mind of a time where it went badly, or you did get bested, or somebody got a comment in and you went, oh, and as a comic, you probably hear the comment and more go, God damn, that was funny and quick, more than like anger.
That's never happened. That'll never happen. No, because someone who's funny and quick is smart enough not to do that.
That's funny.
That's okay. Good point.
Good observation.
Also, you have the mic. I feel like if you're half as good as him with the mic, you win.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just the mic, but with everyone facing you with the spotlight and with having already been funny for however much time you've been up there.
That's what I refer to as the mic. Like I try to make this about me, but like I'll be in areas where I'm the famous one, right? And there's hundreds of people looking or whatever. I spout lines that would not work in a collection of peers that are absolute monsters. I just slay with them, when I'm the center of attention, and everyone oohs and ahs, and it's like I'm not really that funny. I just have the mic. It helps.
Yeah, and but here's the one that went wrong, and this is actually where I learned the psychology of it. It was early on in my career. It's 2004 when, or actually early 2005 when Facebook was really starting to take off. And I had this thing where I had 200,000 friends on Facebook. It was before anyone had like a big social media. It was like the first thing that kind of got me noticed. And just because I went on this friend quest, kind of making fun of social media in a way. And I was a writer for College Humor, so I had a big platform to do it. Anyway, point is, a lot of people enjoyed it. A lot of people got annoyed by it because some people like when something's bigger than them, and some people get mad when something's bigger than them because they wanted to be that. You know what I mean? So this one guy was writing me like hateful shit every day. And your picture is with there and your name is with there. I know who you are when you're doing that. And so he's just sending me, and I'm not doing anything to him. It's just a lot of his friends are Facebook friends with me. And so he's like mad about that because he's got so little in his life, whatever it is. So I know where he lives. I know what he looks like. And so it was in Bloomington, Indiana, and I go to a show in Bloomington, and he's right in the front row. So I'm mad before I start because I'm just like, fuck this stupid piece of shit. He's been, but I'm trying to hold it back. And so right in the beginning, he starts sarcastically laughing and he's going, ha, 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 ha. But it's not so over the top that like, if I didn't know who he was, I would have just thought he had a weird laugh. You know, maybe he was a little slow, whatever it was. So I break out of my material and I start telling the story of who he is. And I start telling the crowd, like, this little piece of shit has been sending me nasty messages. And you know what happens? I look like a crazy conspiracy theorist who is just making this all up. And this nice little boy in the front row is just laughing, you know, because he's like 20 and baby-faced or whatever it was. So I lose the crowd completely. And I have to do another 40 minutes where they just hated me. And
It's good though.
like to the point where like the host goes up after me and he goes, you know, we really like to support Make-A-Wish at this club, and we want to make sure that Steve did get his chance before his final exit of this world. Like, just it was atrocious. And that's when I learned, like, it was early on in my career, and that's when I learned, like, the real key to getting a heckler is you have to make sure the crowd hates them more than you do. Because if you show anger, if you show fear that the audience doesn't already have, then you can't get away with anything. However, there was one time, and I don't have this on tape, but there was one woman in Ann Arbor, and she was at a bachelorette party, and she wouldn't shut up. She just kept going and going and going. And so finally, I just went right to her, and I said, like, I was making fun of her for just being such a loudmouth idiot for so long. Mm-hmm. And at one point, like I said, because she said she was the maid of honor, I was like, great, you get to give a fucking speech there. And so, you know, and I got the crowd on my side, whatever. They absolutely hated her. And then I said, well, you know, I hope you catch the bouquet. And she holds up her hand and shows her big-ass ring that everybody had already seen because she was waving it around like an idiot. Mm-hmm. And she's like, I'm already married. And I go, I know, but the way that you talk, your husband's going to leave you soon, and you're probably going to die alone. The room went apeshit because that was the nicest thing anyone in the room was thinking about her. Yeah. Like, the rest of the room wanted so much worse for her. So I was almost like the nice guy by only wishing she would die alone. So it really is about, you know, get the crowd to hate them more than you do, and, you know, give them enough rope to hang themselves. But on that note, I gotta go. I got a show tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Right.
So
what do you have to promote, man?
Yeah, we go on for like 4 hours here, but tell our audience here where they can go to check out all things that are you, where you want them to go to check you out.
Absolutely. So I'm doing a giant 65 city, 18 country tour next year. It's called the Your Tour. And people can not only come to the shows, but there are cool experiences at each show where someone can introduce the show, and you can come and have dinner with me and the other comics beforehand, and like all kinds of crazy stuff like that. It's called the Your Tour, and you can go to theyourtour.com. Don't go to yourtour.com. That's just a budget travel site. So if you go to theyourtour.com, come and join us. And every ticket on the whole tour is $15. So it's, you know, it's not very expensive. Just come out and enjoy it. And we're going to be playing comedy clubs, theaters, rock venues, even some people's houses. It's a crazy grassroots tour. And of course, if they want to see my YouTube, just Google the word heckler and it'll come up.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, dude, thanks for coming on. We'd like to have you back another time if you ever want to.
Yeah. This was a ton of fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right. So I don't know where Woody is, but let me
I don't know where he
is a little
either.
bit about SeeSo. While we wait on him to get back. SeeSo is the place for comedy. They won't tell you how amazing they are, but we will. SeeSo is amazing. It's comedy for comedy nerds by comedy nerds. SeeSo, spelled SEESO, is the new ad-free service, bringing you hilarious original series, hand-picked classics, weeks of stand-up specials, and more. Bingeable comedy anytime, anywhere. SeeSo. Every episode of Saturday Night Live ever, including new episodes the day after they air. The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon, and the Late Show and Late Night with Seth Meyers the day after they air. And they even have classics like 30 Rock, Parks and Rec, and Saved by the Bell. Even British comedies like The Original Office with Ricky Gervais, the entire Monty Python catalog, the IT Crowd, Steve Coogan as Alan Partridge, all that stuff. Critically acclaimed originals and exclusive content like Harmon Quest and Funny as Hell. So if you're serious about comedy, you absolutely have to try SeeSo. Stream it anytime, anywhere, on virtually any device. SeeSo is ad-free and starts at just $3.99 a month. Yeah. Oh, it's just $3.99 a month. Yeah. That's less than you pay for that latte or artesian cold brewed coffee you're holding right now. So yeah, check out SeeSo. I have SeeSo. Every now and then there's a movie or some comedy thing I want to see that I can't get any other way without using SeeSo. So I'm a big fan.
And sometimes you just want comedy. You know, you don't want to sift through all the rubble and look at the terrible documentaries that are offered. My God, some of the documentaries you see available on TV or whatever service here or there are horrible. Just horrible. Not even like the kind where they try to be horrible, like the SeaWorld one, where they really play up, like, don't you feel bad for the whale now?
Blackfish?
No. Do you feel bad for the whale yet? I mean, yeah, kinda. You feel bad for it now? Yeah, now I'm starting to feel pretty bad for the fucking whale. You won, all right? You happy? What? I'm not gonna go save it. I don't eat whale. That's all you can ask, right? I'm not gonna go free beluga whales and shit from SeaWorld. So, I don't know.
They have beluga whales in Atlanta.
Wow.
In our aquarium, yeah.
Atlanta has a good aquarium?
Yeah, it's pretty state of the art. They built it like 3 years ago, I guess. It's a really big one. It's really nice.
Aquariums are awesome. I was surprised when Steve was saying, like, I mean, who goes to the zoo? I was like, I go to the zoo every year. I
feel sorry for those fucking animals, man. I really do. Like,
awesome.
Someone wanted to go a while back, and I was like, that's animal prison. And I really feel kind of bad about like paying into the system that keeps them there. And maybe I'm just ignorant about it, and like the animals that they have at the zoo aren't like netted in the wild and like, come on, you're going to live in concrete cage. Like maybe these are like, you know, a panda who got electrocuted on some power lines and now he can't live in the wild because he's blind and he lives in the zoo. Like that'd be cool with me, but I think it is the latter, the former. I think they're fucking netting these poor animals out of jungles and so, you know, some
born in captivity.
That's
from
even
one
worse.
That they netted.
So sad. I feel bad for animals. I think as I get older, I feel more and more compassionate towards animals. I was just watching a clip earlier of a cow playing in the snow, and it was a 17-year-old cow rubbing its face in the snow, and it looked so happy. And I was like, shit, we eat those things. He's definitely playing right now.
Dude, what gets me is when the cows cuddle people. I mean, I see that a lot. Apparently, cows are like dogs if you get to know them. I knew a calf, very, very sweet, and you just admit you're doing something terrible. I do something terrible because I'm a partly flawed person. I like steak.
Delicious.
No, it's not terrible. You're not just like if you were a farmer who just slaughtered cattle and left them there to rot for the fuck of it. Like, yeah, you're just kind of a sadistic bastard raising and slaughtering animals. But like you're eating the food.
I could eat something else though.
Yeah, but it's gross. You want good things. You want beef. Think about if we raised some bullshit like imagine if tilapia was the only thing left, just a bunch of farm-raised tilapia fish that has no flavor and it's sad, and you have to try and disguise it with all these other paprika spices and whatnot to get a meal. You're gonna be looking at that cow with contempt in your heart at the second you take a second bite.
Maybe we can make some sort of laboratory-created beef to replace meat, and the cows can live free. Because they're belching so much already. It's terrible for the ozone layer with all that methane they're putting out.
That's where I attack this from, right? So apparently they're belching and they're farting and all that. What they eat is terrible for the environment, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe it's people like me doing my part in lowering the cow population.
No, that's not how it works. No, that's not how it works. Stop confusing our listeners.
You know, stupid vegetarians are letting cows run wild, right?
You're doing
people like me
doing the Lord's work.
Doing like an environmental tally like Al Gore, where he's like, I'm going to buy a bunch of these credits so I can use my hot tub every single night of the year. I'll buy away my pollution. That ridiculous thing. But
I like that. Yeah, I like that those guys, like DiCaprio does that too. He buys away his pollution. He needs to fly around the world in a jet, to save the environment. So in return, he donates a certain amount of money to offset his carbon footprint.
You know who else does something? Scott Adams, the Dilbert guy who loves Trump.
He's a solar guy.
Yeah, that's it exactly. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was saying like, hey, I bought this thing. It's going to pay for itself in, I think it was 10 years. Do you think that was a good investment? And Joe was like, it sounds like it is. 10 years, you get paid back, and then after that, free energy. And he's like, it wasn't, and I knew it wouldn't be, because I knew if I waited 3 years, it would pay for itself in 5, or whatever the numbers were. And he's like, but, again, I'm going to misquote him. He kind of said something like, but I'm rich. And it's kind of my obligation to do things like this. We're the people who lead the way. on investments like this so that the next person along has an even better payoff.
That was the last Joe Rogan podcast. I don't listen to it as much anymore. I used to a few years ago. I actually listened to most of the Scott Adams one. That was really interesting. Like his perspective, because I followed him on Twitter, but I never like looked in to get his like real in-depth opinions. But he seems like a really smart guy, which you don't immediately think of. Well, I guess that's not fair. I've never read Dilbert, the comic strip, really. Like I've seen like random ones here or there, but I don't know enough to know any characters' names other than Dilbert. Like, I don't know. But to the zoo thing, yeah, it's animal prison, but as long as I just like going to learn about animals and look at monkeys and stuff, you know? I'm not going like, haha, you wish that you could go swing from the trees, don't you, you little fucking lemur bastard. Like, I'm watching like, man, I hope this lemur does some cool, exciting stuff. I'd like to watch it swing around. Of course, you're not going to, or if I walk to the other side of this fucking monkey house, then you'll get excited and do something. But
I wish they could spot you as a fan, right? Like all these people come in and they're maybe casual regarding monkeys, and then Merca comes in. He's got like the monkey hat on, a big like stuffed banana. I love monkeys t-shirt, and they're like, "Oh, Taylor's here. We should do some flips and shit, don't you think, guys?"
like an ill-fitting like Gildan like Chimptastic t-shirt with like that logo that I clearly just bought at the shop. Yeah. But I want the zoo to stick around, even if it is animal prison, because it's cool to look at animals. And if you, Kyle, tell me this, both of you tell me this, if you could pay for like a fee or just go there, I mean the St. Louis Zoo is free, so I don't have to pay to go there. But if they just had like a St. Louis penitentiary that I could walk through very safely, they've got plexiglass between me and the crims, and I can just kind of see how it happens. Wouldn't you want to take a look?
Oh, yeah.
Can you promise the crims will throw poo at me like the monkeys might?
Oh, God. Yeah. No, it won't be that. It'll be one of those fucking prison cocktails with piss and blood and jizz and everything else in there. You guys ever watch Reno 911?
Yes, but not for a while.
I was just watching it today. And there's a clip where, like, I don't recall, but one of the deputies is taking all these boys, these children, on a tour of the jail. They're taking them into the Reno jail, and the cells have plexiglass instead of bars. He's like, you know why we don't have bars no more? And all these little boys are like, why? He's like, well, this one some bitch come in here, and all night long, his head would in the toilet, get him a mouthful of water, spit it in the floor. All night long, he spit water in the floor. Then he climbed up like a monkey on them bars to the socket, pulled out the 2 wires, and put each wire on a different bar. That morning, when the deputy come in to let him out, he grabbed that bar and got a terrible jolt, and it heated up his belt buckle red hot till it just slipped through the leather and it cut off his balls. They just fell right there in the floor. 2 balls, not a drop of blood, just cauterized them right off. And that is why we use plexiglass. Now, come on, y'all. Let me show you some other stuff. It was just like
the first time I
very
saw
upsetting.
Reno 911, I might have been a teenager. Like, it's an old show. And
not that old.
It took me an embarrassingly long time.
You realize it's that documentary.
Like, Cops was huge at the time, right? And I'm just like, oh, cool, I love these shows. It's like, what is with that guy's shorts?
Were you also watching season 1 of The Office being like, well, I don't know why this guy's curious. Of course the Scranton branch is getting closed down. Look out. Nope,
I'm going to buy some of that paper. I know that.
The only one doing any work around here. That guy set fire to the microwave yesterday. It's being a very insensitive racial training. No, this is not going to last.
They really should define that assistant to the manager versus assistant manager thing. I mean, this can't last.
The best Reno 911.
I must have watched it. I was 10-15 minutes in before I figured out that show was fake. I was just like,
the best flip to show someone if you want to like keep that going, because I like to do that with Trailer Park Boys too. Show them a few bits so that they think, oh, this is realistic. This is like real shit. It's a little wacky, but okay, it's real. And then you get to the crazy fucking episode. There's one in Reno 911 where the blonde with the boobs always out pulls over a drunk driver, and as she's giving him the DUI test, he's drunk as shit, clearly, but he's just acing it. He does the alphabet backwards, like she's like, wow, I've actually never seen anyone do that before. And then instead of like walking a straight line, he ends up she does a dance number, like she's like a rockette or something, and he's like, well, that's nice, but what if you did? And he starts like dancing. He's like, he added like a barrel roll and a do-sid-do and a ha! She's like, wow, that's pretty impressive. Are you a dancer? He's like, no, I'm just drunk. She's like, got you.
I have seen that one.
If you watch it on
They
YouTube,
look
it looks like a DUI pullover. Like, it looks legit. Yeah.
I think some of the earlier episodes, maybe they did a better job of being that Trailer Park Boys, like, sort of mockumentary type thing.
Sure. Yeah. And it depends what part of an episode you're watching, because they start dealing with like TT, who's like this black crackhead woman with like beach ball titties that are like bouncing independently as she runs around with like knives and stuff. You're like, whoa, this is real. This is real. I used to love Cops. I don't think Cops comes on I don't know where it comes on. Maybe Real TV now, but when I was growing up, it was on Fox. Like, it came on at like 8 Eastern, prime time television on
or something. Yeah.
What you gonna do?
Rap boys, what you want? What you wanna do? And they didn't have the tasers back then. They had the nightclubs. I know I've talked about this before, but there was one cop who had fucking nunchucks, and I was like, what the fuck? Those aren't regulation. And a guy's running from him, and he flicks the nunchuck and hits the guy in the leg, and he falls. And I was like, that's got to be the first time in like 1,000 years that one human actually used nunchucks as an effective offensive weapon instead of just something to like hit yourself in the balls with a
bad guy in Indiana Jones where he throws the bolo and he wraps him up and it somehow works. But I mean, maybe they should be able to use nunchucks if it's their culture. These Sikh police officers get their turbans. Maybe you get some nunchucks.
Who
You're
cares?
Japanese, you can opt into a katana.
So
It's important that we don't confuse the kind and peaceful-minded Sikhs with the Muslims. Okay, those two very different groups of people. I'm completely cool with their turbans. With if you want military turbans, police turbans, the whole thing.
I don't
cool
know.
With that.
I'm really
Military
torn
turbans.
on this thing. Like, I have to fix Taylor's video, but
Not missing anything.
you're split. You're not
Well,
missing
see,
anything. You are partly to my right and partly to Kyle's left. You are way over there. Oh, that's spelled better, Taylor. No, I don't have to fix it. Taylor got it. Anyway, so I've got the pictures of the Sikhs on there. They have, I guess, NYPD issued turbans now.
Yeah.
And I saw it, and I was like, oh, so like Kyle said, like, I get that Sikhs are, I think they're typically Indian. People don't know. They're the warrior class. If a kid there's a class structure, like a
Caste system.
Yeah, caste system. And
They all let me throw this caveat in there because it's cool, and because I have a little bit of respect for the Sikhs because they do this. They and modern Sikhs have sort of toned this down, but they have to carry a dagger, this ceremonial like 8-inch dagger on their body at all times. And the only purpose of this dagger, the only thing they can ever use it for, is to defend the innocent. Like that seems like a cool part of a cool religion. I'm okay with everything with them, but they wear the turban because they can't cut their hair.
I like that. It's a very Game of Thronesy thing. Like I like that.
I worked with a bunch of Indian guys, and I asked them, like, hey, are Sikhs really that badass? Like, would you assume that if a guy was like, you're in high school and that guy's a Sikh, like, can he kick everyone else's ass? And they were like, yeah, probably, like he would kick everybody's ass except for the other Sikhs, like that they're the warrior people. So I don't know how that gets like the badass gene gets passed down among them, but I guess it does. Still though, like I see it and I'm like, I'm not sure that I love what to me kind of looks like a personal article of clothing. I get that
it's a religious
NYPD.
article of clothing.
Right. Well, like.
And they're state officials, which is like the only issue I could see. And also, like, how when you see cops walking around, you notice differences in uniform. Like, if you see one cop that has like a different hat on or different kind of outlook, you're like, okay, that's not just a cop, that's a bike cop, or that's a different kind of cop. Like, if I see
that's
like these people walking around with a different, like, if I see any cop with a different kind of garb, I'm going to be like, okay, that must be a different class of cop. Like, that's a different thing. Like, that's probably not an NYPD. That could be a meter maid, or that could be a, sex crimes division or something. Like, there's a reason that they have uniforms, and the word uniform is exactly what it is. It's a uniform. You have a uniform group of clothes that everyone agrees to wear in order to describe to everyone without having to explicitly say it to everyone you pass. I perform this job. This is my job. So that's why.
Yeah, but they let you wear glasses if you need glasses, and they'll let you wear a crucifix or a Star of David, a necklace.
If you want to do that, yeah. But if you wanted to wear, a yarmulke as a Jewish cop instead of the cop hat, I don't know if that's good because like you do.
Well, they don't wear it outdoors.
I know, but you want uniformity. Like you
Yeah,
would want the ideal thing is if you see a bunch of
down the
cops,
specific examples Merca brings. Like I feel like I'm lining up with Merca's concept. I feel like when he says like, look, that there's a uniform that people wear. It shouldn't be based on your religion. Not a state job anyway. That's kind of where I'm coming from this. I just like, dude, wear the cop uniform. Just be a cop.
Yeah, that's part of the job.
But then their hair would be like crazy long because they've never cut it in their lives. Like, what do they do with it?
Another religious thing. I didn't actually know that.
And you might have. I didn't know that either. Like, then you probably have to cut your hair. Like, and then you say to them, yeah, I know one thing with this is like, oh, you can have beards up to half an inch long. Okay, but Ted over there, who just wants to have a beard because he thinks he looks better in one, he can't because he's not a Sikh. So now you're literally ascribing privileges to people based on their belief system. Does that guy have to convert? And then he's allowed to, but he has to wear the turban too? You know, like, it's just, there's no reason. I understand why people would want this. It's their religion, obviously, but you're performing a state job and you're disrupting uniformity for the sake of selective inclusion, basically.
I'm okay with it because I think it's such a part of their religion. It's such a peaceful religion. They certainly would never force you to wear one. Like if the Sikhs were in charge, they wouldn't want you to wear a turban if you don't want to wear one. That's the difference. I think they're not enough. I'm just much cooler with the sheiks like expressing themselves and having 100% religious freedom and being, because it's not like they're wanting to rub it in anyone's face. That's not their thing. It's not like they're trying to advertise that they're Sikh. It's like these are some of the major tenets of their religion. It's like don't cut your hair. It's the dagger.
A lot of
thing.
Sikhs cut their hair now. You're right. That is a thing, but the modern trend is that they're cutting their hair now.
Oh, those aren't real Sikhs. That's what the real Sikhs would say.
That's what the real Sikhs would say.
Yeah, they do this thing where they'll wear a necklace with the dagger on it. You know, just like you would wear a crucifix or a Star of David. And it's like, that's cheating. No, you need a big, fancy, Arabic-looking curved dagger that you have to pull out to defend the innocent with. Like, I'd be cool with that, too. That should be part of the police uniform.
The dagger?
Dagger?
Big, fancy, curved dagger. I'd be okay with that.
I don't know.
Like,
I
don't think anybody gives a shit. Yeah. Nobody gives a shit. It's not like, hey, you can't practice your religion, but... You know, if you are going to tell whatever that fat idiot's name was of I'm not marrying gay people, you know, like then you can't just choose to respect some people's wishes in the context of government about religion and not others. Like there's a reason it's valuable to have, you know, a complete separation there. Like, hey, I'm religious, so I'm not marrying them. Well, I'm sorry. This is your job. You are here to do the will of the state. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. You can pack up and leave. But while you are here, you fat idiot, you will marry these two men or these two women because that's what you have to do. Like, oh, I don't want to wear this. I want to wear a different hat. I want to do this. This doesn't conform to my religious freedoms. I'm very sorry about that. We're not doing it maliciously. We just know the value of uniformity in a police precinct or whatever, and just having that standard. Like
on a semi-related note, I think that if you pose for a driver's license picture, you can't wear a burqa.
Yeah,
right?
Of course not. It's for identity purposes.
Yeah. Your identification card should probably fucking show who you are, you know, regardless of how you feel about anything. I need to know what's under that turban just in case.
Right. So the argument of, but it's her religion, doesn't fly with me in that situation. And it doesn't fly with me in this one either. Like, dude.
No, you shouldn't get special privileges for your religion in a state job. Well, really, ideally, you shouldn't get special privileges anywhere for your religion.
I don't think cops are allowed to have long hair either.
No, you're not supposed to have facial. I think you can have a mustache, and you have to be shaved everywhere else and have clean cut hair. Yeah, everywhere else.
Everywhere else. The chief likes to come and check. Oh, man, is he a stickler for that? He spanked me last time. Oh, was my ass red.
Like the commissioner of the NYPD is like the second of every month. He's like dancing into the shower. You know, it's Shave Check Tuesday, favorite day of the month. You know, going to all the precincts.
There's a line like communion, except that you have to drop your pants and gives you a cracker for some reason. I don't know.
Bring me back all of our blonde-haired officers.
but yeah, I just don't like special uniforms around someone's personal religion. I feel like that should stay private and it shouldn't be part of that stuff.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I can't see anything bad about it. I don't. And like the more you read about their religion,
are good guys.
the more, yeah, exactly. The more you read about the Sikh religion, the more it's like, man, maybe all of our cops should be Sikh. Maybe that's what we should do. I think we'd have a whole lot less problem if we had trusted our entire police force to the Sikh. Like the big parts of their religion seem to be about justice and like correcting wrongs in the world and righteousness. And
I don't want to rain on any parade. The biggest air terror attack in North American history prior to 9/11 was committed by Sikhs in the 80s.
Really?
329 people died, most of them Canadian. India Air Flight 182.
What were they angry about?
But it's not all Sikhs, obviously. It's the same thing as when any religious group does it. It's just like some shitty ones.
And I'll tell you more.
Baba Khalsa was the name.
India's police, fucking horrible. They're terrible. Like here, you call the police if you're robbed, hoping that the police will help you. In India, the police rob you too. They just
Well, that hasn't anything to do with the Sikhs necessarily. You know,
they come from India.
No.
Yeah, but India's an enormous place. There's like 1.5 billion people in India. They come from one region of India. It's one little like they got their own thing.
Overall, though, there is not a trend that I'm aware of like Sikhs committing violent attacks. Like that's
those
just
are Hindus. Those are Hindus that are
like when I looked it up just out of curiosity. Like the thing that came up was that thing in the 80s. Like there wasn't like a 2006 Sikh attack, or I don't know. I'm sure there is. There's a ton of people in the world, but it doesn't. Yeah, it seems like a good religion. I don't know enough about it. I'll have to read into it. Seems interesting.
Pretty nice. I'm all for them having their turbans if they want them. That's cool with me. As long as they're able to do their duty 100%. What I don't want to hear is like, oh, it's Ramadan, so Officer McMorley is out this month. Like, I don't want to hear that. That's
the next step from here.
Yeah, like I don't want to hear that. That's different to me. Like this guy's like, you know, I asked this Sikh guy, like, what are you doing here? And why are you wearing that? Well, I have to wear this.
Kyle, explain to me how this exception of the rules is different than the exception to work on whatever month or something.
Because it affects his job. Because you're saying that, okay, because of my religion, I only work 11 months out of the year. Of course, I want my regular paid vacation leave and sick days and stuff. But during Ramadan, like I can't eat, so I can't really enforce the law, as it were, or work or anything. So I won't be here. Whereas the Sikh guy is like, I mean, it almost seems like if he's gonna grow his hair that long, it seems like, well, we got to put it somewhere in there. I just don't think a hat. It's basically a hat. You know, one guy's saying I want to wear my fancy hat. The other guy's saying I won't be here this month.
But it's part of but it's still the thing of you're giving people special allowances due to nothing else other than their religion while they're working.
I mean, we can have Casual Friday where everybody wears sneakers too, if you want to. Like in the end, it's about the results that are provided. I don't care. It's not like the police department is some like honored thing where like, oh, I can't believe there's a man in uniform wearing a turban. Like that doesn't offend me. Like, well, I just don't care.
It doesn't have to, like, it doesn't offend me seeing them in a turban. Like it's not like an offensive thing. It's just, I don't think you should get special. Maybe some people find it offensive. I think that's dumb. I think it's just a bad thing and that you shouldn't give people special treatment based on religion. And if you say, well, I can't cut my hair, I can't shave, I can't wear that regular hat, it's like, I'm sorry, like you're welcome to go into the private sector and wear this attire to your heart's content. Unfortunately, for this job, it is required that you wear this. Like that's how it would be handled if I went in and said, hey, I look like a fat, giant-headed buffoon if I shave every day. May I please have a short beard? And they'll go, no, it looks like
support your argument when you have like a standard physical fitness requirement that means that there aren't any women police officers at the same time. Like if all you care about is like uniformity and everybody does the same thing, then like you got to really stick to it.
It's not necessarily everybody does the same thing. It's just you need a standard of uniformity with police. Why? Like if for one thing, let's say that there's a couple of no good nicks out there on the street of New York and they see a cop dressed like this walking towards them. Their first thought might not be, oh, this is an officer of the law. I got to, really shape up, I got to get ready, run, whatever happens. They might see that and go, I don't recognize that as a police officer. Is that a special cop? Is what? This isn't something I'm familiar with. It sounds silly, but people make impressions based on what they see. Is that a real police officer? Like these, because when you've ingrained into people's minds exactly what a cop looks like for decades, and then you change it, obviously people would catch on. Maybe. I don't know how many Sikh cops there are in New York. I just think it's a slippery slope to allow people special allowances based on religion. But I've said that 50 times.
I'm cool with it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. There is definitely a
Won't
line.
change my life one iota.
Yeah, there's definitely a line I wouldn't want crossed. You know, like I know that there's like police cruisers that say "In God We Trust" on the side. You know, they make a big deal out of that.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I don't really
not a
like
fan.
that. Yeah, but
It's not changing my life, but it's something where it's like, yeah, you really shouldn't have a religious thing on there. Like we have that separation for a reason. There's a reason for it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Let me. Is it ad read time again?
It's always ad read time.
Hit up with an ad.
Tell everyone a bit about NatureBox so they can get some free snacks. Let me make my screen bigger here. What do you do when you want to snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation? Please, you eat the junk food. Start snacking healthy with NatureBox. NatureBox makes snacks that actually taste great and are better for you. They're created with high-quality ingredients that are free from artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, so you can feel great about snacking. Some of our personal favorites here are the peanut butter Nom Noms and the chocolate hazelnut granola. NatureBox recently made their service even better. Now you can order as much as you want, and as often as you want, with no minimum purchase required, and you can cancel anytime. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com and check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they're constantly adding delicious new snacks. Choose the snacks you want, and they'll deliver them right to your door. With NatureBox, you'll never get bored. There are new snacks every month inspired by real customer feedback. And if you ever try a snack you don't like, NatureBox will replace it for free. And right now, you'll save even more. NatureBox is offering Painkiller Already fans 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/PKA. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 50% off your first order. Those really are good snacks. I don't always eat very healthy, especially considered that crate of soda that just got delivered today. But I do like the NatureBox.
Have you had any of that?
Man, there were so many of them that were not carbonated. Like
What?
Like yeah, it's so upsetting because I got like $100 worth of soda. I ordered off this website. With shipping, it's like $3 a bottle or something like that. And like I must have opened 4 of them in a row and just tasted them, and they taste like flat sugar water, so like cough syrup. And it like 4 in a row we tasted, and we're just like, God, this is ruined. This is terrible. So it's been really upsetting.
So for people to know the background, I showed Kyle this video. I think we talked about it on PKN, and it's on Vimeo. So everyone knows Vimeo, I'm sure. And it's called Obsessives: Soda Pop. And there's a guy who owns a small store, like a little grocery store, and all he sells is soda. Pretty much no diet. There's a little. And he has lots of sodas that maybe like you've never heard of. Like apparently his cucumber soda is way better than you would expect.
Rose soda.
And like he doesn't sell Coke or Pepsi, but he sells some other things that are maybe like
Double cola. Manhattan Special. All that stuff. Lots of rare older
really
beverages.
Remembering stuff like this. And so Kyle saw it, got inspired, and apparently you can buy some online at very high prices. And so he bought $100 worth of soda, which is, I guess, about 30 sodas. And wow, it sounds like we already have like $12 in busts.
Oh, like it was mostly a bust. There's been a couple of them that were good.
Support?
No, it's like what they're gonna be like? What are you gonna do? Like I feel like they just got shook in transport. So like ordering soda offline's a bad idea. Although
that went badly.
Cut you off, but like I would have been like, look, like I guess these weren't packaged well enough to survive shipping.
They were packaged so well. They were like there was lots of like foam and like there was a box and I don't know. Now I ordered a 12-pack from a different company a few days prior to this $100 purchase, and it came in a big giant styrofoam like thing that was meant to hold bottles of soda. All of those were good. All of those were carbonated and fine. But man, it's been really disappointing. I got the Manhattan Special, which is the only 3 ingredients are like coffee, it's espresso coffee, sugar water, and
you got coffee.
Yeah, that's
soda.
it. Yeah, that's it.
Cola?
Yeah, it's just coffee soda. Yeah, it's coffee soda.
And I remember the guy talked about it. He's like, it's coffee soda. And it tastes like you'd expect coffee cola to taste like.
It's got coffee in it. Like it's really tasty. I liked that one. But it also wasn't that carbonated. I got my Virgil's root beer with the Bavarian nutmeg. That comes in one of those in like a half-liter old style pop top bottle that's like the you boop, and you like push the metal thing and like cantilevers off. That was perfect. And I love those. I love the bottle and everything.
I expected
but yeah,
them all to be like that. What, do the other ones twist off?
you take a bottle opener and use a.
Oh wait, then what's the other kind?
It's like a cantilevered.
Have you ever
thing.
had water at like a fancy restaurant where you pour it out of a big glass bottle that has that pop on the top where you lift the metal thing, which allows you to pull the cork out, and then you pour it and you just leave it there? They have it at all No.
Maybe I'm not dining at the same restaurants as you, Taylor.
Oh, you have not lived until you've poured your own water, your own lukewarm tap water out of a fancy glass bottle that they got guaranteed 60 for 2 pricing at Pier 1 at the end of the year. Probably. What are we looking at here?
But
yep, exactly.
It's almost completely identical to that bottle, but it's a root beer.
Yeah,
I don't know. That was $5.60 or something like that.
There's a real good root beer though, right?
It must have been. Next time I'll just drive to Atlanta where I know they are. The international market in Atlanta has a ton of that stuff. That's what I should have done.
I have seen that bottle before. I don't know if I've had it at a restaurant, but
yeah.
Now that I see it, I'm like, sure. Yeah.
But that's how the root beer comes, and when you boop, it's very satisfying when it pops off, and But yeah, man.
The packaging, like it. Soda in a glass bottle makes me feel like this is a special soda. We went to a that Paramotor fly-in in Virginia a while ago, and on the way there I saw 2 Pepsis for sale with real sugar in them, and they came in a glass bottle and they had a metal top, and it was just like, I'm gonna save these, for like the end of the night campfire sodas, and we did, and they were extra good. They were like, I don't know. I think
they are better.
Packaging.
It's the same thing with beer, I think, where if you're drinking like a Bud Light tastes better out of a glass bottle than out of that can. And it's the same exact thing. I mean, I'm sure aluminum changes how stuff tastes if it sits in there. I don't know.
It definitely does. Well, it's 2 things. It's the carbonation, as Woody knows. You don't lose any of the carbonation, supposedly, in a glass bottle. I'm going to go get one of these glass bottles, and I'm going to pop it, and you'll be able to see just when you open it. Because normally when you, get a Coke, I like those Mexican Cokes that have the pure sugar in them instead of corn syrup. And when you you see the bubbles kind of come to the top and make a little
bit of mist. Yeah,
a little mist. Exactly. I'm going to go grab one of these things and show you how shitty this is. Because I got a fridge full of just sugar water that tastes like cough syrup.
That sucks.
Oh, that's my I guess it was a week and a half ago or something. Hope came home and she had 6 different sodas, and they were like prickly pear soda. S'mores.
That's an up and comer.
S'mores was one of the flavors.
Ugh.
It's not just lime. What is the
key lime pie?
Key lime. I guess it was key lime or key lime pie. There were ones you just knew would be bad. Bacon, peanut butter and jelly. They
try so hard to push the bacon into everything, and there's just some places where most places you don't need bacon. Most places bacon isn't needed. There's a lot of food out there,
That's 5 out of 6. They did better than I thought. And we tasted them all, and I think I liked one. It was a little disappointing because I was so excited when she came home with this bounty, and we all had they weren't shot glasses. They're
your flights. Yeah.
What is that? What it is? A flight?
Yeah, like a flight of beers. Like you'll order 5 small glasses of it, and then you can try 4 ounces of each different kind of beer instead of being I want 7 full beers.
That's exactly the experience. Yeah. So we had them lined up, and we pour the prickly pear into each one, and we'd all taste test. And typically we'd all be like, "Oh, yeah, that's bad." We won't even finish this bottle. I don't. Sometimes I taste it, I'd be like, maybe it needs a second taste, because soda's a complicated taste, and I don't drink most of the things I eat, chicken, potatoes, whatever. It's not a complicated taste, Beer, which I don't really like, but I can see that it's a complicated taste. Wine is you can taste it and be like, you like it. V8, I like V8. Next time you drink V8, which probably never, is
I like V8 Fusion.
Look at the bottle it comes in and drink V8, and you'll be like, I can taste the celery, I can taste the tomato, I can taste the salt, of course, and it's just a bunch of fruit and salt, and you're like, yeah, I'm really getting every ingredient in this V8. So these sodas, which are like just as complicated as a V8 in terms of like the formula, the taste, some of them we tried twice, and some of them we just knew right off the bat were terrible. None of them were, I want this again.
Yeah, that I like that sampling kind of thing. Like at restaurants, you can do it. We did that when I was in high school. Me and a bunch of friends. I don't know if I've told this on PKA. I'm sure I have, so many episodes. But we basically got a wild hair up our ass. Yeah, welcome to Woody's World. So stop me if I've told it. But it was in high school, and catch Kyle up. We were talking about trying flights of beer, flights of soda. You've done that before, I'm sure, where you get a bunch of small glasses. And we were in high school, and sometime over a break, and so the gang was all there. And we were like, all right, we want to get drunk tonight because we're in high school and we're not supposed to, and we want to do things we're not supposed to. And we were like, yeah, we should get beer or liquor. And then someone had the idea of like, no, how about we have like a really classy night where we go and get a bunch of cheeses and a bunch of wines, and we all go home and we get dressed up, and then we show back up where we're having this party, and we just have a very classy evening of getting drunk. And so we did that, and we got a bunch of wine, got a bunch of cheeses, and for the first that looks good, Kyle. For the first
promising
hour, because the way we set it up is we had like 13 bottles of wine. I think there were 7 or 8 of us, so far too much wine. And then a bunch of plates of cheese with like descriptors we'd put on it, like goes well with the red, whatever the fuck. This pairs well with the Zinfandel, a light fruity thing, like silly amounts of detail in there. And for the first like hour, it was us drinking wine like kids, but the way we thought that adults at wine tastings would, where we'd be like, yeah, give me a tiny piece of that sliced cheddar, and I'm gonna take half a bottle of the red. and then just we guzzle it down the whole time, being like, yeah, that actually is pretty good with this cheese. And I still remember I had that drunken moment of lucidity about 5 hours after that. The wine party had taken a turn. The wine, there were so many empties of bottles of wine. The cheese had long passed or sat there to the point of almost melting. And I had that moment of like, I'd been blacked out for a couple hours and everybody was drunk. And then like I had that snapback as I remember looking out across the basement we were in, seeing the pool table. 2 of my friends were shirtless, chasing each other for some reason.
This is not how adults drink wine and cheese.
No, they're wearing their nice dress. This is how 15 and 16-year-olds do it. They were wearing their nice dress shoes. Someone was like swashbuckling with a couple of the pool cues. Someone had just passed out with some red stains on the front. And I just remember thinking, like, this isn't how I imagined our wine party going. Everybody just blackout drunk, aside from like 3 of us trying to salvage it. Like, no, don't spill wine. It turns out when you pack a bunch of high schoolers full of red liquid that they're likely to expel, every opportunity of a gag is an emergency. Like, hey, you get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Fuck out of here. No way we're cleaning up a giant murder scene when you yak up half a quart of the finest boxed red wine that we could get. So I buy for it in exchange for a couple lottery tickets.
I was like 15 years old, and I liked this girl, and I think she liked me back. We had this, like, I liked her, and she didn't like me, and then reverse situations. And anyway, I'm going to ask her out, and I'm 15, but I decided that getting her drunk would be in my best interest. So we both worked together at this store called Old Salt. That's on the boardwalk in Ocean City. And behind it, there was like a 30-year-old parking attendant with long hair. The kind of guy who knows where you can get pot. Like, not that I wanted pot, but that's my description of him.
You knew he'd know. Yeah.
You knew he'd know. It's horrible.
Funny mug.
That's great. So anyway, I go back there and I'm like, I need like a 6-pack of beer or a 12-pack of beer. I want to do this romantic date. And we're going to have beer and hot dogs. And he's like, are you sure you don't want to go the wine route? And I'm like, I really think beer is the thing that like people in my age group seem to covet, like it. And I'm asking him to buy me beer. And what was great about him was not that like he wouldn't do it. It was just that he was trying to upscale my
trying to help you out.
Yeah.
So this guy that you pulled a hey mister with gave you a little romantic tip afterward.
Exactly.
Nah, kid, give her a few of these.
Yeah.
And then I'll come with you.
In the
She'll
end,
be putty in your hand.
I was set up with a basket with the cloth in it and a bottle of wine, and I don't think we ever went on a date, but I think he did send me in the right direction.
He did. Yeah, definitely. You should. Like, that's funny that you asked a guy who's, ostensibly homeless and a vagabond to be like, hey, can you buy me this in exchange for the 3 Slim Jims you can get with the change? And he's yeah, I'm probably going to use it. No, Slim Jims, I haven't eaten in a few days. I'm an alcoholic. You know how it goes. You're getting beer? Oh, fuck, man. I haven't been in your situation in a while, but definitely, I'm not a guy you should take life tips from, but go with wine. And he's taking out there, but real quick, I'm going to go get the alcohol, because
I want volume for your $1. Trust me, kid.
Yeah.
He really liked me. I would pass him every day as I went to work, and either on a bike or walking. And
he was friends with your arcade buddy with the handful of quarters.
That guy.
They were
was
part of the
definitely
same
a
men's
pedophile.
group.
That guy, there was a time in my life, like in the 20s. It's like, that might have been a pedophile. It's weird that a grown man would ask like a 14-year-old to come back to his apartment to check out his really cool stereo.
That is so fucking weird.
But
it is weird that they checked my prostate. I mean, I was only 14, and he wouldn't let me look at his tools. He blindfolded me throughout the whole procedure,
he's the guy
and it
that
was
taught
rather
me how to play pool. He taught me how to play. Like he this was at an arcade, so you had to pay like, I don't know, 50 cents or $1 every game, and he would just. It was an investment he was making in my tiny ass. He's like, yeah, maybe $6, and I'll finally fuck this kid.
Well, you know what? He if he was going out to a bar to try and pick up an adult woman, he'd probably have to have bills.
Yeah.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
at least. But he was going for the lowest hanging fruit, children in an arcade.
He nailed it too. Like I was really curious about that stereo. Like it was the perfect thing to say to me.
You could tell Woody is still curious about what kind of subwoofers this guy had. He's like, maybe I should have went. I mean, how bad could it be? How bad could it be? He had a Panasonic G400, kids. Okay, I could take a little dick if I could turn the dial, if I can pick the song. Hey, you win some, you lose some.
I keep picturing Woody being like, and you know that guy's name? Jeffrey Bose. Mm-hmm. It's like, he would have given me a job, he set my whole life up, and all because I thought he wanted to fuck me. I didn't take that risk. I was taking a fuck.
Like 2 years later, I worked the entire summer, all summer long, to save up and buy myself a stereo, which I did, and it was awesome. And the speakers were like nipple high, and there were 2 of them. It was a rock.
Well, that was
stereo.
the cool thing back in the day, was the gigantic speakers, right?
Yeah, they sounded good too. At all, like now the trick is to somehow have invisible speakers or have speakers the size of your eyeball that sound like they're 4 feet tall. But back when speakers were 4 feet tall, they were really good. I could entertain the whole neighborhood. I'm sure they were impressed with my song selection. Little George Michael Faith, You're
the neighborhood's DJ.
Rest in peace.
Let me pop this thing and see if it tastes like shit or not.
Do it near the mic, please.
Yeah. Let's see.
Let's see if we can see the telltale wisp that should come out if it's been properly carbonated.
Did it open yet? Oh,
yeah.
Really? That was lackluster, like you said it would be.
There's no smoke. There's no like CO2.
No, there's no bubbles in the neck. There's no mist. Okay, so he's putting his thumb on it and shaking.
Take a little.
Can you
take
turn
a
it
sip
upside
out.
down?
All right. We actually got some bubbles that time. This might be a good sign.
Take a little sip out of it so you can get a good shake. Get some more bubbles.
That one's actually okay. This one worked. All right. Yeah.
This watermelon soda. How is it?
It's not very good.
It sounds good.
I almost bought $100 worth of soda from the website you linked to me. I was on the buy page. I had everything picked out.
See the shipping?
And I was thinking, I'm going to wait and see what Kyle's experience is before I spend $114 on these specialty sodas.
This one's a good one. This was a winner. This one's carbonated. It's got a little bite to it. It's tasty. I was joking about it not tasting bad. It's okay. But, at least 6 of them I just poured out, because they were just shit.
That's
that
$18.
sucks. That's like...
Yeah, exactly. Like you just got to just put that out of your mind. It's like the key lime pie one. I'm just like, oh, you would have been so good. It was a real upsetting time when I started cracking those things open one after another, and each one was just fucking shit. Very upsetting.
That's infuriating.
Yeah.
Especially how excited you get for those little things. Like, oh my god, when you went to the door that day, you're like, oh my god, my soda's here.
Oh, Kitty was. I mentioned to Kitty, I was like, I got a bunch of sodas coming to my. Oh, they came today. I was like, ooh, I'm like pulling my knife out to get this box apart. Yeah, I was excited. But most of them have been shit, not carbonated. Yeah, very upsetting. I got a bunch of cool stuff. I got a bunch of cherry. Remember the cherry soda that he was going on and on about in the show, in that little Vimeo video? It's like something Vine cherry cordial or cherry delight. It's so fucking good.
Really?
I got three. Yeah, I got those. Came in the 12 pack that I originally got, and I got like 3 or 4 of those, and each one they taste like a carbonated jar of maraschino cherries. It's so sweet and delicious.
Sounds pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's amazing.
The
It's
cucumber.
so good. I wanted that, didn't have it.
Oh, they didn't have it? So he tells this story of a kid. I think he comes in and he gets a soda that you wouldn't expect them to like. I forget what it is, like grapefruit or something. He's like, do you have anything else? Do you have anything else? And he recommends him the cucumber. And sure enough, the kid comes back and he loves the cucumber. And it was just so convincing. The guy didn't, if he's a salesman, he's a master salesman, because he didn't seem like he was trying to sell it to me. He seemed like he was sharing his soda enthusiasm with me. And it was infectious. It made me want
He made a lot of sense. He was like, these are all the reasons why the consumer is getting a shitty product when there used to be this huge variety of amazing, cool products you'd ever heard of. The truth is somewhere closer to, there's like 8 flavors that are actually good. Although, if you want to experiment and you like soda anyway, like maybe you want a Manhattan Special or a Double Cola or a Red Vine or a whatever this is, Filbert's old-timey watermelon soda or something like that.
I don't think of myself as a soda person, right? Like a soda person to me is someone who hydrates with soda, right? They keep a Pepsi, like 2-liter in the fridge at all times, and when they're thirsty, they drink that, or Coke. And that to me is a soda person, and that's not us. There's no soda in our refrigerator. But, like maybe I'm a liquid candy person. I would love to see what a cucumber liquid candy tastes like. Or
if the 12 packs of Diet Dr. Pepper were sentient, like that movie Meat Grinder, whatever the fuck it was, Sausage Party, in my fridge, they wouldn't even have time to formulate hypotheses about what was occurring in the world. Like the guy who was last in line in the 12 pack would be trying to scream to the new 12 pack, "Get out! Try and roll the freedom! Maybe you can make it!" And then he'd be snatched up, and they'd be like, "God, he's being a real bitch, isn't he?" And then they'd soon find out, oh my God,
they all get to see
7
it
in one day. We're not going to last,
I've got this. There's like a little coffee bar in my kitchen where like all the coffee shit is, because there's like 3 fucking machines and a bunch of accessories, because everybody else has something fancy they want to put in their coffee here apparently. But on the bottom shelf of that, I've got like right now I think there's about 120 sodas there, something like that. And the way that I put a 12 pack of Diet Dr. Pepper into the fridge, I pull out the bottom drawer. Which is like, I don't know what it used to be, but now it's the soda drawer. And I just fucking tear open that little part of the end of the soda thing, and I just go, dum, 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 and just dump the whole 12 pack in there. Like, just don't even give a fuck. And they're falling on the
loud. So loud.
And all the others are watching this, like ah! So they know what's happening. They know what's coming.
Yeah, people who dabble in soda, they restock so casually that they just put it, side by side cans. We do it like we're pouring ammunition in a war situation. Like, we need to get this, in there now. These need to be getting cold stat. I need a cold soda 3 minutes ago. God damn it! And they just poured it in there. I love Diet Dr. Pepper.
I'm a fan.
Love soda.
I like Dr. Pepper 10. I like Dr. Pepper 10 better than Diet Dr. Pepper.
I can't tell much of a difference, honestly.
It tastes sweeter to me.
I can't.
It tastes sweeter to me.
I just feel like I'm getting hoodwinked into consuming 10 calories.
No, those are 10 good calories. Those make all the difference. I like all the 10 sodas. There's like a Seagram's ginger ale 10. There's like like an orange crush or there's like an orange 10, like a root beer 10, all that stuff.
Yeah, is really good. The 10 one, because I like ginger ale. Ginger
ale has less calories anyway. I like ginger ale a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, real bust ordering from these fucking soda people. Real shame. In the future, I will.
You were scammed.
That first website I ordered from, those were all great, but they had a very limited selection. I also got the champagne soda. That was not good. I got a bunch of different fucking sodas, and for the most part, it's been a real bust.
Sometimes it's
Do you feel
there's
cheated?
a 20% chance this will be good. Let's see what it is, and then sure enough, not good. Like I wouldn't have guessed champagne.
I got one called Warm Ooze, which I haven't tasted yet, so I don't have high hopes. I mean,
Right.
the watermelon isn't so hot, so I figured when you get to Warm Ooze, you're really
That's like the natty light of this brewery.
Prickly
maybe.
Pear was the best one we had, and it was like a 6 out of 10. Like it wasn't like Black Cherry from who makes the good Black
IBC.
Cherry? Yes, or they make a good cream soda too.
Yep.
Great cream soda.
And there's a reason that IBC doesn't make like Prickly Pear soda because it's.
I might make my own batch of root beer to see how that goes. Because I was reading, like the ingredients are super simple.
It's interesting about you, Kyle. Like you cook things. Like there's
You make stuff.
There's a craftsman in you that produces
I wouldn't go that far.
food. I just have and I do it again. I like every so often. What were the like baked goods you were texting us about recently?
I cooked those chocolate souffles and the ramekins and what was the other thing?
It had a pea in it.
Pea.
I'm having a hard time recalling. What did I make? Did I make I'm like
Pasta.
I'm having to go back through the text to see what I even cooked. I don't recall
Hot
now.
pie.
It was it was the bunt cake. I made the sour cream bunt cake and I made the chocolate souffle last week.
I think it is the bunt cake I was thinking of, and I don't know where I got the pea, but
Not a punt cake.
no, but
Delicious bunt cake.
yeah,
Delicious.
Yeah, it was like a gigantic like chocolate covered donut. That was pretty tasty.
Was that your
I like it.
bunt cake or one that you made?
Oh well,
one
I
that
didn't
he
like.
made.
Apparently,
yeah,
you could heat
I
up
used a
that
recipe.
knife and be YouTube famous. I haven't even watched one of those videos, but
I haven't either.
they're recommended to everyone. Like,
Wait, what is it?
Oh, on YouTube. I haven't even seen the video, so I'm gonna get this wrong. But based on the title and thumbnail, he appears to heat up a knife until it's glowing red and then cut shit, like a bottle of Coca-Cola. I don't even know what else he cuts.
It's the whole channel, just hot
Yeah.
knife.
It appears.
You
hot
don't
knife.
even need a press anymore.
Yeah.
Today we are going to use my favorite knife. Going to get it very hot, 1,000 degrees Kelvin,
That's what it is.
or whatever
Is it
unit
really?
they used it.
So you've
Scandinavia.
seen a
It
video.
always says like 1,000-degree knife cuts through batteries, 1,000-degree knife through butter, 1,000-degree knife through, whatever. Lots of
Through
different
butter would be a very boring video.
Boom!
It kind of goes through the same as when it is not hot. Very easy. You know?
Hot knife through butter is a thing. I wonder what a very hot knife through butter does.
It
Boils
wastes
it.
a lot of butter that melts to the side.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, that channel is exploding. I
I need to find a YouTube video. What is it? Just called like hot knife or?
I'm sure I can find it quickly.
You'll have no trouble finding this. Type hot knife and
Hot knife. Watch it
yeah.
melt.
Yeah, all of those thumbnails are a glowing red blade, like held right above whatever the item in question is.
Yeah. Wow. This one in particular is always recommended to me. He's cutting a soda. Wow, 61 million views. Good lord.
This can't be that interesting.
Dude, I went shopping for a shredder. Do you know what a shredder is?
Paper
Probably
shredder?
everyone's seen one. It has these like claws almost.
Oh yeah.
It breaks bowling balls, cars, tires, cows. Like, I was like, you know what? Like this hydraulic press channel was exploding so much. What if I just bought a shredder and like, it's all. It was $250,000. Like they were really expensive. A tiny one that could maybe do a bowling ball was like $60,000.
This guy has 3 blowtorches and a fucking knife.
This is crazy. How low
That is
how low what you
crazy.
need.
That's 60 million views in 11 days. That's absolutely outrageous.
4.7 million subscribers.
Fucking crazy.
That's unbelievable.
I don't want to shit on anything. It's something somebody else does, but goddamn, people, like you could all do this at home. Like you could put on your own fucking shit. He's cutting soap.
Dude, I think my microwave series was higher effort than this. I was
It
lucky to get
was.
100,000 views.
Yeah. I don't want to watch anymore because I feel like I'm going to be judgy and shit on what this person does here. But goddamn, he's just cutting like stuff around his house with a hot knife.
I'm watching more, and I'm going to be very judgy.
If you're watching this and you're like, oh, I can't believe you said that about this talented genius. Like, geez, dude, you do this shit too. Like, start your own competitor channel right now.
Yeah. Hotter blades.
Yeah, hotter blades. 2,000 degree knife.
Yeah.
See what happens when my 2,000 degree knife cuts his 1,000 degree knife. Ha ha ha.
Yes. This is one where I feel like, Kyle, if you dedicated 3 hours of your afternoon tomorrow to making a channel for this, that could be seriously lucrative for you. Hello, my friends. I noticed relative Eastern European pussies trying to show you how to cut with CC knives at 1,000 degrees. In Russia, we go 10,000 degrees, and then you just do something crazy. Yeah, we do whole sword.
I'll show you what
I'm watching him
use.
cut the
This
bottle
is a
now.
very good chip.
It's completely uninteresting. It's just slowly melting. All right, it kind of caught fire when it touched the soda. But it 61 million views. This guy is a genius at making money without being a genius.
What else is smart that he's doing? It looks like every video I've clicked on so far, half the video is him warming the knife up because he wants to make sure it's as long as possible. Because at the end of the day, you don't have a marketable skill. You're rubbing a hot blade on a piece of ice as I watch. I'm
going to get myself a samurai sword, and I'm going to heat it up to 3,000 degrees. like I don't know. The press channel made sense because it's like, yeah, he's putting in a normal amount of pressure on something that your average person just can't produce at home. You can't just drive your car over something and get tons and tons of pressure to squish a hockey puck into goo or make a Bible explode. But I don't know. This guy's got. I have all of the shit that he had. I have everything required to like duplicate this guy's channel, and so did both of you. You know, it's a camera, a knife, and a torch.
It's like prohibitively expensive to start your own hydraulic press channel.
Yeah,
this guy hasn't even gone whole hog with the knife thing yet. Like, why? Right now, he's putting it on jelly. He's putting it on jelly, melting
on
jelly
the screen. Everyone's watching.
Yes.
He has a hot knife through chocolate. Look, the chocolate is not even an interesting thing. It should be a hot knife through gunpowder.
Yeah, it should be a hot knife through something more interesting than this. If you can do these kind of experiments in your living room, it's not worth it. I don't think. Like now, he's just picking up random shit now. This is just.
He's just walking around with a hot knife, right, and a camera. He's like,
a hot knife through a Dixie cup. Like what the fuck?
Dude, this guy is a hot knife looking for an object, like a hammer looking for a nail. He knows nothing but what he can cut with his hot knife. You can't even get it hotter. Like some of this stuff. Like the hydraulic press, watch the hockey puck, and you'll be like, man, I've held a hockey puck before. That is a huge amount of pressure to liquefy that. Like, I can't imagine. This, he's like cutting through things like soap, and it's not even impressively fast.
It's not.
It takes a minute.
He's having to take it back and reheat it and then cut.
He did a hot knife through a bag of potato chips. And it doesn't cut any better than the knife, like a cold knife through. Bag of potato chips is easy to cut.
And now you know.
Here's a hot knife through an orange. It's just like a cold knife through an orange. Yeah, except that it burns it a little.
Yeah, the point of the hot knife is that it has to do something different, wildly different than a normal knife. And if you're just cutting through Jell-O, yeah, you're going to see a little bit of liquefied Jell-O, and you're going to see it go real smooth through the first 1/18 of an inch of that plastic, and then halfway through the Jell-O cup, you can see it go
all right,
and just stop cutting through as much, and he has to slow down. It's just not. Get a bigger knife and make it hotter. Those are my professional opinions to you. A bigger, hotter knife, or you're going to find yourself very quickly a not relevant fish in an even less relevant pond.
I can't think of the name of it, but they make this like this plasma sword thing that is it thermite? Is it a thermite sword? What is that thing? A lance, right? Thermite lance? Yes, I think that is it.
This guy couldn't get the knife to do enough to this phone, so he's just stabbing it.
I was
He's
wondering
just
how the phone
stabbing
went.
this phone.
It just doesn't react to the heat, and he just
like he put the heat on there some, and like it discolored the screen in a way that like I would look at, and it wouldn't even register to me as an interesting thing. It'd be more like, this is an event that's occurring. I have no whatever. Like, and so he just started stabbing it into a cutting board, and now he's just hacking it like some ape. Like this knife hasn't been hot for minutes.
A hot knife through firecrackers, and it happens to be, sparklers, the ones you run around with. And unsurprisingly, you can light a sparkler with a really hot knife, and it's no different than a match.
A thermal lance in action. See, we get thermal lance channel. That's much, much better.
Yeah, a thermal lance is this rod that they ignite using an oxyacetylene torch because you can't fucking ignite it with a anything cooler, and then it starts burning, and they start cutting through steel like butter with it.
I just have it playing in the background now, but this. Come on, hurry up and set it on fire. Go.
Thermal lances are interesting.
Yeah, you know what? This thing would just tear right through that bullshit knife.
Yes, we should do a thermal lance through a hot knife.
Yeah. Hey, I went on Amazon and ordered 60 of the knives that this idiot uses, and I'm going to burn through all of them with, 5 seconds of this thermal lance.
I know we're hating on him. I really like that he's made apparently a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah.
And
Good
he's not
for him.
hurting anybody. Yeah, he's not hurting anyone. That's what I like,
Until he brings the hot knife to people.
Hot knife through people would be...
I'm just spilling out jelly bellies, to be totally honest. I don't actually hate the channel. It's a good idea because obviously people are watching. Mm-hmm. I'm real jelly. I'm a jelly belly over the fact that I didn't think that I could microwave a knife for a minute and a half and get 1 billion people watching overnight.
What did you think
this thermal lance is crazy.
He doesn't talk or anything, right? Like, I had the volume down super low so we could talk, but there's just silence.
I didn't have the volume
some
on
burners
either.
and
I didn't hear any commentary or anything.
What did you guys think? The hydraulic channel did well is that like the people were kind of fun. Like they were seemingly laughing.
They were
likable
people.
Yeah. What were you saying, Kyle?
I was going to ask what you thought about our guest, about the Steve guy. I liked him.
Yeah,
I thought he was funny.
Yeah,
I like that he's a big sports fan. I really tamped down the hockey talk with him. I wanted to ask more about the Rangers and the Kings, I guess, because I think he was there. Or, yeah, he must have been in L.A. when the Blues were 8th seed in, 2012, and knocked us out. The Kings knocked us out when they were the 8th seed, humiliated us in the first round, then they won the Stanley Cup. So, not a lot of love for the Kings. But the Rangers never really fucked with us, so they're fine.
Well, it seems
Same
like
with
probably most teams have knocked the Blues out of the playoffs by now. Like, you should just...
A lot of them have. But, if you get knocked out, it's not as bad as when you're like, yeah, 2012, like, we're the President's Trophy winners. We're going to actually maybe do something. Who are we playing in the first round? Oh, thank God. L.A., they barely eked into this contest. And then the Blues win 2 in a row and then go, God, I already bought my ticket for the cruise a week and a half from now because I didn't think we'd even make it this far. And so then they lost 4 straight again. 3 years, 12, 13, and 14. I think we won 2 games and lost 4 in a row.
I really wish Philly had beaten the Blues. I would have lots of things to say. Fun things.
Yeah, see, like I said to Steve, I don't talk shit with hockey very much. If it's an individual player, it's fun because I'll be like, oh man, like Fabry really made you guys look like fools. And it's weird. This guy, this rookie, Robbie Fabry for us, he's 20 years old. He's played the Flyers 3 times in his career. And he's got 5 goals against them.
Sounds like
just,
an asshole.
I don't know why that happens sometimes, but it is just a thing with sports where they're like, oh man, this guy just rips this team apart. Or for a while, I think it might have been Philly that did a good job of keeping Crosby not off the score chart because that's impossible, but producing like a normal superstar instead of himself.
They hold him down like a child under the water.
They don't though. They don't.
They do.
Oh man, I hope somehow Pittsburgh and Philly end up playing the playoffs this year.
Me too, because we own their.
No, Pittsburgh's just the team. They are.
I would love to face Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, you would if my hypothetical thing happened and everybody in Philly was able to go, trade Giroux for Crosby. We're going to win for sure with that.
No.
I saw people talking in the comments being like, come on, Woody. I'm a Flyers fan. And if they came to me and said Giroux for Crosby, of course I would say yes. It's like,
it
someone
doesn't
who
sound like a Flyers fan to me. There's an imposter.
Yeah, we will lose with pride, Best player in the world, best player in the world.
Dude, let's talk UFC. I'm excited about most of this card now, and I wasn't a week ago. The little media machine has totally turned me on. And I don't even know who Dill versus Lon is, but apparently a lot of hardcore MMA fans are most excited about that fight. And I'm embarrassed not to know these guys. But
yeah, I don't know anything about the other fights. I really don't. I will watch them all. Although I've said it before, man.
You want to make an easy buck? The easy money's on Magny. That guy is going to beat Hendricks like a drum. I am so confident, just as confident as I was in some of my other recent predictions.
I'll bet $10 on the other guy who I've never seen before.
Put $10 on.
I am.
Magny.
I'm betting with you because you're so sure.
Okay, it doesn't always work out, but I am sure. I am sure Magny is going to whoop him. He's got an 11-inch reach advantage.
Well, he's going to get all tied up then. All right, I'm happy with my bet. 11 is too much. 11 is too much.
They asked his
How do you have
opponent,
an 11-inch reach advantage?
I know. They asked his opponent. They're like, you're giving up 11 inches of arm length to this guy. How you going to get inside? And he's like, believe, conceive, and achieve. He's like, if I believe I can do it, I know I can do it.
And then at the end, bereave.
Dude, it was such bullshit. I was like, you got no plan. He's like, there's a way. I'll get in. I'll get to him.
How can a person?
The guy's gonna big brother him.
How can the guy be the same weight as the other guy and have an 11-inch? Is the guy with the reach advantage? Is he missing a leg?
No.
Or something that lets him.
The guy who has 11-inch shorter arms, he's the one that missed weight that we talked about earlier. He can't make 170. And he doesn't look fat. Fat is the wrong term for him. But he will have the most body fat of anyone who fights that night. Except for maybe the
He
girls.
has an 80-inch reach.
Yeah, he's built like McGregor.
What's the guy's name?
No, even more. Where's his height at? I don't see his height.
Well, he's bigger. He fights at 170.
Neil what?
75 inches.
Magny.
Okay, so that's 6'3", right?
What'd you say? How many inches?
6'3".
Okay.
Yeah, he's 6'3". 100.
He is a very lanky fellow, and also clearly in very good shape.
80-inch reach.
Yeah, sometimes you hear lanky and you think like, oh, is that going to work in a fight? Like the guys that someone who's never fought would be most afraid of is like the real strong guys. But dude, think of some of the top fighters. John Jones is lanky. Conor McGregor is lanky.
Well,
He's got
normally
2
your
belts.
wingspan, normally your reach is pretty similar to your height, right?
Yeah, usually they're real close.
Okay, well, in this situation, all right, his opponent, this white guy, he's 69 inches tall. Okay, so he's 5'9" or something like that. His reach is identical at 69 inches. Okay. This other guy is 6'3", but his reach his height is 75 inches. His reach is 80 inches. It's 5 inches more. So not only is he just a bigger, taller guy by like 6 inches, but he's also freakishly long for some reason.
Taylor should root for him. You know why? Because he has monkey proportions.
That's racist.
Yeah, and he's black too. But that wasn't my point. My point is he's got those long arms that drag on the ground. He's got monkey proportions.
See, I don't if he were a monkey, he gives more of an arboreal lemur kind of vibe. And I very much prefer terrestrial apes. And so things like chimps, bonobos, gorillas, an orangutan, perhaps.
You see that giant chip they found in Africa that's like fucking 6 feet tall now?
I just want to take a break and thank Taylor for being way more racist than anything I said.
Racist?
Your monkey comparisons were off the chart compared to long arms.
No, I said that.
I'm innocent now by comparison.
I am drawn to the shorter guy because he more closely mimics like a chimp body type. I base all my picks on closeness to my favorite members of the ape family. That's why I like Lesnar, very gorilla-esque.
And then this Magny, on top of being taller and longer, has a hairstyle that he's got like a really tall hairstyle that's got to give him at least another 2 inches. This is going to look ridiculous.
Dude, Magny is going to whoop ass. I don't know if I'll go so far as say he's a future champ someday, but he's a very exciting fighter. He takes fights on short notice and wins. He's kind of McGregor, except he's got a recent loss. I guess McGregor does too. But yeah, I like Neil Magny a lot. I think he's going to whoop up on Johnny Hendricks. He is my sure thing of the night.
We shall see. You'll be giving me $10. I'm just pumped for the Rousey fight. I would probably be happy. I wish I could pay like $30 and just get the Rousey fight and then just go do some other shit. Like I'm
Really?
interested in all the fight because there's so many. So I think the card starts like with the prelims on FS1 and the fight night stuff. Like you start watching MMA at 7 p.m. The main card, the pay-per-view card starts at 10:30 Eastern. I think it's either 10 or 10:30 Eastern, and there's 5 fights on there. Ah, shit! It's easily gonna be 1:30 in the morning by the time Ronda's getting beaten up.
Shouldn't be. I think it's gonna. Oh wait, maybe you're right. 1:30 sounds late. Maybe 1, but the point still stands. And if you watch all the prelims in the Fox, so
25-minute fight.
Typically, there's 2 or 3 fights on Fight Pass, which is this like Netflix sort of UFC thing, and but there's only one. This time there's only 1 fight on it because 1 or 2 fights got canceled, and then there's I think 3 fights on Fox, like regular television, that's kind of meant to show fights and kind of meant to like sort of sell the pay-per-view that comes afterwards, and then comes the pay-per-view where there'll be 5 fights, and those will be typically the biggest, like most awesome fights, and those are the ones that I'm most excited about. So
like 9 fights Friday night, tomorrow night. I'm definitely gonna be watching them all. But man, it's the Rousey fight that's got my interest the most.
Does it, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. That's so big, and it's more about what everyone else thinks about it than what I think, because I don't know that Ronda is that entertaining of a fighter, honestly, to watch. Because I mean, if she's just tearing a girl's head off and arm barring her in 30 seconds, like shit, how many times are we gonna watch that?
Monkey-like.
The monkey would keep the arm.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It sounds like she goes in there and she just rips her opponents from limb to limb. That's a great ape.
I don't know. I want to see this fight because the aftermath is going to be so tasty. It's almost like the last presidential election. You know, it's like, yeah, man, it'd be crazy if an outsider like Trump won. But man, what's really going to be good is seeing him at the inauguration with all of the fucking Supreme Court justices lined up in the front row and all, and you know,
not all of them, just 8.
Yeah.
Just the remaining. Yeah.
Yeah, just the whole thing. Everybody's got to show up for this big deal, and it's not the sort of thing you can call in sick for. They got to come and show their
Dude, it hit me already.
They got to kiss the ring of Trump.
Like election night or the day after, I was like, dude, like for real, Donald Trump, who I thought of as like the clown candidate, right? Donald Trump's name is going on the same list as Washington, Lincoln,
Jefferson,
Roosevelt,
all of those guys.
Yeah.
Trump!
And Trump somehow.
But there's also like Garfield and like
Woodrow
Zachary
Wilson.
Taylor and a bunch of people who like people don't remember. Like Millard Fillmore. Nobody
Jimmy
thinks
Carter.
Millard
Phil
Fillmore.
Min or
Jimmy
Fillmore?
Carter, people that don't like lots of bad presidents too. So he's in company with all of them.
But
you know.
I've been getting freaked out tonight. I haven't talked about it. We got the gun here.
I saw it.
Just in case. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Dude, when I went to let the dogs in, I swore I heard a voice. And the dogs would like go outside and they're just barking in towards the north. I don't know what the fuck.
What did the voice say?
It said Allah.
Come and see.
It said Allah. Allah.
And behold.
But it not very well. Like it might have even said Ella. But I was like, in my head, as clear as day, I heard a woman say Allah as I'm letting the dogs in. And it's a little freaky because the door's already open. It's been open for a minute or so because one of my dogs knows how to open a door.
At least you didn't hear it from the kitchen behind you. You know?
Like, I don't know where it came from, but I'm going to the door and I hear this woman say Allah, and I shut it, I lock it, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. Thankfully, this place is filled with livestock who will bark and shit if they see anyone. which maybe they just did. Like maybe I need to sweep the house. I don't know, but I'm hearing.
We'll see him coming for you.
We will.
With
And
a
we may,
If someone
we may even
let
tell
him
you
know.
he's behind you.
Please, it's something.
If I scream shoot, don't even think. Just grab it and blast right behind you.
All right, we'll put that to the test. But yeah, I don't like. I get a little freaky when my family's not home. Not that I expect like Hope to defend us or anything, but I do feel like, you know, that section of the house is kind of being monitored. You know, like I'll be alerted. I'll at least know, like I know no one's in her room because she's in her room, and then she would say something. But
that thing, that might be something that gives you a little peace of mind.
what'd you say?
I linked you a thing that I purchased that might give you a little peace of mind. That way you know if anyone's coming down your driveway.
You should get that.
Interesting.
Yeah. It detects the metal of the car, so, you know.
Look at this. Raleigh man wanted in string of home invasions.
I don't believe you.
WRAL.com. Yeah.
Link it or.
I mean, he was convicted, but, you know.
Oh my god. You should have said that. I was gonna, oh god, he
is
super
convicted.
glues their nose shut and tapes their mouths and lets them suffocate in their own living rooms.
Some survivors say they remember hearing Allah, Allah.
Dude, so when we lived in Apex, there seemed to be no Apex news. So I just didn't really care about news. Like, nothing happened in that town. Now I live in Raleigh. Like, shit happens all the time. There's constantly some man found dead in a hotel, some home invasion, some cop got shot. Like, it's a city, right? Every day there's a story. And I don't know. That's why I got a gun right next to me. I didn't want to say anything in front of Steve because he clearly would have looked down upon that.
Steve.
but yeah, I'm hearing voices. What am I doing? What were they just barking at?
Steve's gonna be some kind of jester, like up in one of those human-sized cages that we like reel up into the air to like laugh at him once, you know, in the hard times. That's what's gonna happen to Steve.
That's where he'll be.
That's
in
where
the
comedy is going in the hard times. I'll tell you that right now. You're
Chief Dancing Monkey. Yeah.
throwing fucking tomatoes at that guy.
Yeah, Kyle will be like, I remember you. When I'm chief of Georgia, there'll be a spot in my cage for you.
Hey, you better hope you're not doing a show in Atlanta.
Yeah. Don't you fucking heckle the chief.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I said it wrong, but you follow.
Those old human-style bird cages must suck. You know, they're just like perfect size for a person to stand but not sit, and they hoist
And dance.
there.
Yeah.
I went to we used to go to these clubs that were like world famous in New York City when I was in college, and like they'd be featured on MTV and stuff. And I remember I walked in and there was this like amazingly hot woman in some sort of human cage suspended from the air.
Go-go dancer.
Dancing sexy. Yeah, but it was a dance club like the Palladium or the Limelight or something, not a strip club. And I was
go-go dancer. That's what they do. Yeah.
I guess that's
Yeah, they're
what
just up in a cage, right?
Yeah.
I thought they were on stages, go-go dancers.
They're in a cage.
Cage
It doesn't
stage.
matter. Tell me about your
Anyway, I was just very impressed, and I thought it was so cool. In my head, I'm like, wow, I hope someday I'm so cool that I get into a cage. That was what young Woody thought. I was like, I'll take my shirt off. I work out like 6 hours a day right now. I want to get myself in a fucking cage. But
Yeah, you want to be in the cage until you're in the cage. And then you're like, this isn't as fun as it is on the outside when you can go, hey, look at that person dancing. Now I can walk around freely and get a drink and talk to
remember
people.
The super cool people. Like, I'm like a nerd by these standards, right? And I'm like a college athlete in really good shape. And like, I throw in a silk shirt and think I'm in fashion. I'm like, I didn't even think to wear snow goggles backwards. Like, you know, but there they are wearing snow goggles backwards, blowing her whistle with like tight fishnet stockings and leather like shorts that aren't much bigger than panties. And like, I don't know, even guys, you're dressing like the gay guy from The Simpsons with the chaps and what have you. I don't know. I was just like, I don't even know how to begin to be cool at this level of cool.
Jenna Marbles started out as a go-go dancer.
Yeah. Was that what she was
Really?
specifically, or was she like a greeter or
Go-go dancer.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right. You know, I was looking at her channel recently. Of course, it's doing great by most standards. but I think it's at about 13 million views a month now, which by Jenna Marbles standards is a big change.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. I've seen her recent videos.
That's the internet. It's fickle.
That's the internet. Yeah. I've talked about this bell curve of a channel's life cycle for ages. It's not that the videos got bad. It's just that people got to know them. This argument I always use is How I Met Your Mother. Like, I don't think that show started to suck. I just got less excited about it.
It started to suck.
Not in my opinion. I even liked the last season a lot. Or pick some other show. You could say Friends or whatever. Like, I bet if you compare the last episode or season of Friends to the first one, you'll find that, they're more or less as good as the first one was. There were seasons in there where the actors were like coked out and having struggles.
Yeah, I like that. You got Thin Chandler. What I think happens too often is
Chandler.
Yeah, Thin Chandler. Yeah, on cocaine, he was much better Chandler.
I didn't know that. I never watched Friends.
Yeah, I didn't really either. But if you look at a show like The Office, like season 1 of The Office, season 2 of The Office, those are the best seasons, I think. It gets much worse as it goes on, and it's not necessarily a result of like what it is a result of, in my opinion, is that early on, these were all people, the characters in The Office, and they all had a little quirk to them. But by the end of The Office, that switched around. Now they were just quirks. Now they were their oddities. Like they became what the oddest parts about their personality and lives. So now Phyllis is nothing but like, it's clear that like by the end, Phyllis has went from Mother Goose to like a closeted whore who like is into some weird stuff. It's clear that Stanley goes to sex clubs and is into all kind of like dirty S&M and like cheating on his wife. Dwight now, he gets married in a grave and like he's got all of his shroot rules, like know your rules. He's got all these stupid songs and he's like making his the mother of his child go through a beat cleanse. Everybody just becomes so ridiculous that it's not funny anymore.
Well, they basically become caricatures of their former selves, to where it's like you're no longer Michael Scott from season 1, where you're a well-meaning but goofy guy who's, blissfully unaware of what he's doing wrong. Now you're a ham-handed, over-the-top, like saying things that no person who's not actually socially inept could do. Like, not a person in this world. You talk to the most awkward person on earth, they wouldn't do some of the stuff Michael Scott does in season 6. And it's like, this isn't even like a goofy guy anymore. Like when he gave like speeches and like or whatever it was for those conventions and whatnot, like his stupid speeches in the beginning of the series, whenever it was, like it was silly and funny. And then at the end, he's just a total caricature. And then once Michael Scott leaves that show, I tried so hard to like it because I wanted to like it, because you know how that is with series where you're invested in the other characters and you really want it to do well. That show is terrible after Michael Scott leaves.
I've seen every episode.
I can't rewatch
like every season,
non-Michael Scott.
But I feel like we're not giving credit for some of the characters for the way that they hit their stride. When Michael Scott left, he had a big impact and people cared about him. When Michael Scott was at Chili's and he landed that deal and you suddenly realized, like, there's a sort of a genius competence here. Like, he's not just a ham-handed idiot stumbling all the time. There are certain customers or demos that identify with him and think that he's great. I know. I don't know. A lot of the characters at the very, very end, when Dwight was running the place and he got like a second opportunity to be the boss, and then they just sort of ran through, like, he's like, I'm married to her, my best man is Jim, I think, and this, like, they were just sort of laying it all out there, and it's like, wow, there's a depth to this show that didn't exist in season 1 when it was still finding its footing. I
dig it. It's probably one of my favorite shows of all time, especially sitcoms or whatever.
Comparing the shows to the YouTube channels, like, they kind of have an arc. In my opinion, like, interest in The Office did start to wane. It was losing its magic. And to me, it wasn't that the episodes got worse. It was that, I've seen this show before. I think, that's what happens with a lot of channels. And I was
the Jim and Pam story was the big story arc for me. So once that starts to, like, once Jim and Pam become like mom and dad, they really start getting boring and they're not interesting anymore. And man, that Jim friend zone like connection thing for the first couple of seasons was so big. It was so good for the show. That's kind of that for me. That's what I was focused on was the Jim Pam thing.
Do you remember when Michael Scott was advising Jim to go for it? He's like, she's engaged. He's like, engaged isn't married, and she didn't seem happy, and and you know,
after the boat,
it was like he was an idiot. Now, if I remember right, they were like walking on coals and stuff like that, and Michael was particularly incompetent and frustrating. But then he gives Jim that speech, and you're like, you know, there was a real wisdom in that head somewhere. It just gets
he peeks through. It's just I don't feel like that happens as much at the end with him. Like he definitely changes as a character. To I don't know. When you think about it, though, he did ridiculous stuff the whole time that nobody would ever do. Like what was it? Was the first or second episode Diversity Day where he makes everybody put their like the Jew or black or woman or whatever on their forehead, and they have to go around and talk to each other as though they're that.
Kelly comes in at the end. He's like, "Oh, give me your cookie. Oh, do you want some cookie?" And she finally just slaps the fuck out of him. Like, Creed's one of my favorites too. He's literally like he's what did he say? He's like no one messes with Creed Bratton. The last one did. His name was Creed Bratton. Like he's murdered someone and taken their identity. He comes in one day with his blood just splattered all over his shirt. They're like, "Oh, great Halloween costume." He's like, "Yeah, Halloween. That's lucky."
I like the
cults come up. He's like, "You make more money as a leader, but you have more fun as a follower." I've been in many cults.
Creed is great. He doesn't even have many lines, but you're just like, what the? And
all of his lines are hilarious.
Was Phyllis's husband? Was he the Scranton
Bob
Strangler?
Vance? No, Bob Vance was not the Scranton Strangler.
I thought he was.
There are fan theories that suggest that he might be because he does have a violent streak for sure. And there's that time where Phyllis it says something like, she's like, I might have to tell Bob, and he's like, so what would that mean? Never mind, I shouldn't have brought it up. Yeah, it's like because for a moment she threatened to like tell Bob what someone had done to her, and they were like, "Well, what then? What happens?" He's like, "I shouldn't have brought it up," and just walks away, and they're all like, "Yeah." But Phyllis is always like that. She's like, they were talking about like flirting or inappropriate flirting. She's like, Bob's warehouse guys, they're always flirting with me, and usually I don't let it go too far. It's like, what? So sometimes you do let it go too far? What does that entail, Phyllis?
The Office was so great. I like it when Phyllis is trying to set up Michael with a date, and he's like, "Oh yeah, could we go on a rowboat?" And she's like, "Yeah, she's really nice. Could we go on a rowboat, Phyllis? Will she fit in a canoe? On a rowboat?"
Yeah, could she fit in a canoe?
And she's like, "All right, she won't."
In a canoe. All right. God
damn it,
I knew
Phyllis. I like when Creed shows up with that blood splattered shirt, and they like are doing the interview with him, and he goes like, "I forgot it was Halloween. This is really good timing." Like it's just he's sitting there getting interviewed in a blood splattered shirt at work for no reason. He's the best. When
Ryan Howard takes over at corporate, he thinks that the young crowd is coming in there and get rid of all the old guys. So he takes all the printer ink and puts it in his hair. And so he comes in with his jet black hair, like all spiked up. And then you hear someone kind of mention, like in the background, like, "Oh, the printer's all out of ink. I don't know what's happening with that."
That was Ryan who did that? The intern?
No, Ryan went to corporate and got that new job. And everybody's getting BlackBerries. There's a new website. And Creed is afraid of the old guys being replaced. Yeah, because he's too old. So he's trying to appear young and hip. He's like, "When's the website going to be up?" Brian and Ryan's like, "Oh, any day." He's like, "Great, man, great. Hey, can we get some Red Bulls in here?" But because sometimes a guy's got to ride the bull, am I right? You're like, walks away.
It's so uncomfortable.
He's 84 by the end of the show.
Wow.
84?
Good for 84.
Well, I mean, that's what he said in the show. They asked him his age. He's like, 84.
I got, have you guys ever got scam calls from people trying to tell you that you got like a computer problem or something like that, trying to basically over the phone fish you for information and fuck with you?
Cruises. I get a lot of cruises. I get like home security and shit like that occasionally.
Are these emails or calls you're talking
calls?
You know what I get for calls all the time? About my student loans. They're always calling me, talking about how I'm late or I haven't paid. I never had a student loan. Like I was a pay-as-you-go sort of guy, and so it's not like they're paid off. It's like they never existed. But I constantly get student loan calls.
I had the lady called me today, and it was a number from, I don't know, one of the Carolinas or something. I actually just looked it up later to see, and I found like a whole website about like, watchthisnumber.org or whatever. And it was people saying like, yeah, this person tried to call and fuck with me too. And this person called me, and it was an Indian woman. Said her name was like Jenny or Jennifer or whatever it was. Naturally. And so she just calls me. I'm like, hello? She's like, hello, this is Jenny with official Microsoft customer support. We are calling about many problems with your... I'm like, who is this? Like, who? This is Jenny with official Microsoft customer service support. We are calling in regard to your problems with your computer. You have very many bad programs on your computer, bad malware. And I'm like, oh, that's no good. Who is this again? Who are you with? We are with the official Microsoft customer support and calling about big problems that you have on your computer, your window right now. And I was like, oh, man, can you just tell me my name real quick? And she goes, good Gregory. And I'm like, Gregory? She goes, Gregory Huff. Sir, you're interrupting me now. Sir, you're interrupting me now. And I'm like, yeah, what's my name? Just tell me my name. She's like, Gregory Hofstetter. And I'm like, no. Who the fuck are you talking about? I'm not Greg. And she's like, you're looking at the information here. This is official Microsoft customer service support. And I was just like, are you kidding? Like, you don't know who I am. Never call this number again. Like, here's a tip for anyone trying to scam. An official Microsoft representative does not answer or call you and go, hello, this is official Microsoft representative Jennifer. I believe I said that correct. Jennifer. And it's like, no, you're such a bullshit piece of shit. Like, you did this. An old person could have fallen for this. An old person could have been like, oh my goodness, I don't want any viruses on my computer. Oh, my social security is, and then just go through that. Like, that's exactly what these pieces of shit do. And for her to say, oh, I forgot the best line. She said, when I said, what's my name the second time, she says, sir, you're interrupting me, sir. You're trapping me with questions, sir. You're trapping me with questions. It's like, I'm trapping you with questions. My one question was, oh no, what's my name? Sir, you're trapping me with questions. This is official Microsoft Windows support. It's like, no, you're not in fucking Raleigh. I guarantee that. And this is probably your first day. This is your first day in the sweatshop because you did not get the line down. Your supervisor standing behind you, very upset at how badly this call has gone for you. I had a very high
throwing acid in her face for sure after that call with you.
Yes.
Because Taylor wasn't
Gregory,
kind
please.
enough to get scammed.
Not the acid, please, Gregory.
Gregory, I ask you please, this is a life or death situation. This is my fourth call today, and I have nothing to show for it. But yeah, that really pissed me off that someone, first of all, just dials random people up, and I've never had I've never had someone this obtuse and bad at it call where it was apparent immediately. Like, first of all, when one of those people call you, the first thing they do is ask you a question to make sure you're there and engaged. Always. Guaranteed. They'll say who they are, then ask you something. They don't go on some diatribe about how they are official Microsoft Windows technician or whatever it is. And that just made me so mad. Thinking like it's almost like you think I'm that stupid. You were trying to sell me a bridge, and you thought I was going to buy it. Fuck you.
I had a rent-a-center calling me a lot, thinking I was someone else who used to have my phone number, and wanting me to like pay this like overdue rent-a-center bill on a television that was rented or a couch or some shit. It went on forever, and I was like, look, I'm not Stephen Moore. I got this phone. She didn't believe me. She thought I was fucking lying to her. And finally at the end, I was like, you know what? I am Stephen. I am Stephen Moore. I'm keeping the TV, and I'm never giving you the money. I'm never, ever going to pay you rent-a-center. Come and get me. You won't take me alive. And they stopped after that. I was dying laughing, fucking talking to them, because she would call me, and every time they would call, I'd be super polite, because when I get a wrong number, I do that, because I figure, like, if this person is incompetent enough that they're having trouble using their handset over here, maybe I should be nice. They're not having a good day. It's often an old woman anyway, who's like her grandson didn't give her like his new number or something, and so they're fucking calling me. I already got the SeeSo ad, but I'm always just real polite, like, no, ma'am, I'm sorry, you got the wrong number. And then they call right back. I'm like, oh, still the same one. And we have to go through the bit of reading the number back and forth. But telemarketers haven't really been a thing for me since, landlines went out of style. I remember it was so prevalent then, but I don't get many bullshit phone calls.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't got one that bad ever. And that was just surprising to me that you would think that in 2016, these scammers would have figured it out a little bit. But I guess if your craft is still working for a small number of people, you don't have to change that much.
Yeah, you just cast a wide net. You get a bunch of dummies. You should have offered to give her your credit card number and just kept going, reading numbers and random letters for as long as she would sit there and take it.
Yeah, it's a 6821 7777 7777
777
888 33.
I'm sorry, what did you
Then there's 3 2s. That's 3 2s right there, followed by a quad of 4.
I do not have my abacus with me. You must go slower.
Okay, once again, that is 111 111. You know, it's what? This is very clearly a different number than what you were previously providing.
Asterisk.
I was.
Asterisk.
Remember my phone
You
rang and I
Americans.
danced? I was hoping
I mean,
was
we
a scammer,
Americans,
but
you
it was
know?
just a wrong number.
That was a wrong number?
It was. Remember, it was like an hour ago I got a call and it was.
Yeah, they're checking to see if you're home.
Was it just heavy breathing?
She said she wanted her cousin. Hey Chad, this is Lois. Give me just a wrong number. Not as fun as I hoped.
Nope.
Yeah, there's been somebody texting me. I think it seems like an older person who thinks that I'm like a grandson or a niece or a nephew or something. I haven't really gotten to the bottom of it, and asking too many questions would give myself away because we still have this ongoing text relationship where she wanted me to come for the holidays. Wanted me to come, eat like Thanksgiving dinner with her. And I was like, I can't make it. And then another time she wanted me to pick her up from like a doctor's visit. And I was like, sorry, I can't make it. But then every now and then I'll just randomly send her a bunch of memes from the Donald. I'll send her the one of sleepy Ben Carson, but he's got the glowing orange, like golden eyes, like, cause he's powering up. And she's like, what is this? And I'm like, it's Dr. Ben Carson. He's the head of the housing and urban development now. And so I'm just slowly indoctrinating her into the Trump
And
cabinet.
who is this woman?
No
Some old
idea.
lady?
I'm not positive it's a woman. It just feels like a woman who thinks I'm like her grandson or something. She texts me all the time.
Oh, yes, I have a great relationship with my grandson. He sends me weird texts sometimes, and he can never help me at the hospital.
She's like, what in the world is that? I'm like, that's Dr. Ben Carson. He separated the conjoined twins. She's like, oh, and gives me the thumbs up. She's telling her friends, like, yeah, he's got great role models. A Ben Carson, a doctor. Yeah.
I didn't know he'd ever even been to Georgia.
Old people are fun. Old people are easy to get one over.
That makes me really sad for the reason that, like, this probably isn't true, but in my head, like, I have a lot of pity for really old people because I always feel like, man, they, like, all their friends are gone. Like, you just feel sad. And it's like, I can't help but picture this poor woman, like, getting a text from that number and thinking, like, oh, someone remembered me today, or, oh, that was really sweet and kind. And it's just you sending her a meme of sleepy black doctor.
As long as she gets the same reaction, it's still a good thing.
As long as she likes it. And
I kind of thought of that too, and that's why I haven't like gone like full crazy with her. Like, I want her to still have some respect for her grandson.
Yes, if you're gonna pretend to be someone to a geriatric woman, you should do it with class and tact.
That's what I've been doing. I won't be able to pick her up at the doctor or help her with her Medicaid, but I'm there for some meme support.
Up one of the times, and she goes, "Hey, will you get me from the doctor?" You just show up and act as though you know exactly. Oh, Gretchen! Hey. That's been so nice to finally meet you.
Would show up on like an ATV or like your dad's gator. Just like, what? It's normal.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be pretty funny.
I feel sorry for old people.
Yeah, me too.
I'm glad we'll never get old.
Yeah, thankfully.
Not a chance.
The objective is to get old, right? Yeah. Isn't that like part of the goal?
Nah,
I really feel like I'm doing well.
The objective is to die before you can get old and not even know it happened.
Yes.
Might miss out on stuff.
Yeah, but you don't even know.
But you'll never know it.
Have you ever fallen asleep in the middle of a movie?
Oh yeah.
You don't get really upset the second you fall asleep and go, God damn it, I'm missing the film. You're asleep. You no longer are with it. You're gone.
Yeah.
It's like
you don't
dying.
mind.
Like,
You don't
die-
mind that you ruined Ted 2 for the surrounding 15 people, near your seat with your snoring. You don't mind. You're like, hey, I got a little rest. I was tuckered. I like.
It seemed like I saw like every 5th minute of the first 30 minutes of that show. And in my head, I'm trying to like put it together. Like, all right. I know they went to a city of some sort.
The teddy bear wins, right?
All right, these two seem to be friends. On his back.
Yeah,
out.
I just remember me and Chiz over there like watching and like, this is okay, and then looking.
I think we played paintball or something. That was very tuckered. Right.
I've never fallen asleep in a movie, and I think I've only gotten up and left like 2 movies ever.
Get up and leave much either.
Captain America, the first one I got up and left.
Really?
Thought it was stone cold awful. Like just when you see that little wrinkly guy, that little skinny dude get into the magic muscle machine and then emerge as clearly the actual version of the actor instead of this weird giant head disordered shrimp. I was just like, this is so stupid. Like you have this technology like this is once again dissecting superhero movies, which is silly, but if you had a pill that could make someone, like as an example, like you have a machine that makes people powerful and super awesome. You have a pill that makes someone super, super smart. Do you test that on someone in remedial English who has trouble spitting out a sentence first? Like as a we need to test someone in the, world chess championships against Russia. Let's not pick our chess master and give him this pill. Let's pick this invalid retard and give him our pill and see what happens. Like no,
but you're missing the heart of the film though. You're missing it.
The Rock in the muscle machine, and then you wouldn't even have to worry. Like, oh my God, I hope Captain America's good enough to
his
survive.
essence and his soul, his goodness, and multiplies it by 10. So
it's more than
that. Go on.
It's more than that. So Steve Rogers is the quintessential perfect guy for this, and a lot of what he is stolen right from Audie Murphy, the real legit like fucking Captain America, this guy who was like 5'2" and kept getting kicked out of the army recruitment. Like, no, we don't want you. You're a fucking shrimp until the war goes on and they need him, and he goes and he's like a fucking superstar, and he captured like 100 Germans or some shit and killed a bunch too. But it's that he kept going. He persevered no matter what. If you put some big muscle-bound jock who's been winning their whole life, he won in high school athletics, he won in college athletics, he's excelling in the Marine Corps programs. Like that's not the guy you want as Captain America, because Captain America is more than a weapon. He's a symbol. It's important that he exemplifies all that America is and its goodness and greatness, and that's why it's important that Steven Rogers gets the super serum.
Okay, that's a pretty good explanation.
He appreciates his power more, too, as someone who was constantly getting picked on and bullied by those stronger than him. Now that he has the power, he has a lot of respect for it. Whereas if you had some bully who's always had some measure of power over those around him, and now you make him Superman, well, then he just becomes the Red Skull, right? He becomes the Nazi version of Captain America.
And he's particularly motivated to protect the people that he used to be.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually a good explanation. That's actually a better explanation than I anticipated. That does make sense. I still don't like Captain America and his shield, but that does make sense.
The shield's cool. I like the shield. He's too good with the shield, though. I like the idea of an incredibly powerful weapon. Like even when I buy like a flashlight or a knife for my pocket, I'm like, what kind of steel is it? Was it forged by a Japanese master, perhaps? Did he fold it 5,000 times? Because that's what I'm looking to carry in my pocket just in case. I always want the best of the best, so I don't know. That always appealed to me.
Do you have a knife in your pocket now? You carry one all the time?
I think maybe, yeah.
Kershaw? What do you got?
Yeah, right? What is this? Spyderco.
Spyderco. Oh, I've got one in that class, too.
Yeah, it's very light, very sharp. I don't know. A lot of boxes around the holidays.
I carry a Juice 2, I think. It's the same one I've had for a while. And I don't know. I use the multi-tool aspect of it all the time. It seems like I always need pliers or a knife or a screwdriver or something. I like having some tools. Definitely a knife. Because there's so many times where I can't get in. It's very satisfying to fucking fuck that shit up and get going. When I only carried a knife, I ended up using the tip of it as a screwdriver and like other stuff, prying things with it. So with the multi-tool, usually it's never the best. Like these pliers, they're pliers and they're in your pocket. But if it's a big plier job, I'll go and get a dedicated set of pliers.
Yeah, but you said the best part right there. They're in your pocket.
Yeah.
You got them right there. That whole trip to the garage or trip to the cabinet, wherever you keep your legit tools, is sometimes not needed if you got one screw. Or like, you're opening an air vent or something. You just need to get in and change the filter real quick, right? Exactly. Like, that's a good example. Like, there's no need to go get your fucking screwdriver set and be like, yeah, it looks like about a number 12. And I'm done. Like it's just nice to have a little tool on your pocket. My dad's gone through so many of those damn Leathermen.
I don't know how.
He's very hard on them. He's squeezed it so hard that he like broke it, like crushing something before. He broke like one of the arms. I remember he cut a electrical wire in two once that was hot when he cut it, and it like arced onto the blade and really fucked the blade up. He's snapped the blades off. He snapped the end of like the plier. The end of the pliers pinched like this. And he's like pinched like that much of one of those off, and like it's broken off. So like
every so
anything
often
and
I
everything.
hear someone who's been on like 3 of them or so. I'm on my first. And, I've had some for a long time, but the ones in my pocket are the ones that see all the use. I have some other ones that I just leave in like the glove compartment and such. But as much as I use this thing, I don't think I've ever come close to breaking it.
Yeah, he's rough on stuff. But they've got that lifetime warranty, though. So it's like, you just send them this broken piece of shit. And if they can, they'll just snap a new blade on it. They'll just put a whole new blade there. Mm-hmm. But if they need to, they just send you a whole new thing. They don't seem to mind that much.
Yeah. They got a reputation to maintain.
Yeah, Zippo's like that, too. I like companies that are like that. I like the idea of buying something for life.
Darn Tough Socks, I think, is one.
It's a great way to it's a great thing for consumers to be like, I can send this back anytime. And for the company, it's really not risky at all because 90% of the time they just lose the item. Like you and the people who do send back in a broken Leatherman or whatever, like Woody, are the kind of customers you want to fucking keep, because when that guy goes out to buy a big thing, he's going to remember they had my back. This is the company I'm going with. I don't know about these fucks over there. I don't know what shady shit they're doing. I might have fucking Jenny working in their call center, for all I know, over in Bangladesh.
Official Leatherman support.
Yeah, this is official Leatherman support.
I'm sorry, Gregory, Leatherman. But you have damaged your knife in the way that we do not cover.
She would just call as a scam to say, we do not cover the knife. I assume it's probably broken.
I need your Microsoft ID.
Yeah. This has become more of a prank call and less of a scam. No, I do not want anything, just to insult you and know that you do not have a functional knife.
I bought something new for my motorcycle. It came and I installed it today. It is a license plate holder with lights above and below it. And when you decelerate, it's not tied into the brakes. It's tied into like a gyroscope. And when you decelerate,
accelerometer.
It blinks top and bottom. So people behind you see a blinking light, which is way more attention grabbing than like the shitty little light a motorcycle has.
I like that.
Naturally.
Yeah, that's the big concern, right? Those fucking cars plowing you into a pulp out there on the highways or highways, right?
Totally.
I wonder if I can show like a quick little shit. It's called like a Vovo or something. Maybe Volo. It's not.
I got a shower head that changes colors depending on how hot the water is.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
I can think of one instance. I could use that.
Oh no, it's nice because it takes. So my shower is on the opposite end of the home as to the hot water heater. It's I don't know how many steps, but it's as many as you can make in the length of my house, and
it's not helpful. It's about a stone's throw away.
It's got to be 45, 50 feet, 70 feet. I don't fucking know. I'm bad at estimating the length of my home. But anyway, it takes a long time for the hot water to get there. So, I turn the shower on hot, and then I watch it for a while before the hot water gets in there. And it turns from blue to green to red when it's hot. I like that.
That's actually that's neat.
Do you guys want to watch this amazing license plate light video with me?
I am prepared to be blown away.
All right.
It's called Vololights short video.
I have given you a timestamp. It should take you 8 seconds in so as not to waste your time. And are you guys ready?
Yes.
Ready, set, play. Do you see this license plate blinking?
Yeah.
So when you brake, it does this attention-grabbing sort of thing, rather than just light up or whatever.
Nice. I like that.
You've really seen the bulk of it.
I feel like I really know what they're getting at.
It doesn't.
I'm not
take a
sure I
lot.
understand the concept.
But like I wear like it's high vis, like this yellow green kind of like a highway construction worker would wear, and I've got flashing lights and like the main causes of accident. Here they are: alcohol. It's a big one. Driving too fast, over your head, and not being seen. So
Sleepiness.
That's probably true with cars. I don't think that's a big one with motorcycles.
Okay.
But so the alcohol thing is easy to fix, and not driving over your head, that's a decision you can make. But not being seen, like that's been the tougher nut to crack.
Yeah, that's probably number one on that list. Right?
Alcohol is number one on the list.
Huh. I would think that people would get hit all the time, just not be. There's no way that the number one reason isn't just a car running into you. Like, I refuse to believe most car drivers are that safe. Because there's definitely been times where I've like started to merge, and then you look like even further back, and you're like, oh shit, like that guy came up real quick.
I watch these. Part of it is a lot of times it's the motorcyclists. Like, it's the car's fault, but the motorcycle participates. Like these people ride their bikes like they're motorcycles instead of cars, if that makes sense. If you drive like a car, then you're kind of predictable. People are expecting car-like things. If you pass some guy going 25 miles an hour over the limit, even if it's on the left, they're like, oh, you came out of nowhere. Yeah, because you did. Because you're going Mach 1 and you're hard to see. They looked for a car back there and they didn't see you because you came up so fast. If motorcycles were super common, then maybe they'd look extra far.
And the amount of the window in which you have to notice them is much smaller too, because they are going so fast and they are so they accelerate so fast too. They can be back there, and the last time you glanced at a mirror, and then you check a thing or you shift or whatever you do, and the next thing you know, they're right fucking here, because those things accelerate faster than any fucking car in the world. They're outrageous. It's like a superpower on like a liter bike. Like they're outrageous.
The fastest cars accelerate even faster, but
they?
Yeah, like the McLarens and the hypercars. They're
the Tesla's the fastest.
Is it?
Yeah.
0 to 60, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Makes sense. Like electric, it just turns on.
Super torque.
They've got all their torque right from the start, but probably has a lot to do with the tires, I would guess. I guess a lot of cars can lay down a ton of power. It needs to be some sort of power to weight ratio and good tires.
Well, they've got and there's certainly a computer like putting all of the power that tire can actually apply to pavement to it. It's not getting more power, so it just spins and you lose effectiveness. It's not getting not enough. It's getting the perfect amount that those tires and on that asphalt can do. That Tesla's a fucking rolling computer.
Yeah, you just trust Tesla to get that perfect, right?
Yeah.
That is really cool.
What was I saying? Yeah, anyway, sometimes when cars aren't seen, or motorcycles aren't seen by cars, it's because the motorcycle's driving in a way that people didn't expect or didn't know to look there, and I don't know. But sometimes you just
I've had them pass me going so goddamn fast before. Like well over 100, had to be, because I remember one time specifically driving back to Atlanta at like 1, 2 in the morning, and being really out of it and like tired, and it had to be at work in the morning, and just being like, all right, let's keep it in this lane and just putt on home at 75 miles an hour. And a bike came past me like something out of Star Wars. Like the sound was different because of the sonar effect. Fuck.
The Doppler
like he was the Doppler effect. Yeah. It's like he was here and gone before I could even think about it. This terror that I'm experiencing right now is nostalgic terror, because that motherfucker is gone. Yeah, I'm afraid of what might have happened 3 seconds ago, because I had no control over it, because this asshole is going 140, 180, who knows? Either it could be either.
Dude.
Yeah. And that guy's going to cause an accident. If not tonight, then another day. If
you've never ridden a sport bike, like the bikes that do that, it's hard to describe just how much well, Kyle has a sports car. It begs you to go that fast. They are sleeping at 70 miles an hour. It's boring. And when you go 120, they're at ease with it. You know, Kyle's car's like that too. I've been in Kyle's car when we went fast a time or two, and it's somehow like everything's happening faster, but the car doesn't feel like it's in a panic. My truck at 90 is panicking. You know? It's noisy, it's shaking. That like the motor speed is one that I'm not used to hearing.
Yeah.
Like the whole experience, like you really feel like you're flying at 90, 95 miles an hour in my truck. I don't go that fast that often. The truck just clearly doesn't want to. But Kyle's car at 90 is just like, yeah, you know, taking a drag off a cigarette. Like it's chill. And these motorcycles do that too. It's real extreme. Like they just want you to go quick. And then there's a fun, like when you corner and you feel that like probably half a G or something. Like, you know, you
sit you down.
Yeah, it sits you down a little. It's a really fun feeling. It's the reason I didn't get that.
The
bike.
weight to horsepower ratio has to be
They're
what it's all about, you know, because
yeah.
a couple 100 pounds and.
Yeah, and it's just gear. They're track day bikes that people take on the street. They're really amazing machines. And
how many RPMs can those bikes do? Like before they have an issue. Like do those things go up to 9,000 RPMs, 12,000 RPMs on the gauge?
Yeah, like 12 to 14 would be a number that you'd see a lot in a super bike.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they're really quick. They're amazing.
Man, I see those motorcycle accidents on YouTube though. Immediately takes the fight right out of me.
I want nothing to do with it.
Like
my gun just fell on me. That's not good. It seems like
worry about that.
This down the other way. That's not it. It was something else. It just fell on me.
Well, if there aren't any scooters, they're scared shitless.
You just hear like the frantic pitter patter of thieves' feet upstairs trying to get out.
On the other side of the wall, you hear,
I don't know why it fell over.
Ella. Yeah. Whatever it was.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying my motorcycle.
That's awesome. I'm glad you like it. It's those things are cool. I would like to ride one a bit, but I don't think I would be a good motorcycle owner. Man, I'd be scared of doing something stupid. But most of all, I'm scared of someone hitting me.
I forgot to show this earlier in the show. Not that it's a big deal or matters. My mom this year bought me a Christmas present and was like, she told me, she's like, oh, this is going to be so funny, Taylor. I saw it. It was a joke from the podcast that you do. They all say that you look like an owl. And so I bought you this owl with
What is in it? Money? Rocks?
No, potpourri. Like it smells really good. So I do like it. I like smell good stuff. And it's just an owl with a bunch of potpourri in it that I'm sure that she got from Pier 1. And I like it. I just thought that was funny that her gift was.
That's pretty good.
That is great. Hold it up next to you. We want to see the resemblance. There, that won't be all over the internet.
That won't be a screenshot on the subreddit. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
We have World Trade Market near me, and it's a real mix of stuff. Like sometimes, like I have these maps on my wall. You guys might have seen them here and there. They're really cool. I like them. And that's where we get the crazy sodas. And then they'll also sell like a bookcase for $19 that is just such garbage. You'll break on the way home.
That's one of those stores that when I was little, my mom, like, you know, when you're driving around in summer and you have to go with your mom on all her little trips, she's like, oh, we're going to go to World Market. And I was always like, oh, it was the same thing as Pier 1, where I was like, oh, we're going to be there all fucking day. And we get in. And it's exactly what you describe, like some like hand-carved, beautiful, ornate, like Central African globe for $2,000, and then a whole section which was just basically a random dumpster in Karachi that they found and upturned into that section of the store, and it's just trash. It's just third world trash.
Why is
so
there
you're supposed
so
to be
much
like, oh, this is a
food?
shower rod from Bangladesh. Oh my God, you're it's so cultured. It's like, no, it's just a rusted piece of shit.
Yeah,
like this
there's
isn't
food. There's snack foods in there and sodas
and bugs, because that's what people around the world eat. Like you can get bugs there.
It's silly. It is not
It's very so don't waste your time in the World Market, everyone.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it there a little bit. Every so often there's a gem. I like the sodas. Maybe it's just the sodas.
It's just the sodas.
I'm a big fan of soda.
Me too.
I kind of want to get the sodas right now.
I'm gonna make my own root beer. This looks really easy to do. I'm gonna get some of
Really?
those fancy bottles. Yeah, you just
How do
boil
you
everything together,
carbonate
and
it?
I think it self-carbonates. I think it ferments or something. But I'm no
We'll
expert.
find out.
I guess
figure it
so.
out.
People make beer. And that like
Yeah.
Yeah,
they don't have
yeah,
special. I always thought
I
there
think-
was a machine that like pushed air.
There is.
into- Oh,
Yeah, there
okay.
definitely is. That's somehow I got into a whole long conversation with Chiz about carbonation the other day. It was thrilling. But yeah, there's totally a machine that sort of it's like a little rock. It's just like instant, and it just pushes tons of CO2 into the liquid, forces it in. But there's definitely like a fermentation process that you can get carbonation.
Does it also do that in the can, or do you pour carbonated fluid into a can?
I don't know that. That's a good question. I would bet that you pour the carbonated. I don't know. That's a good question.
It just
Woody.
seems
I
like
don't
you
know.
can't get a seal in the can, or that
Exactly.
or
Isn't
maybe
this
it's not
shit
built for the
crazy?
pressure.
Like this is why shows like How It's Made are so good, is because like when you really start to break down society into how like little things are made, it's really mind-boggling. You're like, well, I'm sure they made that with, well, actually, shit. I mean, is there a factory that does this? Like, where's that factory?
And
I've
how
never
I-
driven by, the folding chair making plant.
And like some of these things are interesting because I didn't even know they were jobs, right? You're like, dude, on career day, they never told me about microphone solderer as a job, or I can't say that word. How do you say solder?
Solder.
A solder iron.
So he does
Oh,
the L.
soldering? Like soldering something or soldering something?
Oh wait,
Solder.
what? There's a difference
With the L. The L.
There's a soldering, which is like little wires, is my understanding, like little things, and then there's soldering.
What is that?
That's
Okay, so my knowledge says
Maybe I'm
that
wrong.
there is no such thing as soldering. Never heard of that. But soldering with an SOLDERING is you're using a heat source, usually a torch, and you've got a wire, and you're heating your base metal and melting your wire into that base metal to weld in a way. It's
Yeah, so-
primitive welding.
My
Oh,
knowledge
okay,
is
I'm an
Kyle's
idiot.
right. It's only
Yeah, you're right.
soldering, but
it says soldering versus soldering.
My-
Check which spelling is correct.
my whole family pronounces it as soldering, which makes me think that it's regional. And by my family, I mean like Jackie's side too.
You're totally right, because I've always heard it as soldering iron, and I just assumed soldering was different than soldering.
Huh.
Because I would never see soldering written out and read it as soldering iron. Like I would never do that.
This has been burning
very
in my
odd.
head for 2 weeks. Speaking of like spelling, so I played a prank on you guys, saying that I wasn't recording Painkiller already, right? And as Kyle
Yes.
retold the story, he said that I spelled "uh-oh" like a child, like UTOH, and I've been it's been burning in my head. How do adults spell "uh-oh"? What is the alternative?
UHOH. Uh-oh.
UHO. Now I
Uh-oh.
have seen that before. I just thought
Now-
it was. I thought
The way-
worked too. Like UT.
The way you said it was
the way
like
you
if
say
a
it-
child spilled their Cheerios. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. It's okay, Woody. We got more uh-oh, uh-oh. I'm not going to get in trouble. Like,
Yeah, I'm looking at this. You're supposed to pronounce that L. Yeah.
There is no
never-
alternative. Like.
Well, this guy says if you're in Boston, you can happily call it soda. Like it's chowder. SAWDER. Yeah,
like apparently it's not an uncommon thing. I already exited out, but it was soldering versus soldering. And it says soldering is the right way to spell it, obviously, because
Spelling
soldering.
it. I just didn't
It's
know
not a
if a silent L was ever like acceptable.
Apparently, I'm getting a few different reports. This guy says depends on if you're British or American. The Brits say solder, SOLDER, solder. Americans say solder, for some reason. I would say
Solder.
solder. I don't know.
Solder.
That's just what I would say. I think I don't
Solder.
use that word a ton though. So maybe if it were just flowing.
So in the Cambridge Dictionary, it says that Taylor and I both pronounce it the American way, and that you pronounce it the British way, which ties into yeah. So
Yeah, we're living with Kitty.
Kyle, can you
Yeah.
solder something for me?
Yeah, that's the word she uses. Yeah, I'm sure she doesn't know what that fucking word means.
leave a comment if you guys make it this far into Painkiller already. Let us know if you pronounce the L in solder or not. because I am feeling a renewed sense of like I was mispronouncing oil or tar or something, and now,
leave a comment.
Or saw.
Woody is looking for a big rebound from Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Exactly.
We're turning this franchise around. It's been solder all along here in America.
I didn't even catch the Uh-oh thing. That's funny.
Yeah, and I'm like, there's some alternative spelling of Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's some things that just that one didn't annoy me. I didn't care. I don't even remember like mentioning that you spelled it in a funny way. Like people who say cool, and spell it Kewl though.
I'm innocent.
That makes me want to kill myself.
Yeah, that one's
I haven't seen that in a while.
I see it quite a bit.
It's very much fallen out of vogue.
I used to think like a long time ago, I felt like that was a girl thing, not a guy.
Sure, maybe. Do you think you're getting too old to start to use emojis?
On the other hand, I use emojis inappropriately. I am old enough to use emojis in ways that you guys wouldn't. Triple exclamation points, emojis, the whole 9 yards.
Dude, you said I very rarely use emojis or exclamation points in any texts with anyone, even if I am excited, because you don't set that expectation high. I have friends who text me and everything will be like, "Hey, are you going to meet us here tonight?" And it's like exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. And it's like, man, this dude is super fucking psyched at the prospect of me showing up at this place tonight. And then if I get something from him 3 days later that's like, "Hey, you want to play Settlers of Catan at my house tonight?" And it's just a regular question mark. Suddenly it's in my head of like, well, the precedent has been set that he is in not unnovel situations. He's very excited, at the prospect of hanging out. Like, what is he upset about now? Just like with a chick, or someone, like if you send her a smiley face just off the hello text, suddenly you've set that precedent. Oh, you don't get a smiley face anymore. Are you upset? Oh, you don't seem as excited with your text. If you text as though you're always upset with someone, then they can't misconstrue it.
Sprinkle a few dick pics in.
Well, that goes without saying.
Sorry, Grandma.
Sorry, Grandma.
Yeah, sorry, Grandma. I didn't get it. But yeah, you got to keep expectations low. So when you do, and the reason is, so when I do send someone a smiley face, they know that actually made Taylor smile. Like, because he does not send smiley faces unless he's actually laughing.
No, I'll send a smile to put a mood in there. Because a lot of times text doesn't set the mood like you want it to.
Yeah. Like sometimes I'm saying something that if you read it the wrong way, maybe you think I'm like, I'm mad at you, or not you specifically, but upset or something. And yeah, I'll throw that smiley face in the end, so that, this is all lighthearted. Mm-hmm. This is if someone says, "Hey, do you want to go here tonight?" and just be like, "No, I really don't want to. Sorry." Now that could go a lot of ways. Like that could be that could be me like really like rebuffing you. Like no, I got shit to do. Fuck off. Or that could be like, maybe I really do have some shit to do. Maybe we got something going on. So the smiley face lets them know, I don't have anything to do, but I'm hoping next time I don't. Hoping next time I'm free so that I can come do things with you. So yeah, I'm cutting the emojis down because I'm a grown fucking adult man, and it just seems like
just get older and you can use all the ones you want. You pack on 15 more years, Kyle. The sky's the limit.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I'm just teasing. Well, you guys see my texts. I don't think I throw in too many.
No, you don't.
No, I wasn't. That wasn't directed to you.
I just don't like that you love or like or laugh at or favorite all of the meaningless texts in those conversations.
Oftentimes.
I intentionally just ignore it every time it happens with you guys or with any of my groups of friends, because I know if I respond at all, it will just result in my text being liked and favorited by 20, everybody in the group chat or whatever.
Like 3 times during yesterday, I typed something and then deleted it. I was like, nope, do not engage. Do not engage. You'll only make this worse. Like what you want right now, Kyle, is fewer text messages from this group at this moment. The surefire way to get a whole bunch is by interjecting something right now. Let's just sit back and wait till Chiz and Woody are all spent, and it'll go quiet.
When they're all liked out.
Well, do you want to call it a show there? I need to do a little post-roll read.
Well, let's do that post-roll read. I know that, Woody, I see my phone blowing up, so I know you just liked a bunch of fucking stuff in our group text.
That's what Kyle's looking at right now.
Yes, I know.
I just liked one message. It doesn't matter.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by.
It was brought to you by SmartyPants Vitamins. SmartyPants make delicious and premium gummy vitamins for adults and children and kids. They're combining nutrients like omega-3 DHA and EPA fish oil, vitamin D3 and B12. Their men's complete features 15 essential nutrients, and all their gummies are non-GMO and contain no synthetic colors, flavors, sweeteners, or preservatives. You can find them at major retailers like Target and Whole Foods.
I wonder how they get those amazing colors without synthetic colors. They look like Sour Patch Kids.
Those are all natural. Vitamins and minerals. That's right. So check out all of our sponsors. NatureBox, those SmartyPants vitamins, SeeSo, and of course Squarespace. Links down in the description below. We just had a great hangout with our patrons.
It was good. There was a guy there with better hair than me that could do magic.
I wanted him to be a topic on this show tonight. We'll save him for next time. He might even be a good... We should get that guy as like a 25-minute guest. Let's not spoil what makes him cool. I think he'd make a good 25-minute guest. Get him in, do his talent, talk about the things that make him interesting. Very cool. We've got a very cool guy who comes to the Hangouts, and he's multi-talented and 17 years old and very intelligent.
The Hangouts in general are... Because it's not cheap. Is it $50 a month? Is that the Hangout level?
$50 a month. That gets you.
There's something about every one of those people.
Winners.
They're like, no joke. Like, they're winners. Like
really are.
Yeah.
None of these guys are like saving this $50 up in a piggy bank. Okay.
Oh, no.
These guys are all very successful, and it's not like it's
19-year-old Minecraft millionaires and like
coders that are in high school.
Yeah. Guy making a gambling site from Texas out of JavaScript or something, and he's young and
a magician who's selling jokes to David Blaine that were that joke that we saw on the Jimmy Fallon show. Like, one of our Hangout guys sold that joke to David Blaine that we were all remarking about. So it's a really interesting people on there.
It was a trick on a joke, right? Am I wrong?
Correct. Yeah, it's a trick. I'm sorry, but yeah, the magician's.
Well, we should definitely. That's a good tease. Well, we should do that. I'm interested.
It's a neat thing about the Hangout. I don't know. I get a kick out of the Hangouts because the people there are typically special.
So check out Patreon down below. Link to that. $5, you get the show early. It's Thursday night right now, so those $5 patrons are getting access to the show in roughly 30 minutes from like 2 minutes from now. For $10 a month, you're getting your questions, your AMA questions submitted straight to us, and we get to go through that list and find and pick and choose. And you get video access to PKN and access to PKN in general, as it comes out, which is really fun too. So check all that stuff out in the description below. Anything else?
That's it, I guess.
I don't think so.
PKA 315.